Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. You are looking at a live shot of the Israel-Lebanon border, and we are bringing you live coverage of the situation between Israel and Hezbollah, the fighting between Israel and Hezbollah on the border between Israel and Lebanon. New airstrikes reported just in the last half hour or so by Israel. So I think we're hearing like a drone on this too. We're hearing a plane sound as well. So we're going to get you up to date on what's going on. Israel has been conducting intense airstrikes today on Hezbollah targets in southern Lebanon. Israel also announced new security restrictions for its residents near Lebanon because there is a concern that Hezbollah could launch a large retaliatory strike on Israel. So we are bringing you live coverage. I have a shot of Beirut too, but nothing is going on there at the moment. It's kind of a dark shot, so I don't have it up on the screen. But let's get you up to date. Let's take some of your comments and questions. And I want to say thank you to Paul G for your support. Thank you, Paul. Also, Lieutenant Dark Ghost, to Shark, Crazy Grammy, Donna Smith, and Mr. Poops-a-Lot. That's so nice of you. Mr. Poops-a-Lot, thank you. Does sound like a drone. Also, I want to thank our moderators for being here. This is the eastern part of the border. I don't know exactly where it is. Actually, give me 1 second here. Give me 1 sec, guys. Sorry for that. Okay, thanks to our Twitch moderators. We have Surly Dev is moderating over on Twitch. Thank you so much. Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us on X. Over there on YouTube, Ruth Krafasi is moderating. Thank you, Ruth. RJ is there as well. Danny James. Good to see you, Danny. I really appreciate them, and I want to thank our Facebook mods as well. Oops. Sorry. Valerie Gale Griffin and Charlotte Webb and Margaret Riley are all moderating over there on Facebook. I just saw some new reports in the last 45 minutes of new Israeli strikes on Hezbollah targets in southern Israel. There have been a bunch today. So let me give you some updates. We'll keep the shot of the border up. We're hearing planes periodically too. Yes. So less than 2 hours ago, I think I have a translation of a briefing. You can actually see the moon just went out of frame recently. The moon is up top. There's some moonlight. But as we hear a plane, maybe an Israeli plane, less than 2 hours ago, the Israeli military said in the past hour, this was about 2 hours ago they said this, they said, we have been striking extensively in southern Lebanon following detection. By the way, can you guys hear my voice okay? I'm assuming you can hear my voice okay over the, I want to keep the video sound up, but I want to make sure you can hear me over the video sound. Can you hear me over the video? Everybody's saying yes, okay. So the Israeli military said less than 2 hours ago that we have been striking extensively in southern Lebanon following detection of Hezbollah preparing to fire toward Israeli territory. Dozens of Israeli Air Force aircraft are currently, this was like 2 hours ago, striking terrorist targets and rocket launchers to remove the threat to Israeli civilians. Israel says we are methodically targeting and degrading Hezbollah's launching capabilities, eliminating commanders and terrorists as we did throughout the day. Overall today, they say, we struck approximately 400 Hezbollah launchers, including thousands of rocket launcher barrels. So that is Israel saying that they have been conducting intense strikes today, and they say they detected that Hezbollah was preparing to fire rockets towards Israeli territory. It is now nighttime there, but strikes reportedly still going on in the last hour or so. Also, Israel has issued new safety precautions for people living on the northern part of Israel, near the border with Lebanon. The Israeli military said, in accordance with the situational assessment and our operations, a couple of hours ago, the Minister of Defense signed a special order for the home front. We are taking all necessary precautions, and this evening we are updating the home front defensive guidelines from the Haifa area northwards to level 2. This means that from Haifa northwards, educational and work activities can continue in locations where it is possible to reach. Oops, there's a typo somewhere. Ha, there's a typo. Thank you, Kay. Retaliate. Thank you, Kay. I have to remind myself to really carefully proofread my headlines when I write them right before I go on the air. Thank you, Kay. I type them, then I don't proofread them. Then I come on the air, and then I'm embarrassed when I see a typo there. Sorry about that. It's not retaliate, it's retaliate. Thank you, Kay. Anyways, Israel announced that they have updated the home front defensive guidelines from the Haifa area north to level 2. This means that from Haifa, Israel northwards, educational and work activities can continue in locations where it is possible to reach a protected space within the required time. Gatherings are permitted indoors for up to 300 people and outdoors for up to 30 people. You cannot have a gathering of more than 30 people in Israel north of Haifa. If there are any further updates overnight or in the morning, the military says, we will notify you immediately. Rockets and other threats may be launched toward Israel territory in the near future. Let me repeat. The Israeli military announced, Rockets and other threats may be launched toward Israeli territory in the near future. We ask you to strictly follow the Home Front Command's defensive guidelines. The military of Israel also says, we are in the midst of a time of warfare, so it is important to remain vigilant and alert. I will update you immediately here and on official platforms regarding any changes to the defensive guidelines. Hey, by the way, Timothy Goodwin. So nice of you. Thanks for your support. Timothy Goodwin, thank you. Also, thanks to Sebastian Pina. Thank you, Sebastian. He is in the UAE. Thank you, Sebastian. Adi Chevris, thank you so much. AH, thank you so much. Harper Ann and Ali C, thank you. AH says, do you think there's a possibility Israel will invade southern Lebanon to create a buffer zone? Look, we don't know. It's something we've talked about our last few streams. There is talk of possibly Israel carrying out a major military operation against Hezbollah that could involve Israeli troops going into southern Lebanon. And if they go in there, one possibility is they could try to create a buffer zone, although that would be a really huge deal. That would involve them basically, taking over some land in southern Lebanon, which obviously is a huge deal. But we'll have to see what happens. Israel has had about 60,000 people in the north near Lebanon have moved away from their homes in the past year because of the Hezbollah attacks on northern Israel in solidarity with Hamas that have happened since last October. Israel is now saying they want those people to be able to move back. But Hezbollah says they're not going to stop attacking northern Israel until there's a ceasefire, until at least there's a ceasefire in Gaza. So something's got to give. If Israel wants those people to move back to northern Israel, to the border with Lebanon, they need to stop the Hezbollah attacks. How will they do it? Will they do it? But something's got to give. Thank you also, Oil Medic, for the gift memberships. Oil Medic 911 and Cara Napoli. Thank you. Daniel Ziv thinks Hezbollah will not remain. Again, Israel is saying, the Israeli military said a couple hours ago, rockets and other threats may be launched towards Israeli territory in the near future. But I don't know what's going to happen. This is the only, actually, hold on a second. Let me see something. Yeah, at the moment, this is the only Lebanon-Israel border shot I have. Of course, if I get another one, I will post that as well. But this is the one I have right now. And let me keep checking for updates here. So I'm going to take some of your comments on the air too. I want to read you some more of what the Israeli military had to say today as well. Joe Truzman, who is an expert on the Middle East who I follow, at Joe Truzman, he says the IDF estimates that Hezbollah will increase the scope of its attacks in the next 24 hours. Joe says if any significant Hezbollah response comes, he thinks it will be after the funeral of the commander Ibrahim Akil, who was killed by Israel and along with a number of other Hezbollah operatives in an airstrike yesterday near Beirut. So there's a funeral for Ibrahim Akil at 4 p.m. on Sunday. Joe thinks that if there's a significant Hezbollah response, it'll come after the funeral for Ibrahim Akil, which is on Sunday at 4 p.m. local time. Right now it is 11:13 p.m. local time on Saturday. The antique action figure thinks Hezbollah is blind right now with no communications. I don't know if they have no communications, but certainly their communications have been severely damaged by Israel's presumed attacks on their walkie-talkies and pagers this week. Thank you also, Red, for your support. I appreciate it, Red. Let me say some more about from the Israeli military. The Israeli military said today, among other things, they said yesterday, in a targeted strike in Beirut, we eliminated Ibrahim Akil, head of Hezbollah's operations unit, along with 15 commanders of Hezbollah's elite Radwan unit. They had gathered in the heart of the Dahiyah neighborhood in Beirut under the cover of the civilian population, says Israel. They met to plan terror attacks and infiltrations into Israeli territory, but we knew where they were and preempted them, eliminating them in a precise and powerful operation conducted by the Intelligence Directorate and the Israeli Air Force. Now, to be clear, it is being reported that I believe 2 buildings collapsed in the area, or there was very significant damage to 2 buildings, and that there were other casualties as well. So this was a civilian area, a densely populated area in a suburb of Beirut. I'll actually give you a little information on that. Reuters reports that rescuers in Beirut hunted on Saturday for people still missing in rubble after an Israeli airstrike targeting Hezbollah commanders the previous day killed at least 37 people in a suburb of Beirut. Hezbollah said 16 members of Hezbollah, including senior leader Ibrahim Akil and another commander, Ahmed Wabi, were among those killed in the deadliest strike in nearly a year of conflict with Israel. Israel's army said it hit an underground gathering of Akil and leaders of Hezbollah's elite Radwan forces and had almost completely dismantled its military chain of command. The attack leveled a multi-story residential building in the crowded suburb and damaged a nursery next door, a security source said. According to Lebanon's health ministry, 3 children and 7 women were among those killed. If you have seen video and pictures of the scene, I think it would not be surprising, certainly, if there were unintended civilian casualties from that strike. Just to be clear. Reuters says cross-border strikes continued today. Israeli warplanes carried out some of the heaviest bombardment in 11 months of fighting across Lebanon's south, and Hezbollah claimed rocket attacks on military targets in Israel's north. The Israeli military today, said it had hit around 180 targets, destroying thousands of rocket-launched barrels. Reuters said the airstrike on the Hezbollah operatives yesterday by Israel sharply escalated the conflict and inflicted another blow on Hezbollah after 2 days of attacks this week in which pagers and walkie-talkies used by its members exploded. The death toll in the pager and walkie-talkie attacks is now 39, and more than 3,000 were injured. Reuters also reports Israel braces for retaliation. Hezbollah has said it will keep fighting Israel until Israel agrees to a ceasefire in its war against Hamas in Gaza, which was triggered by the Hamas attack on October 7th. U.S. officials say it is unlikely that there will be a ceasefire in Gaza anytime soon. Israel wants Hezbollah to cease its fire and withdraw forces from the border region with Israel, adhering to a UN resolution signed with Israel in 2006, irrespective of any Gaza deal. Anticipating retaliation from Hezbollah for the Israeli attacks this week, the Israeli military restricted gatherings and raised the alert level for residents of northern Israel communities. The alert went as far south as the coastal city of Haifa, signaling Israel thought Hezbollah could strike deeper than it had since the war with Hamas began. A Hezbollah official said 23 people were still missing in the Israeli strike yesterday in a Beirut suburb, and said the Israeli enemy is taking the region to war. Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, who said this week Israel is launching a new phase of the war on the northern border, posted on X, the sequence of actions in the new phase of the war will continue until our goal is achieved, the safe return of the residents of the north to their homes. Tens of thousands of people have left their homes on both sides of the Israel-Lebanon border since Hezbollah began firing rockets at Israel in October in sympathy with Palestinians in Gaza, reports Reuters. Israel's military announced today that airspace in northern Israel from the city of Hadera north was closed to private flights, but that international flights were unaffected. That is from Reuters. And give me a moment here. I'm going to read some of your comments now. Thank you, Big Boss from the Netherlands, by the way. Jack, all of the reporting I have seen, and what Lebanon themselves said that the pagers and the walkie-talkies, they were not accidental. They were explosions caused by the devices somehow being caused to explode. It's being widely reported that Israel planted explosives in the devices. While Israel has neither confirmed or denied the responsibility, there is lots of reporting saying that they are the ones who did it. That would make sense. It would seem that they would be the only one with both the means and the motive to do it. Also, Hezbollah, Lebanon, Iran, for example, have all blamed Israel, but there's lots of reporting Israel did it, and that would be the common sense. Really, to me, the only common sense conclusion about who did it and why it happened. Did Hezbollah release a statement recently? Let me see. Thank you again, Big Boss. I appreciate it. We don't have confirmation on all the details of the pagers and walkie-talkies. I know the New York Times reported that the batteries had been laced with explosives, but we don't have confirmation on that. You know, a lot of times when we see these border shots, we do not hear a drone. But we are seeming to hear a drone tonight. Or one or more drones. Sounds like 2 drones. Someone said they saw flashes on horizon. I haven't seen anything big, but I haven't been staring at it. See, you might see stuff there. Let me know. You can always give me a time code. I'm not aware of anything big, but again, I'm not looking at it nonstop because I need to do the broadcast. So feel free to tell me in the chat if you see something big there. One of our viewers said solar batteries were exploded also. There had been some reports of other devices exploding, but right now there's no confirmation of anything exploding this week except for the walkie-talkies and the pagers. It is not clear if anything else exploded in those attacks, but the only confirmed devices are walkie-talkies and pagers, according to an article I read yesterday. Let me just update you again on what the Israeli military had to say today. Because I think it's helpful. So 2 hours ago, this is an Israeli military statement from 2 hours ago. Roughly 2 hours ago. A couple hours ago, the Israeli military said, in the past hour, we have been striking extensively in southern Lebanon. Part of what you're looking at is southern Lebanon. They said, we have been striking extensively in southern Lebanon following detection of Hezbollah preparing to fire toward Israeli territory. Dozens of Israeli Air Force aircraft, they said a couple hours ago, are currently striking terrorist targets and rocket launchers to remove the threat to Israeli civilians. They said, we are methodically targeting and degrading Hezbollah's launching capabilities, eliminating commanders and terrorists as we did throughout the day. Overall, today we struck approximately 400 Hezbollah launchers, including thousands of rocket launcher barrels. Israeli military also said, in accordance with the situational assessment and our operations, in the last few minutes, this was a couple hours ago, the Minister of Defense signed a special order for the home front. We are taking all necessary precautions, and this evening, we are updating the home front defensive guidelines from the Haifa area northwards to level 2. This means that from Haifa northwards, educational and work activities can continue in locations where it is possible to reach a protected space within the required time. Gatherings are permitted indoors for up to 300 people and outdoors for up to 30 people. So in northern Israel, north of Haifa, no outdoor gatherings of more than 30 people. Full instructions can be found on the Home Front Command website, they say. I'd like to show you on a map where Haifa is, so you can see. Here it is. Oops. So here is a map in Israel, is a map of Israel. Oops. Hang on a second here. There is a map of Israel and Lebanon above it. Oops. But just so you can see. See, here's Israel, and there's the Lebanon border up here. There's Lebanon up here, and there's Haifa. So everything from Haifa north has these security restrictions, which is roughly a distance of about 20 miles between Haifa and the northern border with Lebanon. This area has security restrictions. The Israeli military also said if there are any further updates overnight or in the morning, we will notify immediately. The Israeli military said rockets and other threats may be launched toward Israeli territory in the near future. Again, they said rockets and other threats may be launched toward Israeli territory in the near future. We ask you to strictly follow the Home Front Command's defensive guidelines. We are in the midst of a time of warfare, so it is important to remain vigilant and alert. I will update you immediately here and on official platforms regarding any changes to the defensive guidelines, said the Israeli military. They also said, yesterday in a targeted strike in Beirut, we eliminated Ibrahim Akil, head of Hezbollah's operations unit, along with 15 commanders of Hezbollah's elite Radwan unit. They had gathered in the heart of the Dahiyah neighborhood in Beirut, under the cover of the civilian population. They met to plan terror attacks, said Israel, and infiltrations into Israeli territory, but we knew where they were and preempted them, eliminating them in a precise and powerful operation conducted by the Intelligence Directorate and the Israeli Air Force. We are prepared for what's next, the Israeli military says, and are in a very high state of readiness, both offensively and defensively. IAF aircraft are armed and ready to strike anywhere, and our aerial defense systems are deployed and on high alert to intercept threats. Also, Israel tonight announced that they had eliminated 2 terrorists who had held 6 Israelis hostage. The Israeli hostages who were found murdered, I want to say a couple of weeks ago, that Israel had found 6 hostages dead in Rafah who'd been recently killed. Israel said that they had eliminated 2 terrorists who had held them hostage in a tunnel in the Rafah area. They said the day after the hostages were killed, Israeli troops identified 2 terrorists emerging from an underground tunnel shaft in the Tel Al Sultan area and eliminated them during an encounter. And then they say that based on the information they have now, including DNA evidence, the 2 terrorists they killed a couple weeks ago, I think it was, are the same terrorists who were in the tunnel where the bodies of the 6 hostages were discovered. The findings showed they were there when they were murdered, when the hostages were murdered, and we are investigating their involvement in the murder. Thank you so much to Aaron A. for your support, and Sudden Updraft, and Palm Tree Lover, and Alex Price. Alex mentions that in 1996, Israel killed was it Hamas bomb maker? I have to look this up. We read about this on an earlier stream. Yeah, this was the Yahya Ayash, which Wikipedia says is the chief bomb maker of Hamas. He was killed through a booby-trapped mobile phone by Israel in 1996. But that was, I mean, yes, that is true. Very different in scale from these attacks on this week. This week, hundreds or even thousands of pagers and walkie-talkies exploded. And those were devices that had been apparently constructed by Israel or messed with by Israel before they were even delivered to Hezbollah, who ordered the devices. The New York Times reported there's a number of reports. There's a number of reports, not just the New York Times. There's a number of reports suggesting that that there were explosives put into the devices by Israel, and the New York Times said that what Israel did is that they created a front company that manufactured these devices, but it was an Israeli front company. Thank you again to Alex Price. Also Keith M. and Dolores Wilson. And Pragmatic Realist and Bad Touchery on Twitch, also Jeff 1202. And They Call Me Taj and Relila. And Drunk Can't Cook. Hassel DeHoff says, I don't see how Israel can win without putting troops on the ground. I assume you mean in Hezbollah, in Lebanon. You hear a drone or drones in this video. There's a new updated travel advisory. I guess for Lebanon from the U.S. State Department. I just saw this. It was posted by Faytux Network. And I went to the Faytux Network on X. And so I went to the State Department site, and I see that they've posted a new advisory today. So I'll talk about this. They haven't even posted about it on X yet, I don't think. hear a plane there. I'll tell you about that update in a second. So, I'm going to read you some of this. It's a little confusing for me because I'm not exactly sure what the update is. Hang on. Uh-oh. Where's the audio? What happened to the audio? Hang on a moment. Oh, the audio is back. The audio is back. All right, so there's a new post on the State Department, updated to urge U.S. citizens to depart Lebanon via commercial options while still available. The U.S. Embassy urges U.S. citizens to depart Lebanon while commercial options are still remain available. That's the new update. Dated 9/21. It also says, prepare to, if you choose to remain in Lebanon, be prepared to shelter in place should the situation deteriorate further. I'll read that to you again. Give me a second here. All right. So again, let me read. This is a new. There's a new update from the. They updated their. I'll actually post a link to it. But it's a new September 21st travel advisory. More planes. More planes. So this new advisory from the State Department says, updated to urge U.S. citizens to depart Lebanon via commercial options while still available. Due to the unpredictable nature of ongoing conflict between Hezbollah and Israel and recent explosions throughout Lebanon, including Beirut, the U.S. Embassy urges U.S. citizens to depart Lebanon while commercial options still remain available. At this time, commercial flights are available, but at reduced capacity. If the security situation worsens, commercial options to depart may become unavailable. The U.S. Embassy may not be able to assist U.S. citizens who choose to remain. If you choose to remain in Lebanon, be prepared to shelter in place should the situation deteriorate further. The U.S. Embassy strongly encourages U.S. citizens in southern Lebanon near the borders with Syria and/or in refugee settlements to depart those areas immediately. Thanks, by the way, to Raquel Nolt and Adi Chevris. She said she's in Israel and she heard about a hospital in Haifa making security preparations for war. Thank you, Adi. Thank you also to PZ Papa Zulu for the gift memberships. Thank you, PZ Papa Zulu. Thank you to Nitsan Landau, our new member, and Keith M. Yes, lots of jets, says Johnny 40. A lot of times when we see these shots, there's no planes on them. We're hearing a bunch of planes tonight and drone activity as well. The New York Times, the Times of Israel says Israel is bracing for a potential major Hezbollah attack. It's interesting. The Times of Israel has a report about the pager attack, which was carried out, widely believed by Israel, on Hezbollah. And the Times of Israel talks about the way the New York Times did, that Israel set up its own front company to produce the pagers. But a point the Times of Israel makes, which is interesting, is they say that the ability to sell the devices to Hezbollah was helped because Hezbollah can't purchase them on the open market because regular pager manufacturers, suppliers, worry about U.S. sanctions. So they have to go to other providers. And that allowed Israel to create this company that could get this deal with Hezbollah to sell the pagers to them, which is interesting. Wessy's Corner Emporium says, I'm sure they got a great deal. Channel 12 Israel says the Israeli military is anticipating a strong response by Hezbollah, possibly in the near future. Another plane. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just checking some different sources here. To see what updates are coming out. So just hang tight for a second here. Al Mayadeen, which I believe is a Lebanese news outlet, Al Mayadeen, they say that their correspondent tells them that an Israeli airstrike recently targeted the town of Yarun in southern Lebanon. They just posted that like a minute ago. Thank you to Aaron Picks for your support, who says Hezbollah paid for the weapon used against themselves. You mean the pagers and the walkie-talkies? They bought them. Thank you also Rainer P for your support, and Moose Dog. Hey, shout out to our moderators who are here. McBritches and Surly Dev, thank you. K. Lowry Body, Beth Shepard, Charlotte Webb, Valerie Gale Griffin, Margaret Riley, Danny James, Ruth Krafasi, Linda Belk and Larry over there on X. Also Sarah55, thank you. Very much appreciate all of our moderators. It is 11:54 p.m. Israel Army says that, I can read you their exact words. The Israeli military says rockets and other threats may be launched toward Israeli territory in the near future. They also said they attacked a number of Hezbollah launch sites and equipment when they detected today that Hezbollah was preparing to fire toward Israeli territory. Will we see a Hezbollah response to the Israeli attacks of this week anytime soon? The Israeli army seems to think it could be soon. Jackie writes, are there any commercial airlines not flying to the Middle East? I don't know what the current state of all the airlines restrictions are. I know periodically airlines will stop flying to certain cities, but I don't know currently what the latest of all the airlines are. I just don't know, between whether they're flying to Beirut or Israel, that kind of thing. I can't give you I don't have a comprehensive list in front of me. I would not be surprised if some of them have current restrictions on where they're flying, but I just don't know. Regarding airspace restrictions, which Jackie mentioned, there are we mentioned that earlier. We said, where is it? Israel's military said today that airspace in northern Israel from Haifa north was closed to private flights, and that international flights were unaffected. DeShark sent me an article. I saw this earlier. I honestly find it a bit hard to believe. According to Times of Israel, Channel 12 News had a report in Israel claiming that each of the pagers that exploded on their Hezbollah owners across Lebanon was individually detonated with the attackers knowing who was being targeted, where he was, and whether others were in close proximity. That just doesn't make sense to me. I don't really understand it. It just on the face of it doesn't make sense. I didn't see the Channel 12 report, so I can't tell you exactly what the Channel 12 report says. The Channel 12 reports quotes an unnamed foreign source as saying each pager had its own arrangements. Again, it doesn't seem like it's great sourcing. And also, it just honestly doesn't really pass to me the common sense test. So I'm going to hold off on believing that for now. I just don't see how that's possible. Now, again, I didn't see the report, so it's possible that if I saw the actual report, I'd say, oh, well, this article kind of misrepresents the report. But, again, I just have a hard time believing that somehow they knew everyone in the vicinity of each one of these. Some of our viewers have been writing to me about, there's video tonight which seems to show a explosion in Lebanon from an Israeli strike with a shock wave. Aurora Intel, who I follow, said it's a similar looking video to those we have seen in Ukraine and Russia and other areas of the Middle East when an ammo or munition depot is struck. I don't know the details about this video. I am not an expert on this kind of stuff. I have already posted this video from Aurora Intel on my X account, which is @Lookner. I will post a link to the video, and I will also post a link to my X account where you can see the video. But again, I don't have the details on that. But Aurora Intel, they know their stuff, and they say it's similar looking to those we have seen in Ukraine, Russia, and other areas of the Middle East when ammo/munition depots are struck. Just Ryan thinks they hit an ammo depot. I don't know. Janet Burnett, that's very generous of you. So nice of you. Hey, Janet, thanks so much for all your support of the channel. That is just super nice of you, and I really, really appreciate all your support for Agenda Free TV. Janet Burnett, thank you, Janet. And thanks for shouting out the mods, Janet, too. I appreciate that. Thank you. Tony Robertson says, what city is this? I do not know exactly what city this is. This is the eastern part of the northern border. I don't know exactly which part it is. The foreground is from Israel, and in the distance is Lebanon. I have a second shot. I have a second Lebanon border shot for you now. Excellent. It just started. It just started. Wonderful. Let's get shot number 2 on the screen. Give me a moment here. I got to get shot number 2 on the screen. Okay, so hang on. I got to get this up on the screen for you. Not the right one. There it is. That's the other one. Just to see, that's this one. That's the western border. That's the western border there. I don't even know which one to have bigger and which one to have smaller. This one is the western border. Should I put that one bigger and the other one smaller? I can't even tell. I don't know what to do. I mean, I can't, obviously one's got to be small. I can do that. What if I do that? No, same size won't work. Same size, you'll be missing half the screen. Half the screen will be black. I'll do it this way. Let's do it like this, and then I'm gonna put. I'm gonna write something on here. I'm gonna say. See, I don't want that to be too big. Here's what I'll do. There we go. Double coverage. We got double coverage. Thank you. Hey, Marty, that's so generous of you. Wow, Marty Hagwood. Really appreciate your support. Marty Hagwood, thank you so much, Marty, for all of your support for the channel. Marty Hagwood, thank you. Very nice of Marty. Also, thanks Clean937 Samuel from Canada. Thank you, Clean, and also J Spike for your support. Thank you, J Spike. And Eliza Jane. Thank you, Eliza Jane. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm not doing side by side. Again, just think about it. If you think about the way these things are shaped, if you try to do side by side, they have to be small because they're both landscape. They're not portrait. If they were portrait, you could put them side by side. But if they're in landscape mode, you have to shrink them to put them side by side, and then roughly half of your screen is going to just be black screen. That's why I keep it like this. Top and bottom is the exact same thing. How would top and bottom be any different? Would you like me to stretch them so that they're greatly elongated and the picture is much wider than it should be to fill the space? Our viewer Christopher Black thinks Israel may have added more than explosives to the pagers, like surveillance capability. They could have intelligence from those devices. I guess it's possible. I have not heard any reporting that they did. I have no idea. It's an interesting thought. But I have not heard any reports that they did yet. But who knows? Who knows? Thank you, Christopher Black, for writing in. Cobb says, how worried should we be in the West about Israel versus Hezbollah? Will Israel survive? Well, I mean, Israel has a more powerful military than Hezbollah, but a worry if Hezbollah and Israel start fighting an all-out war, or, you know, that could be a war in which other countries get involved. And then who knows what happens, you know? A big worry is escalation. If they start fighting an all-out war, does the U.S. get involved? Does Iran get involved? What does that look like? You can find lots of assessments that say that if Israel and Hezbollah fought an all-out war, it would be really bad for both countries. They both have a lot of destructive capability. KMS boss thinks Iran would definitely send their guys. Remember, Hezbollah is an Iranian proxy force, which is very valuable for Iran to have as a deterrent. You know, they like to be able to have the threat that that if you mess with Iran, then Hezbollah might do something. But so it's a big deal to Iran if Hezbollah is threatened. Our viewer Alpha Tango thinks that the east border view is Kiryat Shimona, which it very well may be. I don't know for sure. That's what Alpha Tango thinks. I don't have an exact location of these cameras. The western one is, I think, pretty far to the west, maybe right near the water. I don't have an exact location for the east one, but it's eastern border and western border with Lebanon. Hey, I want to thank Jackie Glassman Rubin. That's so nice of you, Jackie, for your support of the channel. Thank you so much to Jackie Glassman Rubin. Thank you, Jackie. Also, Paula Faust and Gaia Watcher and Fiery Patriot. It is 12:15 a.m. Lebanon and Israel time. It is now Sunday there. Roz Global says that Jordan Foreign Ministry called its citizens not to travel to Lebanon. Let me see if I can find the original and confirm that. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. The Jordan Foreign Ministry did post this. Thanks to Roz Global for mentioning that. I will read you what the Jordan Foreign Ministry says. The Jordan Foreign Ministry announces, I'm reading their announcement from about an hour ago, in light of the escalation witnessed by the sisterly Lebanese Republic of continuous Israeli attacks and out of concern for the safety of Jordanian citizens, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Expatriate Affairs renews its call to Jordanian citizens not to travel to Lebanon at the present time, and also asked Jordanians residing and present in Lebanon to leave Lebanese territory as soon as possible. That recommendation is to preserve the safety of Jordanian citizens in Lebanon, especially in light of the Israeli attacks on Lebanese territory, which threaten the security of the entire region. That is from the Jordanian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In case you didn't hear before, let me just go over what the Israeli military said a little while ago. As we hear a presumably Israeli plane fly overhead. So the Israeli military said today, hang on a second here. Let me read you their announcement. Thanks, by the way, to Crypto King, and thanks for shouting out the mods, Crypto King. Thank you also, Red. Red, our viewer claims, I have not heard this. Red, our viewer claims that Hezbollah has swapped its color from yellow to red, indicating it has made the decision for a full-scale response. I have not heard that myself. There are Hezbollah on the ground wearing red instead of yellow now. Again, I have not heard this. I'm not saying it's false. It's just not something I have heard. But thank you to Red for your support and for writing in. Thanks also to Martin Gingrich, who says Iran has very much superior firepower to Hezbollah, but if Iran gets involved, it would be horrible for both sides. Okay, let me go over what the Israeli military announced a few hours ago, about 3 hours ago. Here's what the Israeli military had to say. I got to wait for the Israeli jet to fly overhead. I just saw this. This is not really related, but Fars news agency in Iran, which is a state news agency, I believe, says that there was a explosion in a coal mine in Tabas, and at least 20 workers were working in the mine, and the body of one worker has been pulled out, and there's no information about the condition of the other workers. And Fars news agency claims it was a gas leak that caused the explosion. Again, I'm just seeing this right now. They just posted it a few minutes ago. So I'm just passing that along. It's unfortunate. Here is what the Israeli military said today. The Israeli military said 3 hours ago, roughly 3 hours ago, they said, in the past hour, which was said several hours ago, we have been striking extensively. Oh, by the way, is this in English? No, it's not in English. So I have to read it to you. It's not in English. The Israeli military says, in the past hour, but again, this is several hours ago, and we have been striking extensively in southern Lebanon. I'm going to wait another jet. They could be doing airstrikes right now for all I know. I don't know. I don't have the volume on from the other one. That's the volume of two of them. Right now I have the volume on from the big video, not the little video. I can put the volume on from the Lido video too, but then it can be kind of confusing because you don't know where the volume's coming from. Someone says, I missed a rocket launch. There have been no red alerts that I've seen. Was there a rocket? I can go back. Give me the time code. I'll go back and look. I haven't gotten any red alerts. Gotten no alerts. Pajama Stocking says it was a bug. No, there have been no, I just checked the red alert site. There have been no alerts in 4 hours. Sometimes there are these lights that, these like flashes that, streaks of light that go across. But I don't think it was a rocket launch because there have been no alerts. Hang on, let me read what the military said. Several hours ago, the Israeli military said, we have been striking extensively in southern Lebanon following detection of Hezbollah preparing to fire toward Israeli territory. Dozens of Israeli Air Force aircraft are currently, this was several hours ago, striking terrorist targets and rocket launchers to remove the threat to Israeli civilians. We are methodically targeting and degrading Hezbollah's launching capabilities, eliminating commanders and terrorists, as we did throughout the day. Overall, today we struck approximately 400 Hezbollah launchers, they said, including thousands of rocket launcher barrels. So Israel said Hezbollah was getting ready to launch some rockets at Israel today. In accordance with the situational assessment in our operations, Israel says, the Minister of Defense signed a special order for the home front. We are taking all necessary precautions, and this evening we are updating the home front defensive guidelines from the Haifa area northwards, which is approximately the 20 miles most north of Israel, near Lebanon. They say they are updating the home front defensive guidelines from the Haifa area northwards to level 2. This means that from Haifa northwards, educational and work activities can continue in locations where it is possible to reach a protected space within the required time. Gatherings are permitted indoors for up to 300 people and for outdoors for up to 30 people. So no gatherings in that area for over 30 people outdoors. Full instructions can be found on the Homefront Command website. If there are any further updates overnight or in the morning, we will notify immediately. Rockets and other threats may be launched toward Israel territory in the near future. Again, the Israeli military says rockets and other threats may be launched toward Israeli territory in the near future. We ask you to strictly follow the Homefront Command's defensive guidelines. We are in the midst of a time of warfare, so it is important to remain vigilant and alert. The military says they will update people immediately if regarding any changes to the defensive guidelines. Yesterday, the Israeli army says, in a targeted strike in Beirut, we eliminated Ibrahim Akil, head of Hezbollah's operations unit, along with 15 commanders of Hezbollah's elite Radwan unit. They had gathered in the heart of the Dahiya neighborhood of Beirut, under the cover of the civilian population. They met to plan terror attacks and infiltrations into Israeli territory, but we knew where they were and preempted them, eliminating them in a precise and powerful operation conducted by the Intelligence Directorate and the Israeli Air Force. Now, to be clear, this was in a residential area, densely settled area, and according to Reuters, Lebanese authorities say at least 37 people were killed in that attack, and people are still missing in the rubble. And the attack leveled a multi-story residential building in the crowded suburb and damaged a nursery next door. So I certainly would not be surprised if there was collateral damage and collateral and bystander injuries or deaths in that airstrike. Israeli army also said, we are prepared for what's next and are in a very high state of readiness, both offensively and defensively. IAF aircraft are armed and ready to strike anywhere, and our aerial defense systems are deployed and on high alert to intercept threats. Thanks, by the way, to our new member, Martin Schneider. Thank you to Deb N. for your support. Protected Lady, I will look into that report. Protected Lady, thank you for your support. Martin says, what powers the surveillance drones? I don't know how they're powered. Are they gasoline powered, fuel powered, battery powered? I'd have to look it up. I would have to look it up. Wikipedia says that, they have different drones have different sources of power. Wikipedia says some are battery, some are fuel, some are hybrid, some are solar. For example, the ones you're hearing right now, the one or more that you're hearing right now, I do not know. A quick thank you, by the way, to Christina Brundage. Thank you so much, Christina Brundage, for your support of Agenda Free TV. Much appreciated. Also, Malice Bixie for subscribing on Twitch. And Nathaniel Coronado. Thank you, Nathaniel. Let me check for some updates here. Give me a moment. The Times of Israel reports that Israeli leaders, including the Prime Minister, are having security consultations tonight as the country braces for the possibility of a large-scale assault from Hezbollah. I was just going to check something, and now I can't remember what I was going to check. Give me a second. Let me remember what I was going to check. Sounds like another Israeli plane. Oh, I know what I was going to check. Hold on, a couple things here. I have a couple things to check. Ynet, which is an Israeli news outlet, says that Israel estimates that Hezbollah will attack Israel soon. They say after all the events of this week, such as the pager attacks, the walkie-talkie attacks, the airstrikes, the assassination of a top Hezbollah commander yesterday, on Friday, along with a number of other Hezbollah operatives in an airstrike in a suburb of Beirut. After all of that, Ynet says Israel estimates Hezbollah will attack soon. Ynet says Israel is expecting an attack by Hezbollah within the next day. That's what Israeli news outlet Ynet says. There haven't been any rocket alerts for like 4 hours. At least 4 hours. Because last time when I checked, it was 4 hours. Another Israeli plane, it sounds like. There's some new reporting out from the Washington Post about the pager and walkie-talkie attacks that are widely being attributed to Israel. I think it's safe to say that Israel did it earlier this week. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of Hezbollah pagers and walkie-talkies exploded, killing dozens and injuring thousands of people in Lebanon. So while we watch these cameras and wait for more updates from the region, I'll tell you a little bit of what the Washington Post is reporting about these pager attacks. There's one article in the Post from today. The title is Israel's Pager Attack, an Intelligence Triumph with Uncertain Ends. I know there's been a big topic of debate the last few days. Why did Israel do this with the pagers? What are they trying to achieve? Was it something that they actually wanted to maybe do if a war started with Hezbollah, but they were forced to do it sooner than they wanted to because Hezbollah was going to find out that the pagers had explosives inside them? Or is there something else they had in mind? Why now? Why do this? That's been a popular topic of discussion. We have discussed it. Let me read you a little bit of what Shane Harris's article in the Washington Post says. While we keep an eye on this, the Post says precisely how Israel managed to pack explosives into thousands of pagers and put them in the hands of Hezbollah remains mysterious, but this much is clear. The intelligence operation will be remembered as one of the most audacious in modern history. Israel has turned personal communications into weapons before, notably in 1996, like our viewer said, when it killed Hamas's chief bomb maker with explosives hidden inside a cell phone. But this week's simultaneous covert strikes at Hezbollah figures across Lebanon were orders of magnitude more complicated, intelligence experts said, requiring Israel to convince Hezbollah that Hezbollah had purchased and distributed ordinary beepers, not bombs. Let's see here. Privately, Israel's allies have expressed a range of responses, from awestruck admiration that Israel could pull off such an ingenious plan to anxiety that the brazen operation risks provoking a wider regional war, says the Washington Post. A retired CIA officer who the Washington Post talked to said, "This is the most impressive kinetic operation I can recall in my career. The scope was staggering." The Post says the innovation was perhaps not technological so much as a feat of logistics and creativity. The operation suggests that a country or group with the appropriate resources and patience could replicate Israel's handiwork and convert ordinary devices into weapons. In one move, Israel demonstrated not only that it had penetrated Hezbollah's communication systems, but that it could turn those very devices against its enemy, killing or sidelining its members. The former CIA operative, the Washington Post talked to, Mark Polymeropoulos, said Israeli intelligence is living in Hassan Nasrallah's brain. Nasrallah being the head of Hezbollah. White House officials were impressed by the operation, according to a senior administration official, but senior aides still believe it is unclear what Israel's broader strategy is in Lebanon. As we hear, an Israeli plane presumably. Some White House officials, some senior aides expressed frustration that Israel acted amid months of painstaking efforts by the U.S. to secure a ceasefire in Gaza. U.S. officials also noted with angst, they were upset that for nearly a year, the White House and allies have worked to tamp the flames in Lebanon. Some officials have questioned how much the U.S. should support Israel if that conflict spirals into a broader war that drags in the Americans even further. One outside American advisor told the Washington Post, "The U.S. will have to decide how much they want to do to help Israel, and I don't know what the answer to that is. They'll likely continue to supply Israel with whatever it needs to defend itself, but there are serious voices in the administration who wonder, Israel did this to themselves, why should we help them?" The pager operation may prove to be a superb tactical maneuver with little strategic payoff. A retired Israeli brigadier general who the Washington Post talked to, Asaf Orion, called the pager explosion operation a brilliant, intelligent move and a tradecraft triumph. But he questioned how it would serve Israel's overall goals for the conflict in Lebanon. At the top of that list is stopping Hezbollah's relentless missile and drone attacks into the north of Israel and pushing Hezbollah fighters away from the border so that tens of thousands of Israelis can return to the homes they fled after the October 7th attacks, when Hezbollah began firing into Israel in solidarity with Hamas. Remember, keep that in mind when you're thinking about this whole situation. Israel has recently said that a goal of their war now, an official goal of their war now, is to allow the 60,000 or so Israeli citizens to move back to the north of Israel near Lebanon. But the reason they've left in the last year is because of the Hezbollah attacks on northern Israel. So they can't move back unless the Hezbollah attacks stop. So Israel and the UN yesterday said that Hezbollah is going to be pushed back from the border one way or the other. That's what they said at the UN. The Washington Post says some people familiar with the planning of the beeper operation have suggested it was envisioned as disabling Hezbollah's command and control ability, the opening salvo in a conventional military campaign intended to push Hezbollah fighters out of range of Israeli towns along the northern border. Israel has not launched any new ground operations in Lebanon this week, but Thursday did see one of the heaviest days of airstrikes since the conflict began. So again, there's some reporting out there that says, like Axios had reported, I believe, that the pagers were supposed to be exploded as the start of some sort of big military operation. But there has been no big military operation in the aftermath of the pagers, at least so far. Okay? The Washington Post says, despite the physical and psychological blows Israel dealt to Hezbollah this week, Hezbollah maintains a formidable military capability and the potential to rain thousands of rockets and missiles on targets across Israel. By many estimations, Hezbollah is the most heavily armed non-state actor in the world. But practically speaking, some experts question if Hezbollah has the capability to launch a massive retaliation, at least for now, considering Israel has killed or taken out of commission senior Hezbollah figures who would be essential for mounting a military campaign, like Israel's attack yesterday that took out a top Hezbollah commander and a number of Hezbollah military operatives. The beeper and radio attacks also have deprived the group of some of its ability to communicate. That may explain why so many Radwan commanders apparently chose to meet in person yesterday, where they risked being killed by that Israeli strike. Matthew Levitt, a leading expert on Hezbollah, who the Washington Post talked to, said the likelihood Hezbollah can initiate full-scale war right now is diminished. Part of the genius of the pager operation, he said, is that it's a huge shock to the system, personnel, communications, and that last part makes it very difficult to respond. Rather than following up with a full-scale attack, by the way, Israel could be pursuing an assault on Hezbollah in stages while it is knocked back on its heels, Levitt said. Another possibility, which we've talked about here the last few days, is that the pager attack was designed to send a message to Hezbollah, to deter it, to be a warning to it. Something like, look, if you don't stop the attacks on northern Israel, if you don't pull out of southern Lebanon, this is a hint of what might be coming to you. So the Washington Post article says, some have also speculated that turning Hezbollah's communication system against it may have been intended to deter the group. The former CIA operative who the Washington Post talked to said, my sense is that this was designed to send a message and not necessarily operational preparation of the environment for a move into Lebanon. He said Israel has escalated to de-escalate, delivering a warning to Hezbollah that they have them totally compromised and that war would be disastrous. So far, the Washington Post says Hezbollah appears diminished, but it is not clear they are deterred. Hassan Nasrallah has promised a significant response, decrying the Israeli sneak attacks as an act of war. One senior European diplomat with experience in the Middle East told the Washington Post that the Israelis tend to think that if they just hit their enemies hard enough, they will deter them from bad actions. But history suggests they don't always get the message, said the diplomat. The retired Israeli general who the Washington Post talked to said if the beeper operation was an act of deterrence rather than a beginning of a military invasion, Israel may have wasted a precious weapon. This card has now been played, he said of the pager attack. Hezbollah members were ordered to throw away their pagers and are now alert to Israeli attempts to compromise their devices. Was it worth burning a first-class opening move without the benefit of a follow-on or parallel offensive? So some interesting analysis there from some different experts in that Washington Post article. Again, not exactly clear why Israel carried out the pager operation, the pager explosions, the walkie-talkie explosions. Not exactly clear what Israel's plans are in northern Israel, in Lebanon, to how exactly are they going to make it so that their people, their citizens can move back into northern Lebanon, that northern Lebanon will be safe from Hezbollah rocket fire, anti-tank weapon strikes, and such. How is Israel planning on doing this? We do not know. Let me take some comments from you guys. Pirio Tarat says maybe the pager explosion didn't happen on purpose. Maybe it wasn't supposed to happen so soon. You're saying, was it some sort of accident? Now, I would think that Israel would have, a lot of precautions in place to prevent an accident. I guess you never know. But my guess is that that's one of the more unlikely possibilities. Hey, thanks Janet Burnett for the gift memberships. Thanks Nathaniel Coronado for your support. Our new member Martin Schneider. Jay thinks the pager attack was a terror attack. Antidot says it was coordinated. Christopher Robinson says now Hezbollah has to fear what they can't see. Jewish Wonder says Israel has pushed Iran and Hezbollah back pretty far with lack of communication, loss of leaders, and psychological plays. Who knows what else Israel has up their sleeves? .007 Indiana Jones says it was clearly terribly horrifying and accurate, effective attack, as well as destroying comms, discouraging recruits, and making future comms more difficult. Thank you also, Martin Gingrich, who mentions the airstrikes this week. Reuters said that the airstrikes on Thursday were the largest since last October. Thank you also, Lil Fussy. And Who the heck, over there on Twitch, and all of our moderators like McBritches, Surly Dev, Cerrero, Big Ball of Yarn, David Green, I Got That Fire. Thanks to them. Kay Lowry Body, Charlotte Webb, Valerie Gill Griffin, Margaret Riley on Facebook. Thanks for moderating over there. Paul Anderson. Our YouTube moderators, Ruth Krafasi, Sarah55, Cynthia Moon, Danny James has been there, Linda Belk and Larry on X. We are bringing you live coverage. Israel says that Hezbollah could launch rockets or other projectiles soon. There are reports that Hezbollah will launch a strong response to Israel soon. Is that true? I have no idea. I just don't know. Israel did announce new defensive protective measures for northern Israel tonight. It is 12:57 a.m. Israel and Lebanon time. Daniel Boberson thinks something's big is coming. We're going to do a poll in a second. The poll will be, when will Hezbollah launch a response to Israel? People using the poll emoji. Tonight, tomorrow, this week. I'm giving you 4 choices. Never. You're getting 4 choices. That's what you're getting. I'm sorry, they're not exhaustive. We'll see what our viewers have to say about it. So over there on YouTube, 21% say Hezbollah will launch a response tonight, 16% say tomorrow, 34% say this week, 29% say never. Now, I know there's other options, but I just gave you those 4 options. Let's see what Twitch has to say. Over there on Twitch, they say, oops, sorry. 18% say tonight, 6% say tomorrow, 31% say next week, 44% say never. Now, a few rockets is not a response. I mean something that's more than their usual rocket fire or drone launches. I mean, at some points, you know, it's not super rare for them to launch, say, 100 rockets at Israel. So we're talking about something more substantial, which is clearly a response to the Israeli attacks of the past week. Riddle says they may not be able to. Still hearing a lot of Israeli aircraft regularly and Israeli drone activity. That's what I assume we're hearing. All right. So there are your responses. Annabella DaCosta thinks they do not have the resources to attack. I don't know if they do. Could they even set up an attack without Israeli? Israel has shown that they will launch preemptive strikes if they think Hezbollah is setting up an attack. Could they even get an attack off? That I don't know. I mean, Israel today said that they launched strikes on sites where they detected that Hezbollah was getting ready to launch things. Thank you for voting in the polls. I'll leave them up for a second longer. Thanks to Charles Harper for the gift membership, and also Inedible Fairy and David Spivak. David says, don't forget Israel took out Saddam Hussein's nuclear capabilities in the 80s. I have to remind myself of what that was all about. I don't remember the details. To look it up. Hey, thanks also Maggie from Canada. It's very generous of you, Maggie. Thanks, Maggie, for your support of the channel. Also, our new member, OPR 357. Well, thanks for voting in the polls. If you want to read about the Israeli strike in Iraq in 1981, you can go to Operation Opera on Wikipedia, where it talks about a surprise airstrike conducted by the Israeli Air Force in June of 1981, which destroyed an unfinished Iraqi nuclear reactor. That sounds like a drone in the background there. We've been hearing that pretty much the whole broadcast. I would think Israel, since they have said, oh guys, let me I have something else I wanted to mention to you. Hold on. Hang on. I would think Israel is keeping a close eye on what's going on in southern Lebanon and Lebanon in general, because they anticipate that an attack might come at any moment. So there's a new announcement from the IDF. A couple new announcements from IDF from the last half hour. The Israeli Defense Forces says, at the end of the assessment of the situation on Saturday night, it was decided to cancel the recruitment day today, Sunday, and postpone the first order for those designated for security service in Haifa and Tiberias. This is a translation. I wonder if it's on there. Is it on their English language thing too, or just the... No, so far it's only on the Israel. I can only read you the translation. So they say the IDF is on high alert and forms a situational picture at all times. We ask the public to listen and adhere to the instructions of Home Front Command and the official announcements of the IDF spokesman on the subject. So Manny Fabian of Times of Israel says the IDF says it has canceled a planned draft day scheduled for today amid escalating fighting with Hezbollah. New recruits who were supposed to draft on Sunday will be given a new date at a later time. I guess draft means like show up for the first time, maybe? Additionally, the military says its induction centers in Haifa and Tiberias will not be accepting draftees for initial screening processes on Sunday. Tiberias and Haifa are in northern Israel, near Lebanon. The move comes following a new assessment held by the IDF a few hours ago. So it really seems like Israel thinks something might happen in the coming day, and they have said that. They've announced today a bunch of different security measures, protection measures for northern Israel. For example, anywhere from Haifa north, you are not allowed to have an outdoor event with more than 30 people in Israel. Kingpin says draft day is your first day at the military when you are 18. It's the Israeli system, so I'm not sure. That sounds reasonable to me. For what it's worth, I asked ChatGPT. According to ChatGPT, it says it's a day when young men and women are formally enlisted into the defense forces. That's when they report to recruit to military centers, where they receive their uniforms. So it's like kind of the first day they're showing up, I guess, officially. But it's being, again, draft day, I guess, is canceled for today. Yes, the Israeli military has canceled draft day for today. Supposedly, ChatGPT says it's a significant event in Israeli society. Why would they cancel it? Because they're worried that Hezbollah is going to conduct an attack on them. As you hear another Israeli plane. That's why they canceled it. Reuters has an interesting piece of analysis. They say that though Hezbollah has vowed a harsh response, I believe, to the events of this week. Oh, rocket alerts right now. New rocket alerts right now. Rocket alerts. Boom, we just heard a boom. We just heard a boom right now. We just heard a boom. We just heard a boom right now. We just heard a boom right now. Just heard it. Sounds like maybe an interception. We just heard it. There are rocket alerts right now. Another one. We just heard another one. Three, four, five. We are hearing booms. which sound like, I think we are hearing rockets being intercepted. We can't see them, but we can hear them. We can't see them, but we can hear them. It sounds like we are hearing interceptions right now. Many rocket alerts right now. Many rocket alerts going off. I am keeping my eye on the feeds. Many rocket alerts. Right now, many rocket alerts going off in Israel. We just heard a bunch of booms. These were in northern Israel that I'm seeing. Many rocket alerts. Yes, many alerts in northern Israel. More of them happening. More rocket alerts in northern Israel happening. We have 2 shots here from the northern border. Lots of rocket alerts. Many rocket alerts going off in northern Israel now. Again, many rocket alerts in Israel now. Northern Israel, a large amount of rocket alerts. We heard a number of booms which sounded like they were interceptions. Let me get the volume a little higher here. Again, a large number of rocket alerts in northern Israel. More of them, more rocket alerts right now. More rocket alerts going off right now. More rocket alerts right now. I'm just seeing them on my phone. I will see if I have other updates for you. Let me just update the headline here. I don't know what the targets are. There could be rockets hitting in various places. Red Alert says rocket sirens sounding in at least 74 communities. The Red Alert, IL Red Alert on X says huge rocket barrage right now being reported. Huge rocket barrage being reported. Breaking news. Again, IL Red Alert says at least 74 communities with rocket alerts in northern Israel. I am looking at it, guys. Many 0404, a news site I follow, says many explosion echoes heard in northern Israel. We heard a bunch of what sounded like interceptions a short while ago. So again, large rocket alert amount in northern Israel. I am trying to find updates for you. Reports of a lot of explosions heard. Those could just be interceptions. Let me check some of my Israeli sources. We have a statement from the IDF. Breaking news, statement from the IDF. Alerts were activated in several areas in the north of the country. The details are under investigation. Okay, statement from the IDF. I'm going to read that again to you. They say alerts were activated in several areas in the north of the country. The details are under investigation. Now, I don't know, were some of these false alarms? I don't know. I'm going to repeat that. It sounds like possibly some false alarms because, again, huge amount of rocket alerts in northern Israel. And then the Israeli Defense Forces has just come out and said, as we hear what sounds like a jet here, alerts were activated in several areas in the north of the country. The details are under investigation. Why did we hear booms? Maybe there were some rockets, but not that many. I mean, we heard maybe some interceptors got fired, but there weren't rockets there. I don't know. We don't know right now what happened. We heard a number of booms. There are a number of explosions reported. Those could have been interceptors. So we just don't know what exactly is going on. But the Israeli Defense Forces said they are under investigation. Khan News has footage of interceptors being made, of interceptors being fired into the air. Barak Ravid says sirens were sounded in the city of Afula and in many villages in the area and around Haifa for the first time since October 7th. I don't want to go away from the video, but I can tell you, if you go to my X account, I have posted a bunch of things on my X account, which is @Lookner on X, but I don't want to go away from the live shots. No confirmation on exactly what is going on. If there were rockets fired, how many? Were some of these alerts false alarms? Manny Fabian posted a video of interceptors, and so did Joe Truzman. So there's definitely interceptors that exploded. We heard some of them, but I will post a couple links to videos in the chat. But we do not know yet if there were rockets or missiles fired. We're waiting to see what actually happened. Parallel Universe, who I follow, he is in Israel. He says a large number of explosions were heard. It is being checked from what kind of projectiles activated the rocket alert sirens. I gotta say, at this point, I would be surprised if there were a lot of rockets and missiles, because we've not seen or heard reports of a lot of rockets and missiles. It seems possible that at least some of these alerts were false alarms. We'll have to see. The IDF says it is investigating. There were definitely interceptors fired. There were definitely explosions in the sky in some areas. Just unclear exactly what has happened. I'm seeing some unconfirmed reports, but I just don't know right now. Everything is just, it's unclear exactly what has happened, how many rockets or other projectiles might have been fired. I saw an unconfirmed report of some casualties that is totally unconfirmed. I am checking a lot of Israeli sources right now. But I do want to emphasize that the Israeli military says they are investigating. They are investigating. Parallel Universe says initial reports of an impact in Moshav Kafar Baruch in Jezreel Valley Regional Council. Joe Truzman, who is an expert on the Middle East, says Hezbollah may have been targeting Ramat David Air Base in northern Israel. He says, I suspect Hezbollah may think this is the site where Israeli jets that bomb Beirut are stationed. So we're trying to figure out, there were a huge amount of rocket alerts in northern Israel, definitely interceptor explosions. Were rockets or other projectiles fired? What has happened? Report, no calls have received. As of this point, no calls have been received about casualties to the Israeli ambulance service. That's from Hillel Biton Rosen. Again, Hillel Biton Rosen, who's an Israeli reporter, says, as of this point, no calls have been received about casualties to Magan David Adom, which again is Israel's National Emergency Medical Disaster Ambulance and Blood Bank Service. That is from Hillel Biton Rosen with, I think, 14 Israel. And then he said, he just posted about an initial report of an injury. I'll see if I can get any updates on that. Oh, guys, there's a photo from Manny Fabian of the remains of a Hezbollah rocket that was intercepted. I'll post a link to the photo in the chat. I just posted a link to the photo in the chat. I can't show photos and videos, I don't have the rights to, but I am posting some on my X account. You can follow me on X at Lookner. and I am posting stuff there. Gas on the Brain thinks the town in the big video is Kiryat Shmona, and then the small pic is Nahariya, which sounds like it might be right, but I don't know. Again, trying to figure out what just happened with these rocket alerts. Unclear. Looks like some rockets were indeed fired at Israel, but we don't know how many. We don't know if there's been any damage or injuries. Hearing what sounds like an Israeli plane. According to news from the field in Telegram, which is an Israeli news site, they say that that photo I just posted in the chat a couple minutes ago of the rocket fragment was from the city of Nazareth. I haven't heard any announcements from Magen David Adom yet, which is the emergency medical service there. Yeah, multiple accounts are saying that there is a rocket, there's a video and a photo of a fragment of a rocket in Nazareth, Israel. Nazareth is in the north of Israel. It is probably about 20 miles south of the border. Further south than Haifa. About 24 miles south of the border. But again, we're still not sure what was fired. Parallel Universe, who's in Israel, who I follow, said there are reports of at least one wounded and some unconfirmed reports of impacts. Waiting to get more information. The Israeli Defense Force says they're investigating. But there were many alerts. The IDF actually posted about it when there were all those alerts. Really quick, I'm going to show you what they posted. This was the IDF post, guys, right here. Look at this. See that? That's what the IDF posted. Sirens sounding. This was about 15 minutes ago. Look at all those alerts there in northern Israel. And you know, Haifa, that's not even at the border. Haifa's about 20 miles south of the border. The border's up here. That's Haifa right there. You know, in Israel's announcement earlier today, they had announced new security measures for people who live Haifa and to the north. A lot of those alerts were for south of where Haifa is. Barak Ravid said that that sirens went off in the city of Afula and in many villages in the area and around Haifa for the first time since October 7th. Afula is south of Haifa. So let me actually just check something here. Yeah, most of these alerts, almost all of these alerts were at the level of Haifa or south of that. Normally, since last October, the alerts would be closer to the northern border. Okay? Normally, they would be closer to the northern border, whereas most of these were south of Haifa. That's over 20 miles away from the border. Roz Global says there's a report of unconfirmed of some trees burning near Nazareth. I'll have to see if I can. Yeah, Parallel Universe posted it too. There's a video going around supposedly of a fire going on in Nazareth, Israel. I'll see if I can find you more information on that. Oh, did Hezbollah release a statement or not? Hold on. No, I don't see a statement on their. I don't see a statement on their Telegram yet. So we are waiting to see it still has not been confirmed what exactly. There has been some sort of rocket fired into Israel from Lebanon, but we're waiting to see what exactly it was. I would be careful about early reporting. Very frequently, early reports come out and they turn out to be wrong, and someone says, this is what you're seeing here is this, and it turns out not to be that. So I would advise you to take early reports with a grain of salt, and let's wait and see what happens. Itay Blumenthal is claiming about 15 launches in the last volley. Israeli military correspondent with Khan News says there were about 15 launches in the last volley. Okay? Again, Itay Blumenthal, he is with Khan News Israel. He is the military correspondent. He says about 15 launches, about 15 launches in the last volley. He just said that 2 minutes ago. The Jerusalem Post says a rocket reportedly fell in Nazareth, Israel, and a large fire broke out as a result of the strikes elsewhere in Nazareth. The Jerusalem Post says sirens sounded across northern Israel around 1:10 a.m. According to Khan, a rocket fell in Nazareth and a large fire broke out as a result of strikes elsewhere in Nazareth. Hezbollah claimed the sirens were due to rockets, but the IDF has not confirmed that. Jerusalem Post says reports on social media say that sounds of explosions could be heard around the Ramat David Air Base near Haifa. A Hezbollah-affiliated Lebanese outlet claims that Hezbollah fired 100 rockets. However, Hezbollah often makes exaggerated and false claims. This is me now. From personal experience, I know that Hezbollah often makes exaggerated or false claims about their military launches, about their attacks on Israel. So I am certainly not going to rely on Hezbollah-affiliated outlets for reliable reports on the extent of this attack. I'm going to wait till we get something more reliable. So far, the number that 100 number, all I know is that it came from a Hezbollah-affiliated outlet. It looks like Hillel Biton Rosen says, one very minor casualty. I'm seeing multiple reports that 10 rockets were fired. I'm seeing multiple reports from Israeli media that around 10 rockets were fired. Khan News says around 10 rockets were detected from Lebanon and intercepted. Okay? That is what Khan News says. Around 10 launches were detected from Lebanon, intercepted. That's from Khan News, Israel. So multiple Israeli sources are now saying that in that burst of rocket fire about 20 minutes ago, there were about 10 rockets fired from Lebanon. I gotta say, certainly we have not seen the footage or heard the reports to suggest that this was some enormous rocket barrage. You do see footage come out when there's rockets that landed, when there's rockets that get shot down, when there's damage, when there's injuries. You will see video of it. You will hear reports of it. We're just not seeing it right now. There's a video of some trees on fire from Nazareth, which sounds like there was some sort of, I don't know if it was a rocket that was a direct impact. It could be some kind of an interception with debris falling to the ground, but it certainly does not seem, from what we've been seeing, that this was some huge, massive attack by Hezbollah. Has the IDF posted on this? Hold on a second. I have not seen an official post. The IDF initially said the details are under investigation. I expect some sort of official post from the IDF soon. Ite Blumenthal says the IDF is saying around 10 rockets. Which is not in the big scheme of things a large attack. I mean, it fairly regularly, Hezbollah will fire dozens of rockets or even 100 rockets into Israel. So 10 is not a large attack in the big scheme of things, as it would certainly not be, 10 rockets would not be the size of attack you would think Hezbollah would take as a retaliatory attack. That's like an everyday Hezbollah attack. That's not like, here's the big response to the pager explosions and the walkie-talkie explosions and the airstrikes this week and the assassination of our top commander and other Hezbollah military operatives yesterday in that airstrike on a building in a suburb of Beirut. 10 rockets would not be the big attack. I mean, what you'd expect. Yeah, Parallel Universe, hold on a second. Hey guys, I have an update. Manny Fabian with Times of Israel says The Israeli Emergency Medical Service, Magen David Adom, says a man in his 60s suffered very minor injuries after being scratched by shrapnel following an interception over the lower Galilee. He is being treated at the scene and is listed in good condition. So, one minor injury of a man reported who was scratched by shrapnel following a rocket interception. That is the only injury I have heard reported at this point. Yes, I have an update. Official update from the IDF. The IDF says, following the alerts that were activated a short time ago in the Jezreel Valley area, about 10 launches were detected that crossed into the territory of Lebanon. Most of them were intercepted. A fall was detected in the area. The event is under review. That is the official announcement from the IDF. About 10 launches. One of them fell. One of them was not shot down. And that's what they said. And they wouldn't, if they thought it, they're investigating that one. So again, I'm going to read that again. That's an official announcement from the IDF following the rocket alerts that were activated a short time ago in the Jezreel Valley area. About 10 launches were detected that crossed the territory of Lebanon. Or 10 I think it's like from the territory of Lebanon. Cross it, yeah, I believe it's like a bad translation, but about 10 launches were detected from Lebanon. Most of them were intercepted. A fall was detected in the area. The event is under review. So you may have thought that with all of those rocket alerts that it was a bigger barrage, but it is now, the IDF is saying it was about 10 launches, which again, to me, that's not, I guess Hezbollah could always come out with a statement and claim they launched some big attack, but it doesn't seem like this would be the big response to the events of this week if it's only 10 rockets. Now, when I say only 10 rockets, of course, even one rocket can cause deaths and injuries. I know that. But what I'm saying is, in the big scheme of things, rockets get fired into Israel daily, pretty much, from Lebanon, and in numbers greater than 10. Although it is noteworthy that these rockets, most of the rocket alerts were for south of Haifa. Commonly, they don't get fired that far south, at least since last October. Barak Ravid reported that sirens in the city of Afula, which is a bit south of Haifa, and in many villages in the area and around Haifa for the first time since last October 7th. So who knows? Maybe Hezbollah will come out with a statement shortly and say, we just launched a huge barrage into Israel. And because I remember that this is what happened. Remember like a few weeks ago, everybody was waiting for Hezbollah to respond to the assassination by Israel of Hezbollah top commander Fuad Shukr. And Israel then conducted this big preemptive strike on Hezbollah, where they said they took out a lot of launchers that Hezbollah was about to use to launch stuff into Israel. And then shortly after that, Hezbollah launched like around 200 rockets into Israel. And they came out with this statement where they claimed that they had hit all this stuff and done all this damage, even though they hadn't. And they said like, well, this may be our whole response. We're going to evaluate. So could we see a similar statement? Could we see a statement come out shortly from Hezbollah where they say, we fired all these rockets and we did all this damage and there may be more coming? We'll just have to see. So I'm expecting some sort of statement, but will Hezbollah play this off like this is the big response? Even though it's in the big scheme of things, not a very big response. We'll have to see. I don't have a statement from them posted yet on their Telegram. I mean, certainly if they come out and say, this was our response to the events of the week, it's a pretty light response. But we'll have to see what they say. How did they get their rockets south of Haifa? Well, a bunch of them were shot down. The one that made it through, I mean, the Iron Dome isn't perfect. So there's one apparently, well, at least there's damage in Nazareth apparently from at least an interception. So I don't know if any of them got through in a way they weren't supposed to. That I can't tell you. But just to be clear, just because the alerts go off in an area doesn't mean the rockets make it all the way there. The alerts go off based on where the rockets are headed for. By the way, thanks so much to Pickle Rick for your support from the UK, and DeShark for your support, Sandy Feddy, Panda Cafe Productions, Mr. Blanksalot, Jack Horicon, Addie Chevris, Tina Elaine, thank you, Greg Pondell, really appreciate it, Crypto King, OPR 357, Charles Harper, and also thanks to Notorious Rob on Twitch for your support, and Brainstorm Warning and Farquad 67. Actually, let me change this headline to IDF. So we are bringing you live coverage. Thank you, Tim747, as well, for your support. I very much appreciate it. So I'm very interested to see, do we get a statement from Hezbollah? And will Hezbollah say that this barrage of around 10 rockets, will they say that, hey, this is our response, or this is maybe our response? Waiting for a Hezbollah statement right now to see what they have to say. There is one minor, very slight injury reported from the 10 rockets. A man who was scratched by shrapnel. Joe Truzman, this is interesting. So Joe says that he thinks that Hezbollah, Joe is an expert on the Middle East, he says he thinks that Hezbollah may have been targeting the Ramat David air base in northern Israel. He says, I suspect that Hezbollah may think this is the site where Israeli jets are stationed that bombed Beirut and killed Hezbollah commanders on Friday. Where is, I wonder if I can find that on a map. Yeah, so Ramat David, if I can show you guys this, that Ramat David is kibbutz. I assume the air base is near here. There's Ramat David kibbutz. So if the air base is near there, I don't know if it is, but if it is there, that would be located, is it listed here actually? I can't find it there. But if it's there, it's a bit south of Haifa. And that's where a lot of the rocket alerts were. See on the map, Ramat David right there. Now if we go to now I'll show you where the rocket alerts were. And you'll see it's right around the same location. Look, see, Haifa, that's right around where Ramat David is. So if that's where the airbase is, it's in that location. Wikipedia says it is located about 20 kilometers southeast of Haifa. Okay. Yes. Close to Kibbutz Ramat David. So yes, most of the alerts were in the area around Ramat David Air Base. So Joe Truzman might be right. Maybe that was a target, or maybe firing rockets towards that area allows Hezbollah to come out with a statement that that's the target they attacked. We're waiting for a Hezbollah statement to see what Hezbollah has to say about this. Hang on a moment. The Al Jazeera just posted a report saying there are intense flights of Israeli fighters and marches in the airspace of southern Lebanon, probably responding to the rocket fire. I just saw a video posted by this account, Current News on Telegram, and they say that there was a rocket fall near Kfar Baruch, which looks like it's in an open area. Like there's like a fire that it looks like it's in a farm. I don't have the rights to the video, but also, the account, Current News on Telegram, Israeli news account, they posted an announcement from the Ramat Yeshai local council in Israel, which said, following the alert, we will inform you there were several falls in the area, rocket falls, and several interceptions as a result of air defense systems activity. There are no casualties, they said. Locations of falls in nearby settlements are being checked, says the Ramat Yeshai local council. So Kfar Baruch, yes, Kfar Baruch is here. And there's a video which appears to be a fire going on like in an open area in Kfar Baruch, which is in this area. Oops, hold on a second here. Which is in that area southeast of Haifa. That's where a lot of the alerts were, southeast of Haifa. Yes, the Israeli military said there were around 10 rockets that were fired. Most of them were intercepted. A fall was detected in the area. Israel is investigating. One light. Let me show you here. The fire. Aurora Intel posted a video of the fire in an open area, which I think is the one we were just talking about, which I'll post a link to because I don't have the rights to it. Give me 1 second here. How do I get the rights to video feeds? I pay for the rights to video feeds. I purchase them from the owners so that I have the rights to show them. That is how I get the video feeds. I pay for them. if that's what you're asking. You have to find the owners and pay for them. These are from Reuters, who I pay for their feeds. Stuff where, like, there's a video that comes out on social media and I don't know the owner of it, there's really no realistic way for me to get the rights to that video right away. And I can't, yeah, they're not cheap, but I can't. The ones that come out, like the one of the fire in the open field, it's like, I don't know who originally posted the video. If I get that from one of the outlets I pay for, then I can show it to you. Hang on a second here. Give me 1 sec, guys. Just give me 1 more second here, guys. Thanks for, oops. Hang on a second here. Okay. Sorry. Parallel Universe, who is in Israel, is saying hearing reports of Israeli airstrikes in southern Lebanon now. Let's see if I get anything on that. I would not be surprised if there's Israeli airstrikes going on because of the rockets that were fired about, 45 minutes ago into Israel from Lebanon. GLZ radio, which is Israeli military radio, they report that after the rockets fired into Israel, the Israeli Air Force is now attacking in Lebanon. Barak Ravid says, okay, I have a report from Barak Ravid, Israeli reporter. He says Hezbollah fired medium-range rockets to areas south of Haifa, significantly expanding the range of its attacks, said the IDF. While most of the rockets were intercepted or hit open areas, the attack signaled another escalation in the fighting between Israel and Hezbollah. So while it was only 10 rockets, it is an escalation in that these were fired further south of where rockets normally would be fired by Hezbollah. And according to Barak Ravid, I believe it's, yeah, he said this was the most, Barak Ravid says this is the most long-range attack by Hezbollah against Israel since October 8th. Israeli officials think the target was the Ramat David Air Force Base, which is located more than 30 miles from the border with Lebanon. Interesting. So, look, I mean, it's only 10 rockets, but as Barak Ravid says, he's saying it's farther than they have shot rockets into Israel since last October. So maybe it is. Maybe it is. It's it's an escalation in that sense. Maybe it's a way for them to escalate without launching a huge attack. I'll be interested in seeing what they announce when they come out with a statement, Hezbollah, which they have not yet. Hold on, did they come out with one? Statement from Hezbollah. Statement from Hezbollah, new statement from Hezbollah. We have a statement from Hezbollah. They just came out with a statement right now. In support of our steadfast Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip and in support of their brave and honorable resistance, we targeted Ramat David Air Base and airport with, they claim, dozens of rockets. They claim dozens in response to the repeated Israeli attacks that it targeted various Lebanese regions, which led to the fall of many civilian martyrs. New Hezbollah statement. They say they targeted the Ramat David Air Base. They say they fired dozens of projectiles, but they're known to exaggerate. So I think 10 is probably around what they did fire. They said that this was in response to the repeated Israeli attacks that it targeted various Lebanese regions, which led to the fall of many civilian martyrs. I'll show you that statement in a second. Fajr 1 and... is it Fajr? I don't even know. Let me just get this posted here. New statement from Hezbollah. They claim to have fired dozens of I don't know what FAD-1 is. At Israel's Ramat David Air Base and Airport. IDF says it was around 10 in response to Israeli attacks. So, very interesting. Let me show you this statement from Hezbollah. But they are saying that they did target the Ramat David, Ramat David Air Base and Airport. They said they fired dozens of, it says missiles, but I don't know if that's a bad translation. So, yeah, I mean, guys, let me just show you this. Here is the statement. This is from the official Hezbollah Telegram. They just came out with this 6 minutes ago. In support of our steadfast Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip and in support of their brave and honorable resistance, the Islamic resistance targeted the Ramat David base and airport with dozens of Fadi-1 and Fadi-2 missiles. I don't know if that's missiles or rockets. In response to the repeated Israeli attacks that it targeted various Lebanese regions, which led to the fall of many civilian martyrs. Now, it's a little unclear, but I mean, you could interpret this as Hezbollah saying, this is our response to the Israeli attacks on Lebanon this week. You know, the pagers, the walkie-talkies, the airstrike that killed the commanders yesterday, the airstrikes today and Thursday. I don't know, but there's a statement there. And they didn't say, oh, these are rockets fired at you just for what you're doing in Gaza. This literally says, we fired these rockets at your air base, rockets or missiles, whatever they are, at your air base, because of the attacks you have done on Lebanon. So maybe they're going to say that this was their response. Now, as Buffalo Women says, it was further than usual. Barak Ravid says this is the first time they fired this far into Israel, about 30 miles from the border. It's still northern Israel, but it's about 30 miles from the border. Interestingly enough, first time they've done that, says Barak Ravid, since last October. And interestingly enough, remember, Israel tonight had announced new security restrictions for protective restrictions for Israelis in northern Israel. But those restrictions were for Haifa to the north. Haifa to the north. So I don't know if Israel was expecting this, because these rockets were shot and the alerts went off south of Haifa. So it's strange if Israel was expecting rockets to be fired or missiles to be fired at south of Haifa, that they would only put in new home front protective security regulations, restrictions for north of Haifa. So I wonder if this was a surprise to Israel. Again, that is a statement from the official Hezbollah telegram. AB thinks they're sending a warning to Israel. Now, by the way, I have heard of no reports of any kind of damage to Israel's Ramat David air base at all. They didn't even claim they did damage to it, Hezbollah. They said they fired dozens of, I guess, missiles. I don't know if they really were missiles. I've heard rockets so far. Again, Hezbollah, I've seen them before make exaggerated claims about what they've actually fired. So they said they fired dozens of missiles, if the translation is correct, at this air base. Israel said they fired about 10 rockets were fired. I don't know, the translation might have been off, and maybe they said they fired rockets. Either way, maybe that is maybe they're going to go with that for their response. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe there could be more. Yes, so now Manny Fabian says they said rockets. Manny Fabian with Times of Israel says, Hezbollah takes responsibility for the rocket fire on the Jezreel Valley a short while ago, claiming to have targeted the Israeli Air Force's Ramat David Air Base, located around 30 miles from the Lebanon border. Hezbollah claims to have launched dozens of rockets at the airbase, though according to the IDF, only 10 projectiles crossed the border, the majority of which were intercepted. Hezbollah says the rocket attack comes as a response to recent IDF strikes in Lebanon. Now, whether that includes the pagers and the walkie-talkies exploding, I don't know. Wasn't clear to me from the statement what exactly they said they were responding to. Maybe that's intended. Maybe the statement is intended to be a little ambiguous, to leave it open so that Israel doesn't know, like, is that their response to everything this week or what? Thank you to Walter Beasley. Thank you so much, Walter Beasley, and also Veritas Justus and Mr. Rivas and MW for your support, and Stax and Stephen Reed and Michael Blaisdell. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let me see if I get you any more updates here. But when those rocket alerts first went off, there were a ton of them. It looked like it was going to be some kind of massive barrage. Now, Ali Hashem, who is with Al Jazeera, he is interpreting Hezbollah's statement as saying these rockets are not in retaliation for the pager and walkie-talkie attacks or the assassination of Ibrahim Akil. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true. I don't know what the intention of that statement is. I mean, what the statement said, the translation of the statement, what it said was that that the rockets were in response to the repeated Israeli attacks that targeted various Lebanese regions, which led to the fall of many civilian martyrs. I mean, that's not really specific. That's not really specific. So interpret that as you will. But it doesn't get into specifics. JJD3 says the fog of war. Yeah, Supergram mentioned that Aurora Intel said, friendly reminder that one red alert does not equal the number of rockets, missiles fired, or drones launched. It's an area that's potentially at risk. Yes, just because you see rocket sirens does not mean that there is definitely a rocket there. One rocket can send off multiple alerts. That really can happen with drones. A single drone can set off a large number of alerts. Also, sometimes there's false alarms too. I mean, it sounded like Israel expected something tonight because they said that there could be rockets or other projectiles fired in the near future. They had put in these new security precautions in northern Israel. So it did sound like Israel thought something was coming. And there are some reports that Israel has launched some airstrikes in Lebanon after the rockets. Thank you to our member Pops1. Thanks for shouting out the mods. Thanks to Traveling Tramps, who says this looks like much like a common night in Israel. Give me a moment here. Jerusalem Post said that social media and Israeli outlets showed that there had been some sort of projectile falls in Moshav Sde Yaakov and a fire breaking out in Kfar Baruch. Also, Khan News report that a rocket fell in Nazareth and a fire broke out in Nazareth. There was a video floating around of some trees on fire in Nazareth. One person lightly injured from the around 10 rockets that were fired. Multiple outlets, including Times of Israel, say this was Hezbollah's deepest rocket fire into Israel since the beginning of the war last October. Again, this is where the rocket fire was targeted, according to Hezbollah. See where the red marker there is? This is still northern Israel. Gaza's down here. We're talking northern Israel. But it's about south of Haifa, about 30 miles from the border. Usually, the rocket fire would normally be up here, closer to the border. But this rocket fire was targeted down here. Again, the farthest into Israel, reportedly, since last October. So you could see this as, while not a lot of rockets, as some sort of message, like a threat from Hezbollah. You know, hey, we'll fire more of them deeper into Israel. But it's an escalation in that sense. But certainly, it's a restrained escalation for whatever reason. They have all kinds of missiles and rockets there. This was not like a huge barrage. By the way, a quick thanks to thanks so much, Alan Breck Nichols, for your support and your kind comments. Alan Breck Nichols, I appreciate that. Alexander G, our viewer, thinks it's not an escalation. Let's shout out our moderators. I really appreciate them being here. Big Ball of Yarn, McBritches, Sarah, and Surly Dev. Also, over on Facebook, Christina Neal, Charlotte Webb, Margaret Riley, Beth Shepard, Valerie Gale Griffin, Paul Anderson. On YouTube, Ruth Krafasi, Havasu Mom, Sabrina, big thanks. Thanks to, by the way, Noop Voon, who says watching from Haifa. Wow. Stay safe. Thank you, Noop Voon. Thanks to Linda Belk and Larry for moderating for us on X. Moderate for us on X. Thank you. Let me check for some more updates here. It's 2:27. I do not know if there will be more rockets tonight. I will certainly stay on for a while and see what happens. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of just false reports. There's people posting on social media that the air base was hit. There is no information that the Israeli air base suffered any sort of damage whatsoever. None. I haven't heard of any kind of reliable reporting on big power outages at all. No, there's no explosions in Haifa that we've heard about. One of the viewers messaged and said they sent a video that they filmed. Then they also said one confirmed dead. Well, that's not true. So I really appreciate you sending the video in, but I mean, I can't show the video unless I have confidence it's yours, because I don't want to show somebody else's video. But you also said something that's not true. So I got to be careful here, you know? I can't show stuff that I don't have the rights to. I mean, if you want to post it on your account, I can post a link to it. I'm telling the person, if you post it as a reply, I'll post a link to it and people can go watch it. I mean, it very well might be real, and I appreciate them sending it, but I got to be careful with this stuff. Oh. Hang on a second. Buffalo Women says, this is hurting the economy in Israel. People need to go back home, and most of the hostages need to get home. Thanks. Deacon Blues mentioned, I had meant to look at Axios, had some new reporting tonight, and I'd forgotten to look at it. So I'll have to look at that. Thank you. Oh, the person who sent me the video wrote back, the dead person, we thought he died, but he was injured only. Okay. Axios is reporting tonight that U.S. officials say the Biden administration is extremely concerned about the risk of an all-out war, but hopes that the growing Israeli military pressure can get a diplomatic deal with Hezbollah to return civilians to their homes on both sides of the border. Again, since last October, when Israel started since the October 7th attack, and then Israel launched a war on Hamas and Gaza, Hezbollah has been firing rockets and other projectiles into northern Israel in support of Hamas. And Israel has been firing back. So those exchanges have resulted in tens of thousands of people on both sides of the border, near the border, leaving their homes. In Israel, about 60,000 people have left their homes in northern Israel near the Lebanon border because of the incoming fire from Hezbollah. So Israel is now saying that they want those people to be able to go back to their homes. This is a goal of the war. They said yesterday in the UN, they said Hezbollah will move back from the border, be moved back one way or the other, basically. So what's going to happen? Something's got to give. If Israel wants their citizens to move back to northern Israel, but Hezbollah says we're not going to stop firing into northern Israel if there's no ceasefire in Gaza, something's got to change. Something's got to give. I don't know what's going to happen. Our viewer, Kaluth, thanks Kaluth, said, do you think this will become a major war? I don't know how this whole situation is going to play out. But it can't all stay the same. If these people are going to go back and live in northern Israel where they were before October 7th, then either Hezbollah has to agree to volunteer to stop firing stuff into northern Israel, or Israel has to make them. One of those two things need to happen. So will there be a deal or something or not? This is what we're waiting to see. P14Y thinks neither will happen, the conflict will continue. Well, that means you think that they'll keep firing into northern Israel. James Woodcock says, or a ceasefire in Gaza. I mean, That would certainly possibly help matters on the north, but that hasn't happened yet, and I'm not hearing, the reporting I'm hearing doesn't suggest a ceasefire in Gaza is happening anytime soon. But Israel has said this week that a goal of the war is to have the citizens, the 60,000 or so citizens who've left their homes in northern Israel, be able to move back. Game Slayer says they probably only fired 10 because they're planning something bigger. I don't know. I don't know if they only fired 10 because they were worried if they fired more, if they tried to fire more, that Israel would attack them on the ground or something. I don't know. I don't know if they cannot carry out. Some of our viewers think they're incapable of having a big attack, and I've read you some experts who said this, because of the damage to their communications from the walkie-talkie and pager attacks. Junior Roar thinks they're scared. April Martin, we have not heard about any kind of really significant damage to Israel from the rockets. And again, when rockets are fired into Israel and something gets hit, believe me, you'll know. It comes out on social media all the time. People go out, they post the stuff, it gets out on social media very fast. I've seen it again and again and again. It gets posted. All right, I'm going to ask another poll question. Will there be any more Hezbollah attacks on Israel tonight? Yes or no? That is the poll question. It is 2:39 a.m. That is the question to you, and I will show you the answer. Well, I'll show you what you guys say the answer is. I don't have the answer. The YouTube voters are split. 52% say no and 48% say yes. How about over there on Twitch? More Twitch viewers say no. Let me show you that. %69% of Twitch viewers say no more Hezbollah attacks tonight. 30% say yes. Patricia Yu says never drop your guard. Van Mart says next 10 a.m. their time. Oom's World wanted a maybe option. Nope, I'm making you pick. I'm making you pick. No maybe. Thank you, Oom's World. I appreciate that. Noop Voon thinks no, they are afraid. Paul says there will be a response from Israel. Reportedly, Israel has already done some airstrikes. It's 2:41 a.m. Israel and Lebanon time now. Shal thinks they're done for tonight. Now, in the Axios report from tonight, Axios reports Israeli officials said, I think this is not publicly, but Israeli officials said their increasing attacks against Hezbollah are not intended to lead to war, but an attempt to reach de-escalation through escalation. The idea is that Israel's attacks are intended to get Hezbollah to agree to some sort of deal to stop, to pull out of southern Lebanon, and also to stop firing into northern Israel. Axios also says U.S. officials told them they recognize this rationale, but think it's extremely difficult. It's an extremely difficult calibration and could go out of control. So, oops, sorry, that got, hang on a second here. I got to go back to the poll. Here we go. Anyways, so the poll results, 68% on Twitch say no more attacks by Hezbollah tonight, 32% say yes. On YouTube, 51% say no, 49% say yes. Thank you for voting in the poll. So, look, maybe Israel's attacks of this week, are they really designed to put pressure on Hamas, on Hezbollah, to make Hezbollah say, okay, we'll stop attacking northern Israel, we'll make a deal. But you might think that's how Hezbollah is going to react, but what if Hezbollah reacts a different way? What if Hezbollah reacts by saying, that's it, we're going to war, because we can't take this anymore? Drops in. JP Villu says any deal is temporary. Look, as JP says, they could reach a deal and then things are fine for a few months and then it starts again. You know, there's some interesting, Aleph, who I follow, just posted this post from Greg Karlstrom yesterday, which is interesting. Greg is with The Economist. He said that the purpose of Hezbollah for years has been to serve as a deterrent for Iran, a protective shield for its nuclear ambitions. We talked about this earlier, how Iran uses Hezbollah as a deterrent. You mess with Iran, and you know that Hezbollah might do something to Israel or do something to some other country, for example. So Greg Karlstrom says from The Economist, the purpose of Hezbollah for years has been to serve as a deterrent for Iran, a protective shield for its nuclear ambitions. Now Iran finds itself in an upside-down situation where its protective shield seems to need protecting, which Iran really doesn't want to do. But Iran loses big time if Hezbollah is really weakened. The lights, I don't think any of the lights are in Lebanon, but I'm not sure. I think the lights you're seeing are Israel. I mean, I know that the foreground here is Israel. Are any of the lights in the distance Lebanon? That I don't know. That I don't know. Again, multiple outlets say that the rockets that were fired farther into Israel than any since last October from Hezbollah. There was one minor injury. Is everyone on the border evacuated? I don't know about everyone, but I know about 60,000 people on the Israel side of the border are evacuated. I don't know, have the exact breakdown. If not everyone, many people in the north are evacuated, tens of thousands, and many on the northern side of the border as well. John Durham says it was mandatory. Yeah, I don't have all the details on that. On which communities and how far from the border. I believe it was, though, for many communities. Yeah, the Times of Israel says there's an evacuation zone in northern Israel. Yes, they say that the entire civilian population from the close to the border has been evacuated, which, again, sounds mandatory. But I don't, like on this view, I don't know how much of this view is there might be some of this view that's not in the evacuation zone. I don't know. I'm checking for some updates myself. We have been bringing you live coverage. When we came on the air, the Israeli armed forces had said that they had attacked a number of Hezbollah targets after they detected that Hezbollah was preparing to do some launches at Israel, and they'd been attacking them during the day and evening. Israel had also, in northern Israel, put on some safety precautions and security restrictions. For example, they told people in northern Israel no gatherings outside of more than 30 people. They had told people in Israel that there could be soon some launches from Lebanon into Israel. When we came on the air, that was the situation. And then about, what was it, about an hour and a half ago, huge number of rocket alerts in northern Israel, to the southeast of Haifa, most of them. Not even right on the border, south of that. About 25, 30 miles from the border. And then it turned out that around 10 rockets were fired from Lebanon by Hezbollah. Most of them were shot down, says the Israeli military. One person was slightly injured. Couple of fires, videos of fires on social media, one of some trees on fire, another of a fire in an open area. No reports of big damage. And then Hezbollah came out with a statement that said they had fired dozens of rockets. Again, it sounds like an exaggeration. They said they had targeted an Israeli air base that's southeast of Haifa, about 30 miles from the border. And they said they had done this in response to Israeli attacks on Lebanon, but they didn't specifically say whether it was a response to like the pager attacks and the walkie-talkie attacks and the assassination of some Hezbollah commanders on, was that yesterday or 2 days of Friday? They didn't say specifically. So they said it was a response to Israeli attacks, kind of a short announcement by Hezbollah, and that's where it's left us. So we don't know if there's going to be more rockets coming in from tonight from Hezbollah or not. I just noticed something here. This is a little off. There's something that's annoying me that you guys probably don't notice, but I notice it. Let me try to do this again. See if I can do this here. There. All right. Yeah, I just want to replace one with the other. So we'll get rid of that. Move that one. It's the same one, but I'm just replacing it. What else was I going to do? Okay, that's that. Do this. We got both shots up there for you. Did any of the rockets land? There were reports of maybe several of them landing, but we haven't heard about any kind of damage to buildings or anything. Looks like maybe one or more landed in open areas. Evan Hill from the Washington Post posted a post from Vali Nasser, who is a professor at Johns Hopkins University. And Vali Nasser said today, with its pager attacks and killing senior Hezbollah commanders, Israel is essentially telling Hezbollah, surrender, i.e. accept withdrawing north of Litany on terms, basically withdraw from southern Lebanon, without a ceasefire in Gaza, or they're going to face a large war. Hezbollah does not want to be in a war with Israel, but also will not surrender easily. Like I said, Israel wants Hamas to get out of southern Lebanon and stop attacking northern Israel. Hamas, sorry, not Hamas, Hezbollah. Hezbollah does not want to. Something needs to give. What is going to give? I don't know. Strategy thinks a war is incoming. So some of you might have seen a video floating around of trees on fire in Nazareth, Israel, after the rockets came in. Now 14 Israel is reporting that the fire in Nazareth, the fire was a result of interception fragments. Now 14 says, is this it? Hold on. Yeah, they have a screen grab of that video, and they say that it's reportedly a fire that happened from stuff that fell from an interception. That's what Now 14 Israel says. AP has an updated article. Hold on a second here. Hezbollah targets base near Haifa after Israeli strike in Beirut killed 37, including top commander. On that picture on the right there from AP, that is from the airstrike that killed the top commander on Friday in Hezbollah and a number of other military operatives in Hezbollah. You can see the damage to the building there. So I'll read you a little of that. The Lebanese militant group Hezbollah announced it had fired a barrage of missiles. I believe it was rockets that they announced. AP translated it missiles. It's being reported as rockets. Israel Defense Force said it was rockets. The Lebanese militant group Hezbollah announced it had fired a barrage of rockets at a military base deep inside Israel early Sunday, following an Israeli airstrike Friday that killed at least 37 people, Lebanon says, including one of the militant group's senior leaders as well as women and children. It was not immediately clear if any of the rockets hit their target. There's no reporting of that. Israel's emergency services said one man was lightly wounded by shrapnel from a missile that was intercepted in a village in the lower Galilee. Local media reported that the rockets shot from Lebanon were intercepted in the areas of Haifa and Nazareth. The Israeli military said it had monitored the launch of about 10 rockets from Lebanon, of which most were intercepted. Oh, Hezbollah claimed, okay, here's some perspective. Hezbollah claimed in their statement that they had launched dozens of Fadi-1 and Fadi-2 missiles, a new type of weapon they had not used before, at the Ramat David air base southeast of Haifa, in response to the repeated Israeli attacks that targeted various Lebanese regions and led to the fall of many civilian martyrs. In July, Hezbollah had released a video with what it said was footage it had filmed of the base with surveillance drones. Just to be clear, I've seen no reporting whatsoever that what was launched from Hezbollah is some new type of weapon. Just to be clear. Israel says it's rockets. There's other reporting saying it's rockets. So I don't know. If I hear otherwise, I'll certainly let you know. I've seen no evidence, no photos posted where someone says, hey, look, this is like something we haven't seen before. Hezbollah had vowed to retaliate against Israel for a wave of apparently remotely detonated explosions that hit pagers and walkie-talkies belonging to Hezbollah members Tuesday and Wednesday, killing at least 37 and wounding around 3,000. The attacks were widely blamed on Israel, which has not confirmed or denied responsibility. Then Friday, an Israeli airstrike took down an eight-story building in a densely populated neighborhood in Beirut's southern suburbs, as Hezbollah members were meeting in the basement, according to Israel. Among those killed was Ibrahim Akil, a top Hezbollah official who commanded the group's special forces unit, the Radwan Force. Also killed was Ahmed Wabi, a top commander in Hezbollah's military wing, Israel said. Lebanon's health minister said that at least 7 women and 3 children were killed in the airstrike on the building. He said another 68 were injured, including 15 who were hospitalized. It was the deadliest strike on Beirut since the bruising month-long war in 2006 between Israel and Hezbollah. Also, Lebanon says 23 people are still missing in that airstrike on the building on Friday. Hezbollah announced overnight that 15 of its operatives had been killed by Israeli forces. It didn't say how or where they died, but today, Saturday, an Israeli army spokesperson said 16 Hezbollah fighters had been killed in the airstrike on the building on Friday. Earlier this week, Israel's security cabinet, says AP, said stopping Hezbollah's attacks on the north of Israel, which would allow displaced Israelis to return to their homes, is now an official war goal, as Israel considers a wider military operation in Lebanon that could spark an all-out conflict. Israel has since sent a powerful fighting force to its northern border, but we don't know if Israel's going to carry out some major military operation, like a ground invasion or something, in Lebanon. Hezbollah has maintained it will only halt its strikes when a ceasefire is reached between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. Again, that is a picture on the right there of some of the damage from the strike on the building on Friday that killed a top Hezbollah commander in a suburb of Beirut. Here's a picture with more damage from that airstrike here, from AP. It's a picture showing a smoke rising from the rubble Saturday today from that airstrike, with a lot of rubble still there. And here's another picture from today where you can see with a excavator clearing the rubble with that airstrike. Now the airstrike, Israel says that the Hezbollah operatives were meeting in the basement of the building, but it did cause a lot of damage to the building above ground, as you can see. Actually, to be clear, an 8-story building actually was taken down, according to Reuters. The damage might be from the building that's remaining, but one building was reportedly taken down. Thanks so much, Strategy, for your support. I really appreciate it, Strategy. Thank you. GTI Luso thinks the conflict will definitely escalate. GTG says, I vote no more war. I might have a video I can show you from the of that airstrike. Yeah, I have it right here. So you can see here, guys, this article from Reuters, top Hezbollah commander among 14 killed in Israeli strike on Beirut. That number, I believe, has gone up now. But I think at this point they have said, yeah, that airstrike, according now, Lebanon is saying it's killed more than at least 37 people. But that Reuters article has a couple videos that I can show you just to show you the scale of the damage from that airstrike. Let me just show you that real quick. So this is a video, real quick, from the Reuters article from the aftermath of that airstrike, which killed over a dozen Hezbollah operatives, including a top commander. Here's the video of the aftermath of the airstrike. And remember, according to Israel, the meeting of the Hezbollah operatives was in the basement. So this is damage above ground here.
ضربه كتير كبيره بعد انت بتعرف لما بنام تقريبا من تحت يعني بده ينزل المبنى مخلخل كتير ضربه بعتقد 3 صواريخ.
Okay, and I have a second video I can show you. Again, Lebanon is saying at this point at least 37 were killed in that airstrike. There's another video here. I can pull it up.
Several children were.
And I'm going to show you, I'm not going to show you the part in it where you see the I'll play you the first half of this video. It says graphic content because later in the video there's some of the walkie-talkie or pager explosion stuff, but I'm not going to play that. I'm just going to play the non-graphic part in the first half of the video here, so you can see some more footage of the building that was struck by Israel on Friday.
Several children were among them.
I got to turn the volume up here. Hang on, let me just pause the volume here and here, and turn this up for you so you can hear it. Give me a moment here.
Those killed in an Israeli strike on a Several children were among those killed in an Israeli strike on a Beirut suburb, according to Lebanon's health ministry, who said the death toll rose to dozens on Saturday. Overnight, Hezbollah confirmed that 16 of its members, including senior leader Ibrahim Akil and top commander Ahmed Wahabi, were killed in the Friday afternoon strike. It marks the second time in less than 2 months that Israel has targeted a leading Hezbollah military commander in Beirut. An airstrike in July killed Fuad Shakur, the group's top military commander. It also sharply escalates the conflict between Israel and the Iran-backed group. Speaking to reporters at the scene on Saturday, Hezbollah-aligned Transport Minister Ali Hamir said many people were still missing. He also accused Israel of, quote, taking the region to war. Friday's strike is the deadliest in a year of clashes between Hezbollah and Israel, and the worst conflict since the two fought an all-out war in 2006.
All right, so I just wanted to show you that from Reuters. Crash PD thinks it's a never-ending cycle. That's our viewer, Crash PD, over there on X. So here's what I'm going to do. We're going to keep the coverage going, and for now it's still nighttime there. I'm going to see if anything else happens. And what I need to do is take a couple minutes, because I haven't eaten. I'm going to put some food in the air fryer, and I'll leave these. I'll leave the feeds up while I'm doing that, and I'll take about 5 minutes to do that. Then I'll come back, and then eventually I'll eat my food, but I'll leave it going. And if I hear something happen, I'll come back in. Otherwise, I'll come back after I eat. But for right now, I'm going to take about 5 minutes and go do that for about 5 minutes. So I'll leave the feeds up for 5 minutes. Stream's still going, and I'll come back in about 5 minutes. All right. I'll put up on the screen. I'll say that I'll be back in 5 minutes. I hear some kind of non-rocket siren, and I'll be keeping an eye on it even when I'm out of the room. So. But let me post that. I need to do this. Okay. Give me about 5 minutes, guys. I'm coming back. I'll leave the feeds up. I'll keep an ear out for what's going on and an eye out. So I'll be back in 5 minutes. Thanks everyone for your patience. I am making some food, and I was keeping an eye on the feeds. It is 3:27 a.m. local time. There may be some gunfire. Hold on. There may be some gunfire on one of the feeds, but I don't know which one. Sometimes you do hear gunfire on these feeds. Sometimes you do. You do sometimes. So that's certainly possible. I'm going to change the headline. You know, one of the viewers mentioned the 10 rockets. In case you weren't here, a couple hours ago, about 2 hours ago, Hezbollah fired around 10 rockets into Israel, but they went farther into Israel, about 30 miles from the border, than any since last October 7th, according to multiple reports. So, yeah, it was only 10 rockets, but they were targeting farther into Israel than previously. They said they were attacking. They said they fired them at an Israeli air base. No reports. One person lightly injured, not even at the air base. No reports of significant damage from these rockets. So we're going to see if anything else happens this evening. It is 3:31 there. I'm making some food because I need to eat something soon because I haven't eaten. We've been on the air. I haven't eaten. By the way, thank you to Envy, our member, and Talon and Lori Bayer, our YouTube members. Thank you. Most of them were intercepted by the Iron Dome, but not all. We don't have an exact number. The footage you saw of the base on fire was footage not of the base on fire that someone said was the base on fire. As I like to say, just because somebody says it on social media doesn't make it true. Thanks, by the way, to all of our moderators for being here. We have over on Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, David Green, McBritches, Sarah, Surly Dev, and Tariag. On Facebook, Charlotte Webb, and Margaret Riley, and Paul Anderson, Valerie Gale Griffin, Kay Lowry Body, Linda Belk and Larry on X, Ruth Krafasi on YouTube, thank you. Yeah, we're going to be doing more coverage. I'm gonna eat in a little bit because we've been on for a number of hours and I haven't eaten, so I got to eat something. But we'll do more coverage and get you up to date, and I'll keep checking for updates here too. So one of our viewers mentioned this. Al Jazeera claims that Israeli forces went into the office of Al Jazeera in Ramallah, which is in the West Bank. Yes, it's being reported. I'm seeing multiple reports that Israeli forces have surrounded or gone into the Al Jazeera office. It's a news outlet in Ramallah in the West Bank. I'm seeing that in multiple places, so I'll keep an eye on that. Hey guys, give me about 20 seconds. I need about 20 seconds. I'm coming right back in about 30 seconds actually. Just need 30 seconds. Give me 30 seconds. Thanks for your patience. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. I don't know what's going on with the report from about the Al Jazeera in Ramallah. Let's see. Yes, Al Jazeera is claiming. All right, Al Jazeera is now reporting that Israel has closed its office in Ramallah, West Bank. Al Jazeera, which is an Arabic language news outlet, is claiming that Israel Army has closed its office in the West Bank. Al Jazeera reports that Israeli forces have closed the Al Jazeera office in Ramallah in the West Bank. What that's about, I don't know, but I'm just seeing that right now. I'll try to get you some more updates on that. Oh, new rocket alert. New rocket alert right now. New rocket alert right now. New rocket alert. Keep your eye on the screen if we see anything, but a new rocket alert in northern Israel. One alert near the border. One alert near the northern border. Northern Israel, right near the border. Dovev. I have not seen or heard anything on either of these two shots, but it's just one rocket alert going off right now. I am seeing it right now. Yes, the Israeli siren sound in Dovev, northern Israel. Dovev, northern Israel, is where the siren is going off. One location right now. It's northern central Israel, right near the border. That's the only one so far. Northern central Israel. These cameras are from the western and eastern northern border. These cameras are facing Lebanon from Israel. No other alerts so far, just that one alert in Dovev, right near the Lebanon border, right near it. A rocket alert. I've heard no other reporting about it at this point. I'm posting a video from Al Jazeera. I'll post it in the chat of Israeli forces going into the Al Jazeera bureau in Ramallah, West Bank, with order to close it for 45 days. This video is from Ali Hashem. I posted it on my X account as well, which is @Lookner on X. You can follow me on X. If you'd like. Hold on a second here. I don't know why I'm hearing sound. Those sound like animals howling or something. That's what it sounds like. I haven't heard any more from the rocket alert in that one town in northern Israel, Dovev. at the moment. Again, Israel has closed the Ramallah West Bank office of Al Jazeera, apparently for 45 days. We'll have to talk more about that. At the moment, I'm not hearing anything more about that rocket alert. Hey guys, I actually need, my food is done. I gotta go eat my food in the next room over. So what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna disappear but leave the stream going, and I'm gonna eat, and then I'm gonna come back. And while I'm eating, I'll be watching stuff, and if anything big happens while I'm eating, I'll just put the food down and come right back in here, okay? So, which has happened before. So I'll keep an eye on things while I'm eating, but I gotta eat something. The stream will keep going. Really appreciate our moderators, and you can keep chatting. But let me do that. By the way, thanks to Blatt1982 for your support on Twitch. I really appreciate that, Blatt1982. So let me just go do that. I'll put something on the screen that says I'm eating. I need to eat. I'm going to do this a different way. There, that's better. Steve is taking a meal break. He'll be back shortly. Okay, so I'm leaving the feeds up. I'll turn the volumes up. Give me a little bit to eat. I'll keep an eye on everything. If there's big news, I'll come back. I am going to take my headphones off while I eat. Let me do that. Allow me to do that, please. Hang on. We might pause for a second here while I took my headphones off. Give everything a second. Give everything a second here. Give it all a second. All right, we're back. We're good. All right. So, thanks to the Winkles for being a new member. Thank you for becoming a new member of the Winkles. All right. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm just going to eat. I'll keep an eye on things. More updates to come when I get back. And if big things happen while I'm eating, I'll run back in here. Okay? So I'll see you in a few minutes. I realized I messed up the headline. Hang on a second, the headline's all messed up. Sorry about that. Let me just fix the headline. Then I'll eat. All right, that's better. I'll be back in a few minutes. I gotta eat. All right, thanks. Hey guys, I just saw a couple alerts. Hang on a moment. I am seeing some alerts. Give me a moment here. There are rocket alerts. These are... looks like it's drone alerts. Several hostile aircraft, which would be a drone alert. Looks like a drone alert. Give me 2 seconds, guys. I'm coming right back. I gotta grab my other headphones. Hang on a moment. I'll come back in. Just give me a second. Oh, where are these coming from? Yeah, just give me a second. Sorry, I was muted the whole time. I was muted the whole time. Sorry. I forgot that I was muted. There's a few. These are it's like a drone alert. It's like a hostile aircraft intrusion alert, and it's in the Golan Heights, southern Golan Heights, is where these alerts are. Haspin and Nov and one other place. I'll show you where it is, but I got to pull it up on the map here. Yeah, Haspin, Nov, and one other area. Let me show you where this is. Oops, I don't know why we lost sound. I don't have sound. I got to check on that. But we're talking about, oops, right here. No, this area. There. We're talking about here, Golan Heights. This area right around here is where the, over there is where the, Let me fix the video. But over there is where Golan Heights near Syria is where the drone alert is. So I don't know if it's a drone coming in from Syria or what. But it's not right on the. It's about 20 miles south of the Lebanon border. This is the area where the drone alerts are, right in here. Okay. Now let me see if I can fix what happened with the with this video here. That's playing. All right, the videos are working. All right. Hey, guys. Anyways, we got the videos back. All right, look. I'm going to keep eating my food. I will keep an eye out on what's happening. If there's big news, I'll run in again. But otherwise, let me finish my food and come back, okay? So, again, a couple drone alerts near Syria, but I will keep an eye on that. And let me eat and I'll come back. All right, we're back. We are back live. Well, we've been live. I'm back. Hang on a moment here. I gotta put my headphones back on. See if this works. I think we're good. I think we're good to go. All right, so regarding while I was eating, thanks for your patience, by the way. While I was eating, there was I stopped back in for it, but there was a drone alert. There was a hostile aircraft alert near Syria and Israel. And so that event is over. The Israeli Home Front Command said, they said that event was over. If I can find it for you here. Where is it? Hang on one moment. Yeah, the Israeli Home Front Command said further to report of the activation of a warning about the entry of a hostile aircraft into the skies of Israel. The event has ended. So whatever was going on with that is no longer active. Also, another update. According to give me one moment. Hang on. One moment here. One moment here. Yes, according to the Israel police. So we were covering before about, what time is it now? It's about 3.5 hours ago. About 3.5 hours ago, Hezbollah launched some rockets into Israel. They said they launched dozens of missiles. Israel says it was about 10 rockets. Hezbollah is known to exaggerate about their attacks. So I'm going to go with the 10 rockets version. These rockets went about 30 miles, or the target was about 30 miles into Israel. And it was the farthest rockets had been shot into Israel by Hezbollah since last October, according to multiple outlets. So wasn't that many of them, but farther than they normally shoot them. Which is a bit of an escalation in itself. And Hezbollah said they were doing that in response to recent Israeli attacks on Lebanon. It's not clear if they meant it as a response to like the pager attacks and the walkie-talkie attacks and so forth. Their statement didn't really get so specific. But the Israeli police has posted a statement that I wanted to read you. Here's what the Israel police had to say. They said fragments of intercepted missiles fell in several areas in the north. The Israeli police recently received several reports about fragments of interceptor missiles. Those would be the missiles shot up to shoot down the incoming rockets. The Israeli police recently received several reports about fragments of interceptor missiles falling in several areas in northern Israel. This resulted in a fire that's currently being dealt with by firefighting teams, in addition to material damage to property and a man being slightly injured as a result of shrapnel, according to medical sources. Police and explosives experts are on site to eliminate any danger to the public. We call on honorable citizens, commitment to staying in protected areas and shelters, do not go to the place where the missiles landed, do not approach or touch any remains or fragments that may contain explosive materials. Immediately report any suspicious fragments or remains to 100 Police Emergency Center. So that's what the police had to say. Okay? Oh, hold on. Update about the... I have another update for you. What just happened here? What just happened? What did I do? Oh, I know what I did. Sorry. I have another update from the Israeli Defense Forces about that the hostile aircraft alert. I have another update right now. Here's what the IDF says. The IDF says, following the alerts that were activated a short time ago in the southern Golan Heights region, several suspicious aerial targets that made their way to Israel from the direction of Iraq were successfully intercepted. There were no casualties. The targets did not cross towards the territory of the country. Warnings were activated according to policy. Oh, regarding the rocket alert in Dubav, there was a rocket alert. There were a couple rocket alerts about an hour ago in the north of the country in Dubav. Those were false alarms. Those were false alarms. So since the 10 rockets, there was another rocket alert, which was another 2 rocket alerts, I guess, which were false alarms. And then there was this drone alert, some drone alerts, and that was several aerial targets that were suspicious, made their way to the country from the direction of Iraq, and they were intercepted. That is from the IDF. It's not even clear if those were actual drones from the IDF, coming from Iraq. So I don't know if we don't know exactly, is it just something harmless or was it something nefarious? We don't know. They didn't say. There are Iranian-backed militias in Iraq, by the way. But anyway, so that's an update from the IDF there's your update on the rocket alerts and about an hour ago and the hostile aircraft alerts after that. Hey, I want to say a quick thank you to Lisa Fiorenzo. Thank you so much, Lisa, for your support. Lisa Fiorenzo, thank you. Also, Tilly Riley. Thank you, Tilly. Thank you to Jeffrey0415 for becoming a member. Thanks also Sierra Beal on Twitch for subscribing. I want to shout out some of our subscribers, by the way, like Pew Pew Meat Curtains, Wonder Flicker on Twitch, Shaggy in Wall Street, and Jack's Animals, Sarah. Thanks to all of our Twitch subscribers there. I really appreciate it. Erin Weirdo, Old Man Yells at Clouds, Night Owl, McBritches, New Dragons, Wall Street, all of our subscribers on Twitch, thank you. And our Facebook subscribers like Robert Rial II, Eve Richards, Diane Allworth, Marie Minicello, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Lou Green, and all of our Facebook subscribers. Thank you. Appreciate it. And our YouTube members, like Def Darky, James Fowler, Kenneth Colton, Blue Ridger, Mythical, Corrine Amos, SNN, Marissa Pugliese, Storm Laughter, Kerry Poteet, Stax, Jaybird, Andy C., H. Schwartz. Just these are some of our YouTube members. Zonti Misfit, Stax, Andrea, Jaybird, Jen's Crunchy Vax, Susie Irish, Mythical, and all of our other YouTube members. Thank you. And Pete D., our new member. Thank you, Pete D. Ooh, hold on. Alert, rocket alert, rocket alert, rocket alert right now. A bunch of rocket alerts right now. A bunch of rocket alerts right now. Just saw a bunch of rocket alerts right now going off. Rocket alerts. I think these are in a bunch of them right now. I think northern Israel. Breaking news. Rocket alerts going off right now. A number of them. A number of rocket alerts. Right now. These are in northern Israel, but a bunch of them in northern Israel. Kind of the same area as last time, I think. Am I getting this right? Yes, these are roughly the same area as last time, southeast of Haifa, so not right on the border. Similar area to the to the alerts earlier. A number of rocket alerts going off right now, a bunch of them, looks like dozens, and these are happening right now. We'll keep you posted. Northern Israel, but southeast of Haifa, about 25 miles or so from the border. So we'll see if we can get you any reports of anything. But we have rocket alerts going on at the moment, right now, at 4:50 a.m. I am hearing reports. There's reports from this Telegram channel, the security channel CB says explosions have been heard in northern Israel. Again, they're not right on, these alerts are not right on the border like these cameras are. But apparently more rockets or missiles being fired right now into Israel from Hezbollah. And it's a similar area. It's south of here. These are more close to the border. Of southeast of Haifa, maybe 25 miles, 30 miles, around the area of that Israeli air base that Hezbollah said they had targeted with their previous barrage of about 10 rockets. You could see interceptors if they're going up in this area, but they're not going up in this area right now where these cameras are. So if there's rocket alerts in these areas, I'm guessing you'll see and hear stuff. But you're not seeing and hearing it right at the moment on these two angles here. Oh, I have a Haifa one. Let me check the Haifa one real quick. That's Haifa. That's Haifa skyline. I mean, I'm not really seeing much there. This is southeast of Haifa. This is not at Haifa. That what you're looking at is Haifa, But these alerts are they're a little ways from Haifa. They're not in Haifa. Yes, it's again similar area to the first alerts that happened a few hours ago. Similar area. I'm looking for more updates right now. Now, I will say several hours ago when there were alerts, we actually heard a bunch of explosions. Several hours ago. We did not hear any from this batch of alerts. A Telegram channel I follow, Current News from Israel, has a video which appears to show an interception, a couple of interceptions. So I'm seeing some reports of interceptions, not at these cameras, not at the cameras I have access to, but at other locations in Israel. And again, these alerts, the new alerts are in a similar location, southeast of Haifa. That the previous alerts were several hours ago. But I do not yet have details on what has happened. There are some videos of interceptions that I have seen from Current News on Telegram. There is an Israeli air base there, which Hezbollah said they had targeted earlier in the evening. I wouldn't be surprised if they have launched, if they are doing the same thing now. It appears to be a similar sort of thing. Yeah, Joe Truzman, who is a Middle East expert, he says it appears that Hezbollah is once again targeting Ramat David Air Base in northern Israel. So seeing some reports of interceptions, I'm sorry we don't have a camera right in that area that I can look at. But I am seeing reports online of interceptions in that area. I don't know how many rockets have been fired. Again, more rocket alerts. We have that in the same area as 3 or 4 hours ago. Reports of some interceptions. I have not yet heard of any reports of damage or anything like that. I am checking Israeli sources for updates. Khan News Israel reports at least 7 interceptions. Khan News Israel reports at least 7 interceptions. So it appears that Hezbollah has fired another barrage of rockets at a similar location to the one about 4 hours ago. No, these cameras will not be moved. These cameras are probably about 20 miles away from the target. I don't know where those rockets would be getting shot down. About 4 hours ago, we heard a number of interceptions on these cameras. We did not hear it this time. Jen mentioned to me that Joe Truzman is interpreting Hezbollah's statement about the first rocket barrage about several hours ago. Joe is interpreting that as meaning that they have not yet responded to the killing and wounding of commanders and fighters. I couldn't tell. Well, yeah, because what Joe is saying is that in the statement they said, in the statement several hours ago, Hezbollah said they had fired rockets at Israel to respond to Israeli attacks that killed some civilians. So you could interpret that as Joe is saying, well, they haven't responded to the attacks which hurt and killed Hezbollah members. But I don't know that they're going to do that. It may have been an intentionally ambiguous statement. Waiting to get some reports about these new rockets. There have definitely been some interceptions, because I'm seeing a bunch of reports of those. I don't know, what time were these rocket alerts? 10 minutes ago. Maybe I can clip. It's possible that they were on the Haifa, that they were on the Haifa cam. I'm going to check the Haifa cam and see. I don't know if I can clip it here. Oh yes, here it is. All right, that would have been 11 minutes ago, so it'd be around 3:15. So 3:10 to 3:20. I'm going to get a clip of the Haifa cam. And we'll go back and we'll look at it and we'll see if we see anything. How does that sound? Let's try that. I am downloading a clip of the Haifa cam. Who knows, maybe when we watch the Haifa cam, we'll see or hear something. Okay. I have the clip now. I'm going to pull up the Haifa cam clip right now, guys. All right, now this camera. Okay. You ready for this? We're going to try this. We're going to look at the replay of the Haifa cam. Hang on a second. Here's how we're going to do this. Here's how we're going to do this. We're turning the audio down on the live cameras, and we're going to watch a replay of the Haifa cam around the time of the rocket alerts, which were southeast of Haifa, and we're going to see if we see or hear anything. All right, here we go. I'm putting it up on the screen right now for you. Here is Haifa cam. Which you can't see yet. Ooh, I know why you can't see it. Okay, so this is not live. This is a few minutes ago. And it would have been about 3 or 4 minutes in. I'm going to kind of skip around here. Skipping around. Would have been. Oh, I think we can hear something. Listen. Listen to this. This is from about 15 minutes ago. Oh, that was a car. No, I'm not seeing or hearing anything. You guys are looking at what I'm looking at. Nope, I don't think it got anything. Probably looking in the wrong direction. Looking out to the water, actually. Well, what was that? Oh, there you go. That was a boom. I think these are the booms from a few minutes ago. This is from Reuters. This is a Reuters camera. Just listen right here. This is from like 15, 20 minutes ago. Just listen. There's a boom right there. More. It's kind of faint. That's them. Still hearing it. Wow. Still. So we got him on this camera. I rewound this camera to the time of the rocket alerts. And we actually could hear probably heard about 10, 12 booms on this camera. That's it. The camera was not facing in the direction to see them, but we heard them on the camera. Okay. So I'll show you on a map what we're talking about here real quick. But that was neat to see. Hold on. So if you look here, the rocket alerts were in this area here, Ramat David, southeast of Haifa. That camera is in Haifa, and it's looking out to the water, so it's not looking in the right direction. But it's not that far from where the rocket alerts were, maybe like 15 miles or so. So I think the camera's looking out in the water, but my guess is that the interceptions happened somewhere around here. That's my guess, because that's where the rocket alerts were going off. So anyways, let me see what information I can get on if there were any rocket falls or not. Okay, Times of Israel says medics say no immediate reports of major injuries. No immediate report of major injuries in latest rocket barrage from Lebanon. Again, no immediate reports of major injuries in the latest rocket barrage, according to Times of Israel. News the Security Cabinet on Telegram, Israeli news site, says currently no reports of injuries or rocket falls from the latest barrage of rockets. Yes. Hold on a second here. Yeah, so far, no reports of rocket falls or injuries from these latest rockets. Let me see. I think I'm getting a number of rockets fired in this latest barrage. Oh. Yes, Khan News Israel says about 15 rockets launched into Israel in last barrage. About 15 rockets launched. The last one was about 10. So a roughly similar size in this rocket barrage to the one about 4 hours ago. Haven't heard of any of them actually landing. No reports of injuries so far. No reports of rocket falls so far. Mark Campbell thinks he saw explosions 8 minutes ago. That doesn't really make any sense. They wouldn't be 8 minutes ago. Oh, right, we just heard one. We're hearing them now. We just heard two. More alerts. More rocket alerts. Listen. Right now. Those are interceptions. Those are interceptors. Those are interceptions you just heard. Just happened. Just heard them. Those are new rocket alerts, a bunch of them, same location. Same location, a bunch of new rocket alerts. A bunch of new ones. Same general location. We just heard a bunch of interceptions. And now some more. Some more alerts coming in right now. Some more alerts right now. So keep your eyes peeled and listen. A lot of alerts. East of Haifa, similar area. A bunch of alerts. More rockets. We just heard on camera a number of interceptions, it sounded like. Probably heard like 5 or 6 or something. Oops, there's a typo there, sorry. Let me get some reports. But these alerts are in the same location, east and southeast of Haifa, as the other ones. Hang on, I'm checking the alert information here. The last batch of them was 3 minutes ago. There was a bunch 25 minutes ago and then 3 minutes ago. Pretty much the same area too as the ones 4 hours ago. East and southeast of Haifa. So about 10 rockets got fired about 4 hours ago. Then about 20 minutes ago or so, 15 rockets or so. And looks like we've had another bunch of rockets fired just a few minutes ago. And we heard some interceptions on the air. So 2 barrages in the last 25 minutes or so, I think. Let me see what reporting we're hearing coming out of Israel. This would be the 3rd time tonight. Thank you to Martin Gingrich, who said there was a flash somewhere. 4:09:27? You mean like an hour ago, Martin? 4:09:27? Because right now it's 5:16:42. I'll have to go back and look. I mean, there weren't any rocket alerts an hour ago. No, I don't have others. I don't have streams right at the area where the
Is the minister mentioning?
I don't have streams right where the right. I don't have others. I don't have any other streams, like from areas closer to the target area. I'm not holding them back from them. Some people said they saw something at 4:09:27. I just looked at 4:09:27. I didn't see anything. Oh, I see it. Yes. Yeah, there was a flash on the screen about an hour ago. That could have been an airstrike. That was probably an airstrike is what that was. That'd be my guess. Yeah, really quick, I'll show you that. Then some people said at 5:02 there was some flashes on the right side of the screen, on the Lebanon side. Yeah, my guess is that if you're seeing flashes on the screen at those times, that those are going to be airstrikes. That's probably what you're seeing. Yeah, I appreciate people giving me the time codes. Yes, I just saw another one. So I think what you guys are seeing, you're seeing airstrikes. Then about 1 minute ago, somebody said they saw a flash on the screen about 1 minute ago. Sorry, I'm not. I'm trying. If I'm looking at something you sent me from an hour ago, I'm not looking at what's going on now. So I can only look at one thing at once. But yeah, I think people are seeing airstrikes at various times in Lebanon. That's what I think you're seeing, because I just saw 2 at different times. If I get a chance, I'll show them to you. Lightning in Beirut? I'm not aware of any strikes going on in Beirut. Mindy says Beirut is getting storms. I'd like to show you guys what it looks like. Yeah, Beirut, it is raining in Beirut right now. It's raining in Beirut. Hold on. I'd like to show you guys some of the airstrike stuff, if people want to put any of those time codes again. Some people put some time codes in of the flashes on the screen. But those looked like airstrikes. Oh, I just found one here. I'll show you it now. Yeah, so look, here's an example. Here's an example from about an hour ago. About 20 minutes ago. This is 20 minutes ago, okay? Look. That's 20 minutes ago. I want you to look right in here. Oh, you can't see it. Right in here. Look right in here. You're going to see it in a second. Right there. Actually, I gotta rewind it. Hold on. Right there. Actually, there's a couple of them, I think. Right in here. Watch in here. Right there. That's one. I missed the second one. Hold on. Hold on. I'm rewinding. Right there. Did you guys see that right there? That's an example of, I think, an airstrike. Right in here. Right there. Yeah. So people have seen some of those. Yeah, those look like the reason I'm saying those are airstrikes is because when we were covering the kickoff of the Gaza war, we would see artillery strikes, airstrikes that commonly looked like that. So there were no rocket alerts then. There's hilly areas back there. during the daytime you can see that. So my strong suspicion is that those are some sort of Israeli strikes in Lebanon when you see those flashes back there. All right, let me get off of that. So thanks for letting me know. But I think that's what that is. I think those are Israeli strikes in Lebanon. Uh-oh. Let me just see if I can get you some updates on the previous 2 batches of rockets which were fired in about the last 45 minutes or so. I have not heard of any injuries yet. Let's see. Okay, CB, the Security Cabinet CB on Telegram says there is a rocket fall reported in Beit Sharim near Tivan. We did hear on our own broadcast a number of interceptions. Yes, also IntelliNews on Telegram says a direct hit reported to a barn in Beit Sha'arim. Oh, also, maybe keep your eyes on these feeds because IntelliNews says a number of Israeli strikes are reported in southern Lebanon. So you might be able to see flashes in the sky, in the back. Some of you have been seeing those, but those could be Israeli attacks. (5:26 a.m.) I think I'm seeing a photo from a barn. Oh, cows got killed. Supposedly some cows got killed. I'm seeing from Now 14 Israel. In a previous barrage, a missile fell on a barn in Beit She'arim and several cows were killed. So that is according to Now 14. That's what Now 14 Israel reports. I will post a link to the article in the chat. Now14.co.il. It's an Israeli news outlet. They have a picture. A direct hit on a dairy farm, they say. So Israel, that report is that a dairy farm got hit by a rocket in, that's in Israel, southeast of Haifa. If you see a flash above, you can let me know in the chat, and then I can go back and try to find it for you. Sorry, I'm not like looking at it the whole time because I'm trying to get you updates here. But you may see flashes from Israeli strikes in Lebanon. Oh, the IDF has just posted an update. Hang on a moment. Update from the IDF. Did they even post it yet? Manny Fabian says that, okay, there was a barrage of rockets. The second of the night's barrage is about 45 minutes ago. Manny Fabian of Times of Israel says, the IDF says, a barrage of 15 rockets was launched from Lebanon at the Jezreel Valley at 4:48 a.m., about 40 minutes ago. Most of the rockets were intercepted by air defenses. According to the military, there were no injuries in that attack, which set off sirens in numerous towns southeast of Haifa. So 10 rockets 4 hours ago or so, 15 rockets about 45 minutes ago, and then a third batch, I want to say about 15 minutes ago. Barrage, volley. Haven't heard about the third volley. I have another photo of that, of the dairy farm barn area that Khan News posted with like a hole in the roof. I just posted a link on in the chat. Yeah, the second and third volleys were at 4:48 a.m. and 5:10 a.m. We'll wait for another statement from Hezbollah. I'm sure they'll release a statement about these new rockets that were fired in the last hour or so. I still haven't heard any reports of injuries or significant damage from... Well, there's actually, I believe the cows getting killed, I think, was from the second batch of rockets, I believe. The second volley of rockets. I have not heard other reports of damage or injuries from the second and third volleys. The third was about 20 minutes ago. A quick thank you to Cachette for your support, and Jack Horicon. Yeah, Jack, we talked about that a little while ago. We had talked about that earlier, that the Israeli army closed the Al Jazeera bureau in the West Bank town of Ramallah for 45 days. Reportedly. I don't know why. I don't know the background on that. Thank you, Jack. We might talk about that more in a little bit. Thank you also, Martin Gingrich and Marco SRBA02. Thank you, Marco. Mitchell Black as well, and E. Oddity, and Ronald Kane. Thanks for your support. And Jeremy and Shelby Altman and Russell Bach, who said, looks like they're targeting the airbase again. Yeah, the second and third volleys of rockets looked like were sent at roughly the same area as the first. The first was supposedly, according to Hezbollah, targeting an Israeli airbase southeast of Haifa. Thank you also to Martin Gingrich and David Ferriello and Pete D for your support. And Boogaloo over there on Twitch, thank you. Okay, so Khan News is reporting that Israel is going to, that school is getting canceled in a number of localities in northern Israel following these rocket attacks. Khan News says in a number of localities like Acre, Tiberias, Nahariya, and Safed. I think Nahariya is in, I think the western border camera is around Nahariya here. Oh, there's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of locations in northern Israel. They are canceling classes. Just so you know. Okay, according to the IDF, in the third volley of rockets, at least 5 rockets were launched according to the IDF, says Manny Fabian of Times of Israel. Some of those rockets were shot down by air defenses, and there are no reports of injuries. So total, roughly 30 rockets fired into Israel tonight in 3 barrages. All 3 of the barrages have been targeting an area southeast of Haifa, which is further into Israel than Hezbollah had fired rockets since the start of this latest hostilities last October. Only 1 slight injury from these rockets tonight of a human. Sasha is watching from Israel. Stay safe in Israel. Stay safe anywhere in this region. Do you want me to replay when we heard the rocket booms on our own stream? I could replay that for you. That was not too long ago. That was about 25 minutes ago. Let me show you what that sounded like. That would have been about 5:10. So the way I have to do this is I need to shut off that volume. I need to shut off that volume. I need to get this on the screen. Hang on a moment here. Let me do this, put this up here. There I am. This is from earlier. That's not from right now. This is from earlier. And I will play you what it looked like earlier. This is earlier tonight. I'll have to just try to cue it up correctly. Yes, rockets. About 4 hours. Here, right here. Listen, right here. This is a little while ago. Mark Campbell thinks he saw explosions 8 minutes ago. That doesn't really make any sense. They wouldn't be 8 minutes ago. Oh, right, we just heard one. We're hearing them now. We just heard 2. More alerts. More rocket alerts. Listen. Right now. Those are interceptions. Those are interceptors. Those are interceptions you just heard. Just happened. Just heard them. That was about a half an hour ago. Those are new rocket alerts, a bunch of them, same location. Same location, a bunch of new rocket alerts. A bunch of new ones. So I was just replaying for you. What it sounded like when those happened, and we heard the explosions of the interceptors on screen, on the live feed. That's what it sounded like. We haven't, that's happened a couple times tonight. We just haven't seen them, but we've heard them. Thank you to Shauna Brennan for your support, and Tammy D. And thank you, I really appreciate that. It is 5:40. I'm not aware that there's a statement yet from Hezbollah about the latest rocket fire into Israel. I'm sure they will release one. I'm seeing a report from IntelliNews that in Haifa they canceled classes. That's unconfirmed. Yeah. So we've had barrages of 10, 15, and 5 rockets tonight from Lebanon, presumably all by Hezbollah, targeting southeast of Haifa. And but I believe it'll turn out that they'll say that they were all targeting Hezbollah, this Israeli air base there. Browning mentioned Beirut feed having flashes. I believe the Beirut feed was having flashes because of weather. A number of our viewers were saying it was weather flashes. I checked the weather in Beirut and it says rainy. So there's been no reports of explosions in Beirut. There was a flash a little while ago. Can you tell me the time code? Yeah, there are thunderstorms, and I just checked the weather in Beirut. There's thunderstorms in Beirut right now. That's what Google says. If somebody can post the time code of a flash you saw on the screen now, let me know. Thanks, Donna Smith, for the gift membership. I appreciate that. $5.43. 5:41. And but I believe. Somebody gave me a time code. I don't see anything there. I just went and looked at it. I don't see anything. See nothing. Oh, I saw one. I just saw one. Yeah, I don't know if that's a light or if that's an explosion. It's kind of hard to say. If you look at this here. See, this is about a few minutes ago, but look right in here. You'll see a flash. I don't know if that's like an airstrike or maybe just some sort of light. I don't know. Watch right in here. Now I went past it. Right in there, right there is where it is. I don't know if that's just a light of some sort or some sort of airstrike or what. There it is right again, right there. See it? I don't know. What can I say? I don't know. It's starting to get light there. No, the airbase is not burning from missile strikes. Please stop believing everything that every person posts online. No, the airbase is not burning from missile strikes. Just because somebody says it on social media doesn't mean it's true. Instant News Alerts is hearing that there's new home front command safety instructions coming. Guys, I think there's some new... Guys, I'm seeing reports of new safety restrictions in Israel being reported. Okay? New safety precautions from the Israeli government I'm seeing. Let me read this to you. According to the Hot News, which is an Israeli news account I follow, they say that Haifa is saying that they have been instructed by Home Front Command to have no classes in the educational institutions from K to 12. Also, all activities in community houses and municipal sports and cultural centers will be canceled today. So reportedly in Haifa, which is not that far from where these rockets have been targeting, they are canceling K through 12 school today, according to the hot news, and that is per the instruction of the government. According to the hot news on Telegram. Thanks so much to all of our moderators who are here. I really, really appreciate it. Cynthia Moon and Sarah 55. Very much appreciated. Ruth Krafasi, Linda Belk and Larry on X. On Twitch, Sarah and Surly Dev. On Facebook, Margaret Riley is there right now. Charlotte Webb, big thanks to all of our moderators. Starting to get light out, as you can see. It is getting light out. It is getting light out. Thank you, E Oddity, for the gift membership. I have a picture of a damaged barn that I can show you from the Israel police. Wow. Guys, I'm going to show you a picture of a damaged barn from the Israel police. There are cows in it who look to be dead, and I don't want to show those. I'm not going to show you the dead cows, but I am going to show you the Israel police photo of the barn without the dead cows. The dead cows aren't graphic, but I just don't want to show them. This is a picture from the Israeli police of a barn directly damaged with no human casualties, significant property damage. So let me get this on the screen for you. All right, see the picture there? That is a barn, and you can, it's actually like a cow structure. So that is right there. There's a hole in the sky. Over, I don't know, it's you kind of there might be some cows over here, but in the original photo there's two cows very clearly that you can see on the right, who are on the ground. So there might be some cows over here. It's very hard to tell. It looks like stuff has fallen down from the sky too. So anyways, this is looks like a dairy farm in Israel that has been directly impacted by a rocket. That is a photo from the Israeli police. And if I showed you the whole photo, you would see on the right side several cows who were lying on the ground who looked like they had died. So that is a new photo from the Israeli police. Where did I get that? Oh, it was on, yes, I hold on a second. I'll post the photo on my X account. They say a barn was directly damaged, significant property damage, no human casualties, in the Emek Yisrael area. Police forces and explosives experts are on site to eliminate any danger and ensure the safety of the public. photo from Israel police. This is in Emek Yisrael. Oh, in the Jezreel Valley. I just posted it on my X account. The full photo I posted on my X account. I mean, it's not like super bloody or anything, but you do appear to see cows lying there who had been taken out. And they say, the police said it was a barn was directly damaged by rockets or shrapnel. No, it says directly damaged. Okay, I think that, guys, there's new home front directives that have been announced. Israel Home Front Command has announced new precautions. Okay, I have an announcement here from the IDF. Guys, IDF, new announcement. They say, following a situational assessment, it was determined that as of this morning at 6 a.m. in 4 minutes, changes will be made to the Homefront Command's defensive guidelines. The changes are relevant for the following areas, list a bunch of areas. The communities along the confrontation line in the northern Golan Heights and in the southern Golan Heights are also subject to the guidelines set forth by the Northern Command. Attached is a photo of the guidelines. I have the new guidelines right here. New guidelines. I have them for you right here. Here are the new guidelines right now, starting in for 12 hours, starting in a couple minutes. Home Front Command guidelines. North Golan, confrontation line, South Golan, these areas, gatherings and services, outdoors only up to 10 people, indoors up to 100 people, beaches will be closed, no educational activities, activities can be held in a place for work from which standard protected space can be reached within the time available to reach shelter, whatever that means. And then Gaza envelope near Gaza. These are fine. Yes, so it's these. These are the new restrictions up here. These areas up here in northern Israel. Outdoors, it was 30, now it's 10. You cannot have more than 10 people gathering outdoors. You cannot have more than 100 people gathering indoors. Beaches will be closed. Why are the times so specific? Because I guess they have intelligence that they think there's a risk of rocket attack during that time. Rocket or other attack. Again, educational activities are prohibited, and workplace activities can be held in a place from which a standard protected space can be reached within the time available to reach shelter. Homefront Command is Israel, domestic. They give civil defense. Yes, this means that Israel is concerned that there could be attacks in those areas in northern Israel. That's why they have these limitations in place. That is why. Yes, 6 a.m. starts in less than a minute. It is from 6 a.m. local time until 6 p.m. local time, Sunday. And 6 a.m. is just seconds away. My Life Unscripted says community shelters are scattered about Israel. So there you go. New restrictions that are going into place in 10 seconds. And again, oh, you know, Teresa says Sunday starts the beginning of their week. The work week in Israel is typically Sunday through Thursday. Good point. So it would be like our Monday in the U.S. It is now 6 a.m. The new limitations are in place. Now, something I want you to notice here, now that we got some daylight, we're seeing some street lights go out because it's daylight now. But if you look in the background, you can see that when you get into Lebanon there, see how there's like hills in the background. So at night, when you're seeing those flashes in the back, those can be airstrikes happening on those hilly areas somewhere. Because it is hilly back there in Lebanon. You can see on both of those shots there. Yes, it is Sunday at 6 a.m., 6:01 a.m. Sunday. Thank you to Wendy Cookie WM for being a member, by the way. Yeah, so I mean, the reason that they're issuing these protective orders is the Israeli government thinks that there could be attacks today. Was there ever there's a new statement from Hezbollah. New statement from Hezbollah. Hezbollah announces that the second and third rocket barrages also were targeting the Israeli Ramat David base and airport. And they also claim to have fired dozens of missiles. It's not clear that they were actually missiles. And that's for the same reason. Repeated attacks. These are response into the Israeli attacks that targeted various Lebanese regions, leading to the fall of many civilian martyrs. So it's a new Hezbollah statement similar to the first statement tonight. New Hezbollah statement similar to the first statement. Similar to statement several hours ago, saying the second and third rocket barrages into Israel tonight were, like the first, targeting an Israeli air base. And were a response to repeated Israeli attacks that targeted various Lebanese regions. New Hezbollah statement, similar to statement several hours ago, says the second and third rocket barrages into Israel tonight, like the first, targeted an Israeli airbase and were a response to repeated Israeli attacks that targeted various Lebanese regions. I'm going to show you that statement. So here is the statement from Hezbollah, which just came out. It's very similar to the first statement. In support of our steadfast Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip and in support of their brave and honorable resistance, the Islamic resistance for the second time on Sunday targeted the Ramat David base in Israel, Ramat David base and airport with dozens of Fadi-1 and Fadi-2 missiles. Did they really use missiles or did they just use rockets? I don't know. In response to the Israeli attacks, repeated attacks that targeted various Lebanese regions, leading to the fall of many civilian martyrs. Again, it's not clear if they're referring to the pager and walkie-talkie explosions, because there were civilian casualties in those attacks, so maybe it's intentionally vague as to what this is responding to. There were also civilian casualties in the airstrike on Friday that killed the top Hezbollah commander. So that is what they're saying. Very similar statement to the one several hours ago about rocket volley number 1. There you go. And remember, the rockets tonight from Hezbollah, there weren't that many of them, but they were fired at an area farther into Israel than any rockets had been fired by Hezbollah since October 7th. Again, Beirut, there is no reports of explosions in Beirut. If you're seeing flashes, I'm guessing you're seeing lightning. I'm guessing you are seeing lightning. Yes, it is raining. It is raining in Beirut. I can see it on the camera. I will show you. I will show you a Beirut camera. This is Beirut. That's Beirut. It's raining there. Look, the camera has water on it. It's raining. Thank you to our new member, Eliza. The Israeli emergency medical, organization, Magen David Adom, says They say that tonight they treated one injury from the rockets, a man who was very lightly scratched by a small interception fragment, a 60-year-old man. They say they treated a number of anxiety victims tonight, like I guess maybe having panic attacks or something, and people who were slightly injured on their way to their protected area, including a baby about a month old, 2 women in their 30s, and a man and woman in their 70s and 80s. So the only reports of injuries tonight were of injuries that were directly due to the rockets, like shrapnel or rockets, is one guy, a 60-year-old, who had a slight scratch. There were some other injuries reported due to running to the shelters and panic attacks and stuff. That is from Israeli Medical Services. Tom Winter, an unrelated story here. Tom Winter of NBC News reports that today, the interim NYPD police commissioner, Thomas Donlan, had his home searched by the FBI in an investigation which appears to be unrelated to recent investigations involving NYC City Hall. The police commissioner said that today federal authorities executed search warrants at my residences. They took materials that came into my possession approximately 20 years ago and are unrelated to my work with the New York Police Department. So make of that what you will. That just coming out from Tom Winter. Okay, guys, here's what I think we're going to do. We've been on the air about over 7 hours. And I'm a little worn out. I think I got to take a break. It's daylight also. So what I think I'm going to do is wrap up this stream. But I promise you, if there's big doings, I can just do another stream. I'll come right back on the air and do another stream. Okay? I just need to take a break. I need it. So I will keep an eye on what's happening. If there's really big doings, we will do another live stream. Okay? I promise you. I promise you. I just have to take a break at some point. So there might be more rocket alerts, but if there's big updates, we will do it. But I got to take a break. Rachel says rain is coming in on the west camera. Oh, on the top there. Thank you, Rachel Rivera. But we will see what happens today. Excuse me. We'll see what happens. I don't know if there's going to be more rocket attacks and how big they'll be. I have no idea. I just don't know. Who knows what's next? But as I say, when there's big news, we'll cover it. But I'm going to take a break right now. But subscribe and follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. So subscribe to the channel, follow the channel, subscribe to the channel, follow the channel, and turn on the notifications. We have our own notification system. You can sign up right now for free. You sign up and then you'll get sent a notification whenever we go live. So why not sign up for the notifications? They're free. The mods will put the notification link in the chat. You can find the notification link, sign up on YouTube and Facebook in the video description for this broadcast. So sign up for those. You'll get a notification and subscribe and follow. Okay? But I'll be keeping an eye out. We've been covering a lot this stream. Kind of a lot of activity going on. And I'll also post updates on my X account, which is @Lookner. @Lookner, that's where I post news updates. Follow me there for news updates when we're not on the air. No, I'm not going to leave the stream running. No. If there's big news, we'll do another stream. That's what we're doing. That's how we're doing it. I really appreciate you tuning in. I hope we can avoid more hostilities in the Middle East. Let's hope things settle down soon. Very concerning. Concerns about a wider war. Huge thanks to our moderators who have been here. I really, really appreciate them. Like Sarah55 and Ruth Krafasi on YouTube. Really, really appreciate that. We couldn't have chat rooms without our moderators. Thank you, moderators. Cynthia Moon, Danny James, RJ, all of our YouTube moderators, thank you so much. Also, over there on Twitch, Sarah, Surly Dev, and all of our Twitch moderators, thank you for being there. On Facebook, Valerie, Gail Griffin, Charlotte Webb, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, Ronald Egnor, Christina Neal, Raven Lynn, all of our Facebook mods, thank you. Linda Belk and Larry on X, thank you. Oh, did I misread the home front regulations? I thought it was today. Was it 36 hours? Did I misread it? Oh, I misread it. This is what happens when I get tired. I'm sorry. This says 9:22 to 9:23. I just misread it. Thank you, MC and PC. Yes, these new, of course they could get changed. But for now, these home front command guidelines are 36 hours, not 12 hours. I'm sorry, I just didn't even notice the 9:23. I was just looking at the 6 and the 18. So again, those could change. But anyways, thanks for letting me know, MC and PC. If you're in Israel, go to the home front command yourself. Don't rely on me. Get the information directly from them. Yes, so for 36 hours, at least now. I mean, they could take them off, but 36 hours of these new guidelines. Thank you, MC and PC. I appreciate that. And also, Pickle Rick. Thank you, Pickle Rick. And thanks to everybody who donated. That's really nice of you guys. Rachel Rivera as well. Our new member, Eliza. Your donations are what keeps this channel on the air. It's what lets me be able to buy footage, like the footage you're watching. So I very, very much appreciate your support for the channel. Thank you. And if you ever want to donate, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But thank you. Much appreciated. And again, if there's big news tonight, I'll come back on the air. By the way, these are the areas Manny Fabian just posted. These are the areas with the home front restrictions in the orange there. No educational activities, limited gatherings, 10 outdoors and 100 indoors. Workplaces can only operate if they're close enough to a shelter. It's those northern areas there. That's from Manny Fabian. Hey, a reminder, if you watch on YouTube and you want to turn on the YouTube notifications, which I think is a good idea, then you can get notified by YouTube. Make sure on YouTube, if you watch on YouTube and you subscribe, After you subscribe, you got to click this notifications bell. You click the bell and then you choose all notifications. Make sure you have that done if you're watching on YouTube. Also, we have a chat, a Discord chat. You can chat with other viewers when we are not live. The Discord chat. Chat with other viewers when we're not live. That is free, and it's the same link as the notifications. A lot of our viewers like doing that. So check out the Discord chat at the notifications link. Check it out. Let's see here. I want to, thanks to our Discord mods, by the way, I really appreciate your help too. I want to shout out our Twitch subscribers like Chi-Town Bayer and Koa Goose, Bearded Seveth, Tough Guy Walkman, Sarah, Margaret Riley, Robert Rial II, Eve Richards, Lou Green, Kay Lowry Body, Marie Minicello, Jared Sparks. Thanks to all of our subscribers on Facebook. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Facebook subscribers. Any others I might be missing? My brain has kind of stopped working at this point. I need to take a little break. Thanks to our Twitch subscribers as well. Jack's Animals, Sarah, Wall Street. Blatt 1982. Bearded Seveth. Christophonics, Wall Street Shaggy, and others, thank you. YouTube members, thanks so much, YouTube members like Mythical, Samurai Conscious, Marissa Pugliese, Lucky Minute, Aquarian One, Paula Faust, Joe Hart, Turned Off, UV Lightning, Molly O, Mythical, Aleppo Gambit, Samantha Womack. Thanks Nancy Elizabeth for subscribing on Twitch as well. I thank you. Hugh Crummond, My Life Unscripted, thanks for being members. Mary P. Paula Faust, Megatron, Lisa Sutz, Riddles, CAC 813, Dean R, Deb N, Posiwi, Stephanie Brunk, Yadi McVeigh, Toby Network, Trav. Thank you to all of our members and all of our other viewers too. All right, so we will keep an eye on the situation in the Middle East. I'm sure we will be on again covering it soon. If stuff happens tonight and it's big news, I'll jump back on the air. That's how we do it here. Okay? Thanks, Donco, for watching on Twitch. Mary B. Paper Trader says both sides need to stop the fighting. Thank you, Linali Syria, for watching. Master Sergeant E8, thank you for watching. Extreme Tiger. Eric Chambers, Ann Bowman, Michael Sasha Race, Marnie Pixley, Deborah Barons, and all of our other viewers. All right, so again, I very much appreciate you guys joining the stream. It is 6:22 a.m. there. There certainly could be more big news coming out of there, but I'm going to take a break right now. Follow me on X again, at Lookner. Also follow Agenda Free TV on X, at Agenda Free TV, because I post programming updates there. If I'm going on the air live, I give you an early heads up over there at Agenda Free TV on X, which is right here at Agenda Free TV. So you might find it helpful to follow that as well. All right, so for right now, I'm going to get off the air right now. I will keep an eye on things. If there's big news, we will do another stream tonight. But for now, I'm taking a break. All right, that is it for now. Thank you so much for joining us for our coverage of the hostilities between Israel and Hezbollah and the Hezbollah rocket attacks overnight. We will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV. Gosh, I never do this. But we hadn't ended yet, and I just saw some more rocket alerts. So I did not end the broadcast. I know not that many people are there, but I just saw some rocket alerts, so I'll check out these rocket alerts. Where are they? Where are they? Let me just see here. Literally on my phone, I saw them. They are in northern Israel. Northern Israel. No, some of them near the border and some of them near Haifa. All right, I'm going to post on social media that we're still here. Let me just post it. So I might as well just cover these and see what happens with these alerts. Just happened right now. This is live. I'm live right now. It's 6:27 a.m. Again, literally, I was just ending the stream, and some more rocket alerts came up. Some of them right on the border, and some of them more to the southeast of Haifa. So I just want to see what's going on with those, because I hadn't actually ended the stream yet. Yeah, I mean, this stuff could go on all day. So, but let me get a feel for what's going on with these right now. I'm hearing a report of some explosions, which I'm guessing is interceptions. Let me just see if I see anything over at a Haifa camera. Let me check the Haifa camera. Here's the Haifa camera. I'd have to go back and see if you could hear anything on the Haifa camera. That's not really I think that's pointed at the water, so not really the right direction. You might hear some booms on that camera, but so again, just as we were getting off the air, some more rocket alerts. Let me check. No, the rocket alerts I'm seeing right now are not in Haifa. They are east of Haifa. They are not in Haifa. The ones I just saw. There are ones north of Haifa, northeast of Haifa. Let me go to the Haifa camera. That's a Haifa camera right there. Oh, there's interceptors. Interceptors going up. Interceptors going up. Crap. There's interceptors going up in the middle of the screen. You can see them. You can see them shooting up in the middle of the screen. Middle of the screen. Middle of the screen. Look. Middle of the screen. You can see them in the middle of the screen right there. Those interceptors just got fired up right there. I just saw interceptors get fired right there. Just caught them. I'm going to replay it for you. Can I replay it here? Hold on, watch. Watch the middle of the screen. Right there, right there. That's a replay. That's a couple minutes ago from Haifa. That's from Haifa. You can see them. You can hear them and see them. I'm going to replay that again. Watch it, watch. I'm going to replay. Moments ago. Moments ago, middle of your screen. Look at that. Wow. Moments ago in Haifa. I'm hearing more, I think. I have my eyes on the other cameras. I'm not seeing anything on the other cameras. Yeah, there's more alerts in the north. We're hearing booms on this camera right now. We're hearing booms on the Haifa camera. Booms on the Haifa camera right now. Booms on the Haifa camera right now. Lots of booms right now. Oh, those might be from the north. I can't tell. The booms might be from the northern camera too. There's lots of rocket alerts happening now. A bunch of alerts in different places. A bunch of alerts in different places right now. Hang on a second here. In the north, I don't know what camera to show you. A bunch of alerts in the north right now. In the northwest. Northwest. All kinds of alerts happening right now. Hold on, I'll get another camera up. I'll get another camera up. Give me a second here. I have 3 cameras up. So there's lots of alerts in northern Israel, lots of alerts. You're hearing booms from one of the cameras. I don't know which one you're hearing booms from because I have 3 cameras going. I'm going to show you the other one in a second. Oh no, I got to get a 3rd one going. But there are lots of alerts in Israel, and you're hearing interceptions now. More alerts, lots of rocket alerts right now. This is all live. This is all live. Many rocket alerts right now. Let me get a 3rd camera up for you. Hang on a moment. I got to get a 3rd camera up on the screen for you guys. Right as I was getting off the air, a big rocket attack. I can't even fit everything on the screen. So there's Haifa on the bottom, and then northern border on the top. Haifa on the bottom, northern border on the top. 3 different cameras. We're hearing booms. I think we're seeing interceptors fired in the middle of Haifa right here. Look right there. More booms right now. More booms. More booms. Many booms happening. I don't even know what camera the booms are from. I have the audio on all 3 cameras. Many rocket alerts in Israel right now. I will, when I get a chance, I'll rewind and show you some of the video when I get a chance. Okay? More of them just going off right now. More rocket alerts right now. More of them right now. Right now, more rocket alerts. Hey, mods, can anybody post on the Discord? If mods can hear me, can any mods send out a message on the Discord that we're still live? Because I can't do that. More rocket alerts right now. I just saw some more. I haven't even had time to check about damage, guys, because we've just been looking at the cameras and listening for booms. We saw some interceptors being shot up. Let me check and see what we're hearing. But that was a lot of rocket alerts in over about 5-10 minutes. I just saw another one. All of these cameras are live you're looking at. The 2 ones in the north are from Haifa at the bottom, and I haven't even had time to put writing on them. Haifa at the bottom, and Lebanon-Israel border at the top. Some more rocket alerts happening right this second. More of them right now. At least I'm seeing them on my phone now. On the Red Alert app. Literally, we had just signed off. I was going to take a break, and all of these rocket alerts just started happening. Right as I was about to end. So I came back on the air. Let me do it this way. Let me put the clock up and just do it this way. Hang on. Give me 1 sec here. Well, that was crazy. I'm going to put the clock right there. Wow. Our viewer CKZ says there were 2 explosions on the right side. What I need to do is I will rewind the footage from Haifa. I'll rewind the footage from Haifa when I get a second, and I'll show you the footage from Haifa. Hang on, I haven't even had time to check anything. So let me just check on reports of damage or something from that big barrage of rockets. Oh, I guess there's drone alerts going on? Is that what's happening? Hang on a moment. Sorry, I'm just really trying to get organized here. Yeah, so there is a drone alert in Israel in the south. A drone alert in some sort of hostile aircraft intrusion right at the south of Israel, and in the very south of Israel, there is a drone alert near the Jordan border. Now, Joe Trusman says the drone alerts on the eastern border, coupled with Hezbollah rocket fire, aren't a coincidence. It's highly likely we are observing coordinated attacks by Iran's proxies in Iraq and Lebanese Hezbollah. Yeah, there was drone alert earlier near Syria. Amir Bobat. Well, let me see. Amir Bobat, who is with Walla News, says the Israeli Air Force thwarted the infiltration of 2 drones from Iraq. That was earlier. The Israeli Emergency Medical Service, MDA, said they are out scanning several places where calls were received during the recent rocket alerts, and they will give more updates. I don't know if during that recent batch of rocket alerts there were definitely interceptors being fired and interceptions. I don't know if there were any hits. Oh, I'm seeing a report of a hit in Kiryat Bialik from Current News on Telegram. Says there was a hit in Kiryat Bialik. What I'll do, I'll put this down here. Put this up here. So I don't know, it seems like there were a... Let me go back here. I'm checking the alerts. Some of the alerts were drone alerts. Some of them were drone alerts, and some of them were rocket alerts in the latest batch. In the latest batch, some of them were drones, and some, I think, yes, some of them were rockets, and some of them were drones. Sorry, I'm trying to just piece together what happened. I'm trying to get you reports about what happened and what's going on. If you're watching on Facebook, I'm going to have to restart the stream in about 5 minutes on Facebook. Because Facebook ends the stream after 8 hours. But we were hearing explosions on these cameras, and we actually saw interceptors being fired in Haifa on the Haifa cam. We did see interceptors going up on the Haifa cam in the middle there. Everything is live. It says live on the screen. I don't know why people think I'm throwing earlier stuff. It literally says live on the screen in the corner there. Again, I'm trying to find out what happened in all of that latest activity. Oh, I see. Manny Fabian just posted something. Thanks, Brigitte mentioned this. Thanks, Brigitte. Brigitte Millero. Manny says, medics are responding to reports of rocket impacts. I have some photos I'll post in the chat of rocket impacts. Yeah, I saw some smoke coming from the Haifa camera too. I'll have to go back and look at that when I have a second. Yeah, near Haifa, there's some smoke going on in Kiryat Bialik, says Parallel Universe. More rocket alerts right now. More alerts right now. More alerts right now. I just saw it on my phone. More alerts. More alerts. These are in the Golan area, western, northwest. Rocket alerts, Golan area. I need to label these things up here. But everything is live, you're seeing. Everything is, all three of those are live. Yes, more rocket alerts now in northeast Israel. It's going to be this one here. This is the east one in the middle here. This one is east. And then west is, that's east. That's northwest. Yes, around the Sea of Galilee. A bunch of them there. Rocket alerts there. I gotta restart the Facebook stream. Hang on a second here. Let me just restart the stream on Facebook. running out of, I need to make another, I have so many cameras up, I need to make more text things. More alerts happening right now. More alerts happening right now. In the north, look at northwest maybe. More alerts in the north and near Haifa, both. Alerts near Haifa and alerts in the northwest, guys. Haifa and northwest, both of them with rocket alerts right now. Rocket alerts near Haifa and northwest. New alerts right now. We'll see if we see or hear anything. That looks like a what was that? Something flying across or something? A helicopter? I don't know. But more rocket alerts near Haifa. Hearing some booms right now. Hearing some booms right now. Hear the booms? I don't know which camera the booms are on, honestly. We're hearing booms. They could be near Haifa. They could be in the north. I honestly don't know. I can't tell which camera they're on because I have the audio on from all the cameras. So we just heard some interceptions. I don't even know what camera they were from. Because there were alerts near Haifa and some alerts in the north further north. Hearing more booms now. More now. Listen. More booms right now. You are hearing them. just posted a video of some rocket damage in Kiryat Bialik. I just posted a link to a video with rocket damage in Kiryat Bialik posted by Manny Fabian. MDA says it's treating 3 lightly wounded people as a result of rocket impacts. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't see it. Looks like maybe some smoke over here. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I don't know. Hang on, I'm messing myself up. Let me fix the text here. I gotta fix everything. There's just too much going on right now. There's too much going on. That's that one. That's that one. Alright, that's what the problem is. Okay. All right, give me a second. Let me try to figure out what kind of damage we're talking about and injuries and all that stuff. Just give me a moment here. Thanks, guys. Losing the sound. Hold on a second. Give me 1 sec here, guys. Sorry. Hang on, let me just, I gotta fix my earphones. The sound was, the sound's going in and out of my ears. So just give me a second here. Pull out my other headphones, sorry. All right, that should be better. Now I can hear. The Israeli Defense Forces says following the hostile aircraft intrusion, following the hostile aircraft infiltration alerts that sounded in the Arava area, a suspicious aerial target was identified approaching Israeli territory from the east. The target was intercepted and no injuries were reported. The target did not cross into Israeli territory. Sirens were sounded in accordance with protocol. The IDF just said that. I do not know if that's smoke coming up there on the Haifa shot. I just don't know. It looks like smoke. It does look like smoke on that shot in the Haifa camera. It certainly does look like it. Yeah, I think it's the same. Sorry. That does look like smoke coming from Haifa. Let me just check some things and get some updates for you guys. So all I've heard so far in terms of injuries are 3 wounded people from 3 minor wounded people, 3 minor injuries from some sort of rocket fire in where is this? In the lower Galilee sector in the Kiryat Bialik. There was a rocket that fell in Kiryat Bialik, and there were 3 minor injuries from that, plus other people who either had anxiety/panic attacks or were injured on the way to the protected area in Kiryat Bialik. And I don't know, are we seeing, is the smoke we're seeing from Kiryat Bialik? Because Kiryat Bialik is near Haifa. Some of the viewers think that smoke is from Kiryat Bialik. Why is it that when I look here... Yeah, let me show you where Kiryat Bialik is on a map. Look. Kiryat Bialik is here. See, there's Haifa right there, and Kiryat Bialik is in... Where did it go? I don't even know where it went. Sorry, it's kind of difficult here. Why is it not showing up? I keep pressing search. Show up, please. Right in here. It's right in here. Kiryat Bialik, right here. So, you know, right, Haifa is here and Kiryat Bialik is right over here. So, I don't know if, again, that smoke is from Kiryat Bialik. Sorry, I know that the birds are loud. This is loud. Okay. I posted a link to some photos and a video of like damage in Kiryat Bialik where a rocket fell near Haifa and there were injuries reported. Let me get you some more updates here. Again, the only injuries I've seen reported so far from rocket fire are the ones of 3 minor injuries in Kiryat Bialik. Oh, yes, I have a picture I can show you from Kiryat Bialik. I have a picture I can show you right here. Here is a picture from MDA, the emergency service, from Kiryat Bialik right there. Oops, you can't see it. You'll be able to see it in a second. Trust me. Why is that still on? Why is that thing? Why am I still seeing that thing? That shouldn't be the case. Oh, sorry. There. That is Kiryat Bialik, which is near Haifa. And you can see damage in the middle there, and damage on the right. Again, that is from Magen David Adom. So that is damage in Kiryat Bialik. You can see, I can see damage on the right, and I can see damage here. Yes, there is another live shot, which I cannot steal. CGTN Europe is showing smoke. I think it's the same smoke we're seeing on our Haifa shot. There was a video before of something burning in Kiryat Bialik, probably from this area, but I'm not sure. Oh yeah, this car looks like it has some damage right here. Again, that is from Magen David Adom. Yeah, there's damage there. There's damage there. Oh, why is it doing this? I have no idea. Damage. Oh, damage over here. Definitely damage back here. And a hole in the building, as you can see. All right. Again, I don't know if that is if that's the same area as the smoke on the Haifa shot. I gotta fix something here. Give me one moment. Hey, a quick thank you to Pineapple Water. Pineapple Water says the Lebanese people don't want Hezbollah in their country, but they can't say or do anything about them out of fear. I can't speak to them. I can't speak to that. I mean, I know the country has Shia Muslims and Sunni Muslims and Christians. The government is divided between them. I can't personally speak to what the opinion is of Lebanon in the country. I appreciate you writing in and your support. Pineapple Water. I don't know. But I appreciate you writing in. Thank you, Pineapple Water. Thanks also Pickle Rick and Brian Beelman and Lisa Wilson and Tyler Roberts and Jorge M. JB PZ Papazulu, Tammy D. Lily Palmer, Jess Oftedal, Mason B. Gerald White, Nicole R. Greg Swindle, Denise Horton, E. Oddity, Nathaniel Coronado. Yeah, we had just, we had wrapped up our stream. I already had the closing graphic on about an hour ago. I had the graphic up. I was literally going to turn it off, and then my phone buzzed. So I came onto the same stream. So we didn't end the stream that I thought we were ending because all these new alerts started happening. So I'm sorry for the confusion, but things looked like they were pretty quiet, and then right as I got off the air, there were all these alerts, rocket alerts, drone alerts. The one big impact I've heard so far is this one, and I don't know if it's the smoke on the same smoke that's on the screen, but definitely significant impact in Kiryat Bialik near Haifa, and this is Haifa on the bottom there. So that smoke there, is that the same area? I don't know. Yeah, so I've seen some. I don't have the rights to the video, but I think it was taken. There's video from Kiryat Bialik of a fire going on the street. I think right when the rocket came down, of a couple cars on fire. I think it's the area we saw in that photo, but earlier. Oh, according to Cod Group on Telegram, there has also been rocket falls in Golan near Moshav Ramot. There was a fire that broke out that's being dealt with. Someone had, there was an anxiety victim, like a panic attack kind of thing, but no injuries reported there. No other injuries. From all that activity, the most significant thing, from all the rocket alerts and the drone alerts, the most serious thing I've seen so far is that impact in Kiryat Bialik, where 3 people had minor injuries and it did some damage there. Austin said the explosion was on the stream at 6:29:28. You mean like an hour ago? I'll have to try to rewind it then, or I'll have to get. I can't rewind that. I'll have to. Maybe I can, but there's an easier way for me to do it. You're saying on the Haifa stream. So that would be about an hour ago. So 5:50 to 6. 5:50 to 6:00. I'm going to try to grab that clip. I am grabbing that clip from the Haifa stream, and I'll see if we can see when that happened. And then, I mean, we were watching it. I'd have to go back and find it, but we definitely saw, I mean, maybe somebody can give me a time code. We definitely saw on the Haifa stream footage of interceptors going into the air. So, I don't remember what the time code for that was, but if anyone remembers that, I can go grab that too. Nope, that's too late. I thought I had it and it was too late. What is this? Why is it 2 minutes long? Oh, I know what I did, sorry. I know what I did. Sorry, I downloaded the wrong thing. I'm downloading the clip from Haifa from before. I think there's a new Hezbollah statement too. Yes, Hezbollah says that they targeted. Hezbollah says in the latest attack, they fired rockets and missiles, they said, at the Raphael company, which specializes in electronic means and equipment, located north of the city of Haifa. That's what they say in the latest attack. They said that they fired rockets and missiles, they said, at the it's called the Raphael company, which specializes in electronic means and equipment. Oh, for the pagers and radios, breaking news, breaking news. Hezbollah says the latest attack was in response to the pagers and radios exploding. They just posted a statement, Hezbollah. I'll show it to you. I'm going to show it to you right now. Give me a second here. The pagers and walkie-talkies. The pagers and walkie-talkies. They say that their last barrage was a response to that. That's what they said. How about that? New Hezbollah statement says their latest rocket barrage into Israel was an initial response. An initial response to the pager and walkie-talkie explosions of Tuesday and Wednesday. They say they targeted an electronics company near Haifa, north of Haifa. All right, let me show you this, guys. New statement from Hezbollah. New statement from Hezbollah. In support of our steadfast Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip and in support of their brave and honorable resistance and in an initial response to the brutal massacre committed by the Israeli enemy in an initial response to the brutal massacre committed by the Israeli enemy in various Lebanese regions on Tuesday and Wednesday, the massacre of the pagers and walkie-talkies, the Islamic resistance bombed military industrial complexes, the Raphael company, which specializes in electronic means and equipment, located in the Zavulon area north of the city of Haifa, received dozens of Fadi 1, Fadi 2, and Katyusha rockets at 6:30 a.m. this morning. So, new statement. From Hezbollah. I need to fix this headline. It's too big now. There you go. They say their latest rocket barrage was retaliation for an initial response to the pagers and walkie-talkies. Before I forget, let me just fix this headline right here. Okay. Oh yes, some more smoke on the right there. Is that new smoke, one of our viewers said, or is that because it zoomed in? One of our viewers noticed some more smoke over here. I don't know if that's the same smoke or different smoke. Hang on a second here. Not much updates from IDF at the moment. Or the Israel police. Oh, you know, I got the video. I think, showing the initial hit. You see this smoke right here? This smoke right here, there, that's been burning for a while? I think I got the initial hit on a clip, thanks to the time code somebody gave me. It's like an hour ago. Let me show you this real quick. Why are you not seeing this? Okay, I see. See right here? That's the Haifa cam. Now watch right in here. I gotta forward it here. Where is it here? Yeah, there's smoke coming up there. So where does it, when does it actually hit? There's some smoke coming up from there. Right maybe here. Right in here somewhere. It's playing now. This is a replay from like an hour ago. Might be hard to see there, but you're going to start seeing smoke come up. Yoav says that is Kiryat Bialik. Is that it? Is that the sound? Yeah, that's it. I think we hear the sound of it. Hold on. Let me turn down the live cams. I'm turning down the live cams. All right, I just turned down the live cams. Let's play this again. I think we might even hear it. Right there. That's it. That's it. You hear it right there. I think. Unless it's something, it might be something else in the sky though. Well, there's the smoke right there. This is from like an hour ago. Yeah, see, it's not there then. It just starts right there. See? That's when it starts. Because I went back in the video. It's right around here. About an hour ago. There was a flash where the other smoke was. Well, I'll have to check on that. I can only check one thing at a time. See, it's playing now. It's like from an hour ago. You're going to hear a boom shortly. Right there. I didn't see a flash. Are you guys seeing a flash on this shot? You're seeing a flash on this shot? I don't see it. Where is it? There's the smoke. Did it happen a few seconds ago on this shot? When? A few seconds ago? Before the smoke? Anyways, I think because at that point you see smoke. When I don't know when the interceptors went up. Like 15 seconds before the boom? Oh. Like somewhere back here? I rewound it before the boom. Again, this is from earlier. I'm replaying it. Well, maybe I just won't see it. If I can't see it, I won't see it. Did I miss it? Again? I don't know. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm not going to worry about it. We saw rockets going up earlier. We saw rockets going up earlier on this shot. I can't. I'm done with this shot. Anyways, we saw what I think what the start of it was. I can't worry about it right now. There's smoke right there. That's when it started. Somewhere in there, somewhere. Again, it's hard to say. All right, I'm not going to worry about it. Not going to worry about it. I don't want to bore you by playing this a million times. Because when you say there it is, it's not I don't see your comments right away in the chat. So, people say there it is, and I'm like, well, I don't know what time that was. Oh, I just saw it right there. I just saw it right there. I just saw it. Right in here. Right there. Just saw it. Right in there. Right in here. Right there. See it? You guys see it? Right there. That's it. Wow. That's when it hit. That's when it hit, right in there. Two of them Yeah, two of them. You're right. Two of them. Good work. Right there's one. There's the second one, right there. 1 and 2, right there and there. Then the smoke comes from there, right? Will we see smoke from there eventually? No, but the smoke is from over here. The smoke isn't even from the same area. Maybe those are interceptions. I don't know. The smoke is from a different place. Anyways. Okay, so we saw that. Let me get rid of that. Wow. Let me turn the sound back on these. Thanks, by the way, to News for You, who says Al Jazeera says Iraq was involved. I'll have to check in on that. Thank you, News for You, 43. Thank you, Scott Register, and Ada 60, and Red Squirrel, and KVE, and Donna Smith, and Lisa Sutz. Let me see what other updates I can give you. But again, the big alerts of about an hour ago, I guess, there were all these alerts. Hezbollah says that was an initial response to the pager and walkie-talkie explosions. Thanks also to Gas Station Sushi on Twitch and Team Gates NA and Jared 3800 on Twitch. Thank you. Everything on your screen now, actually the Haifa is a little behind. Everything is live on your screen now. Haifa was like a minute behind for a second. But everything is live on your screen right now. That's all three of those camera shots are live. Everything is live. And everything is playing. Everything is playing and live. One of our viewers mentioned to be Shark that according to Magen David Adam, the emergency health provider, the 3 shrapnel wounds in Kiryat Bialik are a 70-year-old man in moderate condition and a 70-year-old man and a 60-year-old girl in slightly injured condition. So far from the latest, from that barrage of like in the last hour, I've heard of 3 people directly injured by rocket impacts. Those 3 shrapnel injuries that I just told you about in Kiryat Bialik. Nothing else so far. Oh, Michael Horowitz says Hezbollah fired 110 rockets throughout the night and this morning. I think most of those were in the last hour or so. Oh, Parallel Universe said there are 2 direct impacts in Moreshet. Heavy damages done to civilian homes. And hold on. There's reporting of some direct impacts in Moreshet with damage to civilian homes and vehicles, but no injuries. Oh, Joe Truzman says Israel Army radio says 2 cruise missiles were fired at Israel from Iraq. Both were intercepted. So maybe an Iranian militia in Iraq, you know, contributing to the attack. Let me show you where Moreshet is. So Moreshet, Israel is it's like east of Haifa, right there. So a rocket impacted near Haifa and Kiryat Bialik and did damage there, and 3 people injured, 1 moderately, 2 lightly. And then there's 2 impacts in Moreshet, Israel. Some damage, definitely damage there, but no injuries reported. That's all from that last barrage. So according to the IDF, says Times of Israel, 85 rockets were launched in that barrage, the latest barrage. Or is that total? No, 85 this morning. 85 were launched this morning by Hezbollah from Lebanon. This follows several barrages overnight. So the big barrage that happened right as we were getting off the air, and then I stayed on the air, that was 85 rockets, according to the IDF. Do I have the statement here from the IDF? Let's see. Yes, here is the statement from the Israeli Defense Force. Following the sirens that sounded between 6:24 a.m. and 6:52 a.m., about an hour ago, right? Following the sirens from around an hour ago, about an hour and a half ago and an hour ago. Some sirens between 6:24 and 6:32. Some sirens between 6:52 and 7 o'clock. So an hour, 20 minutes ago. Following all those sirens, in numerous areas in northern Israel, approximately 85 projectiles were identified crossing from Lebanon into Israeli territory. Some of them were intercepted, and fallen projectiles were identified in the areas of I guess these are ones that actually hit the ground without being intercepted. Rockets fell in Kiryat Bialik, we know about that. Moreshet, we know about that. And Sur Shalom, I haven't heard about that. Israel Fire and Rescue Services are currently operating to extinguish numerous fires that were ignited in the area. Following the sirens earlier, between 4:48 and 5:10, in the Jezreel Valley area, approximately 20 projectiles were identified coming from Lebanon. That was barrages 2 and 3. Into Israeli territory. Most of the projectiles were intercepted, and the rest fell in open areas. No injuries were reported. So by far the biggest barrage was the 4th one. That was the one that happened right as we were getting off the air like 90 minutes ago, and I stayed on the air. That was about 85 rockets. About 85 rockets. Hey, thank you, Jason Casper, for the memberships. I just saw a post here from somebody named Drew Hawkins who says there's a bunch of reports saying people have been shot in Birmingham, Alabama at 5 Points South. This person, Drew Hawkins, says they are a reporter, writer, and podcast host. They say that they said a bunch of automatic rifle fire, I don't know if that's true, broke out right in front of us in the 5 Points South area of Birmingham. I counted at least 5 possible deceased and multiple wounded. Chaos and pandemonium in the immediate aftermath. So that's happening as well. B&O News says multiple people shot in the 5 Points South area of Birmingham, Alabama. So that's a whole other thing that's happening right now. So I'll keep an eye on that. Yeah, the police are confirming that there's been a shooting there in Birmingham in the 5 Points South area. So again, I'll keep an eye on it. Yeah, the police say officers are on the scene of multiple people shot with possibly multiple casualties. 5 Points South area. GLZ radio, Israeli military radio, says that Israel is now attacking southern Lebanon. I'm not surprised after the latest barrage of strikes by Hezbollah, about 85 rockets fired about an hour ago. More strikes on southern Lebanon by Israel happening now. I'm going to post another video from the rocket fall in Kiryat Bialik from Khan News. And I will post a link to it in the chat. I do not own the rights to it. I just posted a link to it in the chat. It is from Khan News. It shows a couple of cars very, very damaged, building damage from a rocket fall. After the fire has been put out, it's a rocket fall on a residential street. It's the scene we saw before. Also, a video of a fire from Moreshet, according to Parallel Universe, which I don't own the rights to, and I just posted that in the chat. And you see fire Something on fire in front of a house. I don't know if it's a car. No injuries in Moreshet, but several rocket falls reported. I'm posting these videos in the chat, the links to them. Times of Israel says a rocket did hit a home in Moreshet, Israel. That's east of Haifa. There are no injuries. So 4 rocket barrages by Hezbollah overnight and this morning. The biggest one by far about an hour and a half ago with 85 rockets. They said that that one was a initial response to the pager and walkie-talkie explosions. Thanks Gas Station Sushi for the bits on Twitch. Did I thank Team Gates NA on Twitch and J Dread? I can't remember, but thank you. Thanks to our moderators over there on Twitch. Sarah and Surly Dev are there right now. Good luck, Duck and Idaho Star. Good luck, Duck and Idaho Star are there. Thank you. Thanks to our Facebook moderators too. I should. If I switch these two, I can move this up. That's what I'm going to do. Bear with me here while I do this. Put that there. Put that there. Then this goes... Oops, that's not what I want to do, obviously. Give it a little more space here. Sorry, I know I'm messing things up. Sorry. Want to have it look somewhat right. It's either too big or too small. That's the problem. Too big or too small. We'll try it that way. We'll try it that way. That gives you a little more space. Thanks to Margaret Riley, Christina Neal, and Valerie Gail Griffin, and Charlotte Webb, who are all moderating over on Facebook. And also, thank you to our YouTube moderators. Ruth Krafasi is there. Thank you so much, Ruth, for being there. Really appreciate that. Trey Yinkst posted a video of the fire from Kiryat Bialik. And I'll post a link to that in the chat. I just posted that. I don't know if I have access to any of that. Give me a moment here. Haven't even checked. AP says over 100 rockets were fired into Israel from Lebanon early today, with some landing near the northern city of Haifa, as Israel and the Hezbollah militant group appear to be spiraling toward all-out war. I don't know about that. I mean, you know, I don't mean to minimize these rocket barrages, but it's not uncommon for Hezbollah just on a regular day to fire 100 rockets at Israel. So if this is going to be their response to, you know, the pager attacks and the walkie-talkie attacks and the airstrikes and the airstrike that killed their top commander on Friday and all these other Hezbollah operatives, if that's going to be the response, I could certainly imagine a much bigger response. So I don't know that I look at this and say, oh, it's definitely spiraling towards an all-out war. Seems to me that it's a attempt at looking like you're doing something without doing that much in the big scheme of things. Again, I'm not minimizing rockets, but just compared on what they normally do. It's just not that much. So AP says neither side is believed to be seeking a war. I mean, I don't know that, especially Israel. But in recent weeks, Israel has shifted its focus from Gaza to Lebanon and vowed to return calm to the northern border so its citizens, about 60,000 of them, can return to their homes on the northern border. Hezbollah, though, has said it will only halt its attacks on northern Israel if there's a ceasefire in Gaza, which appears increasingly elusive. So what happens? Israel says it wants its 60,000 citizens to be able to return to the northern border, which they fled because of the Hezbollah attacks. Hezbollah says we're not stopping our attacks. So something's got to give. Also, the rocket fire today from Hezbollah and last night from Hezbollah towards southeast of Haifa is, according to multiple outlets, that's the furthest the rockets have gone into Israel from Hezbollah since last October. I don't know if we heard booms there or just wind. We might have heard just wind right there. Yeah, we never got off the air. We were going to end, and we didn't. Because a big rocket barrage happened right when we were getting off the air. So I didn't get off the air. Even though I had the closing graphic up, I stayed on the air. Israel says, Israel says, after the rocket fire in the north, the Israeli Defense Forces say they are now attacking targets of Hezbollah in Lebanon. The IDF is now attacking targets of the terrorist organization Hezbollah in Lebanon. In recent hours, the Air Force has intercepted aerial threats and launches carried out by Hezbollah towards Israel, towards civilian spaces in Israel, in northern Israel. The defense formations of the IDF are deployed in the area and are in high readiness to thwart the shooting. IDF strikes will continue and intensify against the terrorist organization Hezbollah. That is what Israel says. So, as I would say regularly happens after there's some kind of significant rocket fire on Israel, they say they are attacking targets in Hezbollah targets in Lebanon now. Thank you, Cags and Bacon and Jack Horicon and Jason Casper. Thank you. Eric of England says, so a response to a response. Yeah, you know, they have, these things have a way of going back and forth. You know, one thing that we haven't seen, Hezbollah has not done an attack overnight or in the morning where they said this attack is in response to Israel killing our commander, the top commander who got killed in the airstrike on Friday. So they haven't done one of those yet. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's another bunch of rocket alerts. And then Hezbollah puts out a statement that says those rockets were in response for the airstrike that killed our top commander and a bunch of our other commanders. Because they haven't done that yet. So I think they're going to do that at some point. They already did airstrikes and said those are for the attacks in Lebanon you did, which killed and injured killed civilians. Then they did this big one, and they said that one was initial response for the pagers and the walkie-talkies. But they have not done one in response to the airstrike on Friday. So I bet they'll do that. Lincoln Bevers, thank you. Lincoln says, apparently Hezbollah will attack massively after funerals later today. According to Hezbollah? I haven't heard Hezbollah say that. I don't know. I mean, it seems to me that if they were waiting for after the funeral, they would have waited. I mean, we just saw 85 rockets, so I don't know if, I mean, they could, but it doesn't seem like they're holding. I mean, we've seen 4 rocket barrages overnight in the morning, so it doesn't seem like they're waiting for the funeral. I guess there's always a chance they would do something big after the funeral of, as you said, we heard, we were talking about this last night. Joe Truzman, I think, had said that the funeral of the top commander who was killed is supposed to be at 4 p.m., which would be in 8 hours. So maybe they'd wait for after that to do some sort of response for that. I'm not sure. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. But I have not heard any kind of reliable reporting that says they're expected to launch a massive response then. I mean, they could, but I just think we just don't know. Thank you, Lincoln, for mentioning the funeral, though. I appreciate you bringing it up. We'll have to see. But I don't know if they're. I mean, I fully anticipate them doing something or other, and then saying we did that for the airstrike that killed the commander. But I don't know if they'll wait till after the funeral or not. Thank you again, Lincoln Bevers. I appreciate it, Lincoln. Raquel Nolt, that's very kind of you. Very much appreciate that, Raquel Nolt. Thank you, Raquel. AP says Iranian state TV says there was a methane leak which caused an explosion at an Iranian coal mine, killing at least 19 people, which is not good. I have another picture from the Israeli police. This is somewhere in northern Israel. I don't know. This might be Moreshet, but I don't know. It's not really clear. But this is a picture from the Israeli police that they posted of damage from a rocket landing. Right there. See that right there? Well, I know, it's interesting. We did our poll. When we did our poll last night, when the stream was starting, I asked, when will Hezbollah retaliate, launch a retaliation attack? And most people thought it was not going to be tonight. Well, I mean, it's not been, in the big scheme of things, it hasn't been enormous, but they've launched about 115 rockets total. And then there's been, I guess, a couple cruise missiles from Iraq reportedly and a few drones. Thank you so much to Comp Flyer. I guess I could do a question. Is a much bigger Hezbollah attack coming? Yes or no? Is a much bigger Hezbollah attack coming? That's my question. I don't know. Or is it kind of going to be like what we've seen so far? I don't know. You can vote. I posted the poll on YouTube and Twitch. Oops, what did I do? That's not what I wanted to do. Do it this way. What's this? Hold on. Give me one moment here. I got to do something with it. All right, in terms of what you guys are saying about this question, I guess it's sort of similar to what Lincoln was asking earlier. 68% of you think that a much bigger Hezbollah attack is coming on YouTube. 68% over on YouTube say that. 32% say no. Very different on Twitch. Very different with our Twitch viewers. Over on Twitch, it is 41% yes, 59% no. Alexander Haynes says no, Hezbollah has been neutered. Quick thank you, by the way, to thanks so much to Breck. That's so kind of you, Breck. I really appreciate that. Very nice to you. Very nice of you. And thanks for your nice note, Breck, from Dallas, Texas. Very kind of you, much appreciated. Also, Mr. Blanks-a-lot. Thank you, Mr. Blanks-a-lot, I appreciate it. I'll probably eat something shortly. Thank you, Mr. Blanks-a-lot, much appreciated. I just feel like they're going to do another rocket attack and say this is for the airstrike that killed the top commander 2 days ago on Friday. I just don't see how they don't do that. Thanks for voting in the poll. So I'm expecting at least that. They already did one airstrike and said this is for the... They already did the one rocket barrage and said this is for the pagers and the walkie-talkies. And they did another one and they said this is for the attacks across Lebanon that have killed civilians. I think they're going to do one more and say this is for the airstrike. Michelle Mulligan agrees with me. I don't have updates about the Birmingham situation. When I do, I'll let you know. Oh, Ken Claxton mentioned that Joe Truzman posted that a section of an Iron Dome interceptor fell inside a home in Jadeda Makr. I'll post that photo in the chat. I just posted it from Joe Truzman. A Parallel Universe, who I follow, posted some photos and a video that are purportedly from Israeli strikes in Lebanon, which I'll post a link to in the chat. I just posted that in the chat. What is this? What is this? You know what I might do? I might take advantage of this time to have a snack. I think I'm going to have a snack and then come back. Let me do that. Let me do that. Okay, so give me a couple minutes so I can just grab a snack. Oops, this is not working. Here we go. Thank you, Mr. Blanks, a lot. That's very kind of you. I really appreciate that. Thank you. All right, let me just grab a snack. Okay, I'm grabbing a snack. If there's something big while I'm getting a snack, it's not going to be an hour or something. It's going to be a few minutes. If there's something that happens while I'm grabbing a snack, I'll come back in. Let me just take these off. I'm going to take my headphones off for a second. Hang on. Hang on a moment. Okay. Ooh, so I'll turn the volume. All right, I'll be back shortly. I'll be back in a few minutes.
המשרדים שלי, עכשיו לא נעימה, המעמד היה הפוך שם, ואני חושב כל השנה, האירועים מהסוג הזה, ביתר שאת בשבועות ובעלים האחרונות, שהתמונות נהיות. לגבי שאר האזורים, רבים עם אלף, רבים של האנשים, שילוב של חיילי מזל,
מה אתה אומר? שלחתי טלגרם. חבר, אני יכול לצלם תמונה? תודה.
אבל איתם אותו. דוד, יכול טיפה בבקשה? תודה לך. אולי לדבר.
צלם כל הזמן, בלייב.
All right, what happened to... Hey guys, I think Reuters is switching some of the shots. So we don't have our border shot for the moment, but we're seeing a shot of some destruction in the Haifa area where a rocket landed. And I'm looking to see what else we have. Why don't we have... We have a Beirut shot. Why don't we have... We're missing the... Hang on a second. Hang on. For the moment, it's weird. I don't currently have the Lebanon-Israel border shots. I'm sorry about that. Let me for a moment just make this. Let me for the moment get rid of one of these. Which one? No, not that one. That one. Let's get rid of for a second. Wait, hold on a second here. Then let me make this a little bigger so you can actually see what's going on here.
הרקטה מופעלת במרכז הרחוב שאנחנו נמצאים כאן, וכתוצאה מזה מספר רכבים, לפחות 4 רכבים, פשוט מתחילים לבעור ואפילו להתפוצץ, ואחד מהם...
I just want to show you what's... Let's make that big for a second, just so I can show you what's happening.
כמו שרואים אותו בקריאה גאלית, הוא נזק גדול מאוד של רגל. אז יש כאן שני פצועים כמו שעשיתם.
So that's where there's I believe that is where the what is that? What's that town called? Kiryat something? 3 people were wounded there. Kiryat Bialik. I think that's Kiryat Bialik. I think that is in Kiryat Bialik. That's my guess. Which is not far from Haifa. Oh, and then this thing.
לא טוב עם החוץ. לא טוב.
If that's Kiryat, if that is Kiryat Bialik, there were 3 people wounded by shrapnel there. 2 slightly and 1 moderately. I think that's where that is. A quick... Sorry. You probably can't hear me. A quick thank you to Mr. Blanksalot. Thank you so much, Mr. Blanksalot, for all your support. I really appreciate it. Mr. Blanksalot, thank you. Also, Sundrop Photography, Veritas Justus, and Comp Flyer. Did I thank... Did I thank Kai? I don't know if I ever thanked, or KVE? I don't know if I ever thanked KVE. I hope I thanked KVE. KVE, if I didn't thank you, thank you. There's no rocket alerts right now, so I'm showing you some of this live footage here. Again, I think this is Kiryat Bialik, but I'm not positive. It says on the video, Haifa City. I don't know that this is Haifa City, though. Thank you, Josh Shakalaka, watching from Florida. So this is rocket damage from a few hours ago. This was a few hours ago. Yeah, Euphemius says he or she is from Kiryat Bialik. By the way, regarding the Birmingham shooting, the Birmingham police said that 4 people had been killed and dozens injured in a shooting in Birmingham tonight. Megan Scarano with ABC 3340 said, multiple people shot at a group of people standing outside in 5 Points. No one in custody yet. Also, 30 people are now dead in Iran, according to Press TV, state media in Iran. 30 people have died in a coal mine explosion. A methane gas explosion in Tabas, Iran, has killed 30 people, and 24 are missing, and 17 have been taken to the hospital. That is from Iranian Press TV, which I believe is state TV. Factual News passed that along. Thank you to Factual News for posting it. Oh, I got the border back. I got the border back. The Lebanon border, I got that back. All right, hold on a second. So we're going to keep this on the screen here. Up. So we'll put this up here. I have the border shot back from western side of Israel-Lebanon border. So now I got to get that on the screen. Why can't I see it? That's why I can't see it. Let me just do something. Let me fix this way. Hang on a moment. Hang on one moment.
חבר'ה, עדיף שתיקחו את המצלמות טיפה אחורה, כי מושכים את העמוד פה עכשיו, בסדר? זה בשבילכם, תחזרו טיפה אחורה. חבר'ה, בבקשה, שמי זה? לקחת אחורה. בוא אני אעזור.
חברים, אני מוכן לשידור, כן? יש פה גם פריים יפה.
I'm just fixing it's complex with all these texts and everything. So I'm just fixing it all. I had to switch everything. All right. It's better. That one's also too loud. Okay, so now we have Haifa on the bottom, Haifa area, and Lebanon-Israel border. Okay, so sorry, I just was kind of getting everything fixed here. Regarding the shooting in Birmingham, Alabama, with 4 dead and dozens injured, I don't know how many of the dozens injured are gunshot victims. So if I get that information, I'll let you know. Thank you, Mr. Blanksalot. Thank you so much for all your donations. That's really nice of you. Thank you. Thanks also, Marty Hagwood, our member, and TWF LNE. So hang on a second. Give me a moment here. Give me one moment. Why is that so loud? Why is everything so loud? That's why. So, overnight there have been 4 rocket barrages by Hezbollah against Israel. 3 overnight and 1 in the morning. And in the latest barrage, with around 85 rockets, Hezbollah said that was the biggest one. Hezbollah said that was retaliation for pagers and walkie-talkies. I'm going to change the headline to
הוא קהל. צריך לשים כיסאות, גרעינים.
Is that, guys, I still don't know if that's for sure Kiryat. I can't even remember the name now. My brain stopped working. On the top there, is that still Kiryat Bialik near? Is that Kiryat Bialik near Haifa? It is. It definitely is. I've just confirmed it. It's Kiryat Bialik, Israel. I just confirmed it. Kiryat Bialik. Near Haifa. That's where a rocket landed. Yeah, it's close to Haifa. So basically, we're waiting to see if anytime soon Hezbollah is going to fire even more attacks or do something else towards Israel. Israel has been also, yesterday and tonight and this morning, attacking Hezbollah sites in southern Lebanon. Fallout says, can someone explain to me what's the end game of this war? I don't understand. Israel can't win and neither can the other side. Oh, are they taking the car away? Did they just pick up the car? Hold on. Look, they have the car. They picked up the car. Look at that. They're literally taking the car away. That's where one or more rockets hit a few hours ago. This is in Kiryat Bialik. So I didn't adjust all the text things because I'm going to put it back in the corner. But that was pretty crazy. It's pretty. I mean, that's only a few hours after the rockets hit. Oh, sorry. We might have lost that shot. We might have lost that shot. We'll see. If we lost it, we'll get something else up there. No, I think it's still going. Let's see. I don't know. Maybe not. They might be replacing it with something else. I'll keep an eye for it. Mage Padden thinks they're cleaning up a mess quickly so Israel won't be terrorized. I wonder if that is a thing they do there, is clean up things quickly. Further live coverage is expected from Kiryat Bialik. A big thank you to our moderators. It's 2:22 a.m. Wow. Thanks to our moderators, Idaho Star Sarah and Surly Dev on Twitch. Thank you. Thank you, Mugwum, by the way, for your support on Twitch, and Not Delusional Cowboy Fan, and Yosh2112. Sorry I got so delayed thanking people on Twitch. I think that was during my snack, maybe. Thanks to Paul Anderson over there on Facebook. Valerie Gale Griffin, Margaret Riley moderating, thank you. Christina Neal. Really appreciate it. Linda Belk and Larry on X, on YouTube. Ruth Krafasi is there. Thank you so much, Ruth, for moderating. I really appreciate it. RJ as well. Thank you, RJ. According to Reuters, Timur Azari, the death toll in the building that Israel hit on with an airstrike on Friday when they killed a top Hezbollah general, a top Hezbollah commander. The death toll is now 45, according to Lebanon's health minister. Oh, we got the picture back. Lebanon's health minister, according to Timur Azari from Reuters, says the death toll in that strike, which I believe collapsed an 8-story building, is 45, and the search is still ongoing for missing people. And Hezbollah has not yet done a rocket attack where they say it was for that, which I'm expecting. Thank you, Mr. Blanksalot. Thank you so much for all your support, Mr. Blanksalot. Very much appreciated. Thanks for shouting out the mods as well. Thank you to our new member, Marin Gobra, as well. Oh, I have some... I'm going to show you something. I'll show you in a little bit. I'm going to have some video from Lebanon after an Israeli strike. I can show that to you in a little bit. Because that's not live, it's just a video. Now I can show it to you now. Maybe. Let's see. We'll try to show that to you now. This is some video I want to show you from AFP. Thank you, Mass Wolf. I really appreciate that, Mass Wolf. Thank you. Let's see if I can get this up for you. It's a video of smoke after an Israeli strike in Lebanon, South Lebanon. But I need to get it on the screen. There it is. So this, what I'm showing you right now, please ignore you can ignore everything. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do, obviously. That's video from AFP of southern Lebanon after an Israeli strike near the border. It should replay in a second or something. That's not live, but that's AFP video. There you go, sort of playing. Somewhere near the Lebanon-Israel border, aftermath of an Israeli strike. From AFP. I would assume sometime in the last few hours. We'll go back to the other video in a second. Are those houses empty? I do not know. I do not know. Again, this is just some video from this morning, apparently, from Lebanon, near the border with Israel, aftermath of Israeli strike or strikes. What is getting hit there, I do not know. It's about 9:30 there now, so sometime in the last few hours that is from. I'm just letting this play a little longer, then I'll go back to the live shots. Yeah, I think we already saw this one. It's just basically it's playing a loop of video, but I don't think we saw exactly that part. But those look like a couple different airstrikes in Lebanon that we might be seeing this morning. This is southern Lebanon. We may have already, I think we've now maybe looped back to where we were at the start. So I'm going to go away from that and get back to this. Those are all live. According to current news on Telegram, they said that they heard an interview with the guy who owns the barn in Beit Sha'arim, where we know a barn was hit by rocket fire earlier tonight. And I showed you a picture of that where there's a big hole in the barn and there were cows that were hit. According to current news on Telegram, the owner of the barn said 25 cows were killed. Wow. Which is bad and also not good for, obviously, his business. But he said the main thing is we are healthy. That's from current news on Telegram. They said they saw an interview with that guy.
Was it?
סעיד.
Some of our viewers mentioned a traffic accident. A 17-year-old Israeli male died in a traffic accident, I believe. The Times of Israel says police said a 17-year-old was killed in northern Israel in a traffic accident during a rocket attack. A driver veered off the road and hit a wall. Police say they think the driver panicked and lost control of the vehicle. A passenger was killed and 3 others injured, according to Times of Israel. I might have something else on that. No, I don't at this point. The Israel police says, do not go to the place where missiles landed or approach them, rockets or missiles, or approach them, as this poses a danger to your life. Hasseldahoff says, seems like a very dangerous game they are playing, both playing push each other to the brink. The Jerusalem Post says there were over 140 rockets and drones. That's more than I had heard. I heard about 115 rockets and a few drones. I'll have to check what the IDF says. Jerusalem Post says the impact of Hezbollah's counterattack so far has been significantly less than expected by the IDF and the general public, given its pre-war arsenal of 150,000 rockets. Yeah, I mean, as we were saying before, they fired overnight and in the morning about 100-something rockets in total. There are regularly days when they fire that many rockets. That's not, in the big scheme of things, that's not a lot for Hezbollah. What is their response going to be to this, Israel? Well, they've launched some attacks on Hezbollah, as they normally would, but I think if it stays at this level, Israel will probably be fine with it. But the big thing is Israel wants Hezbollah to stop attacking northern Israel, the regular attacks, so they can move their population back there. That has had the 60,000 people that have had to leave in the last year. So I don't know what's going to happen with that. That's the bigger question. How does that play out? Because Israel says it wants its citizens to be able to move back to northern Israel. But Hezbollah doesn't want to stop attacking northern Israel. So that's really the big question. Dan and Maggie says maybe Iran told them not to escalate yet. Evie Shore says communications problems maybe. I don't know at this point what if Hezbollah has reduced capabilities because of the damage to their communications from the walkie-talkie and pager attacks. And a bunch of Hezbollah people have been killed recently by Israel. Thank you, Cags and Bacon. So nice of you, Cags and Bacon. Thank you. As I mentioned before, Israeli forces closed the Al Jazeera office in Ramallah in the West Bank. They said they had a military order to close it for 45 days. Reuters says back in May, Israeli authorities raided a Jerusalem hotel room used by Al Jazeera as its office after the government decided to shut down Al Jazeera's local operations, saying it threatened national security. I don't know what the deal is with the reasonings behind the Israel shutting the office down for 45 days in the West Bank. I haven't heard yet. But it was a military order to close it. There's a picture from Reuters, from their article there, where Al Jazeera was streaming it live, and you could see the guy on the right, I think is from Al Jazeera with the microphone, and the Israeli military, some of you have seen this, came in and basically said, you need to close the office.
תקרא שוטר. תודה.
I don't think I'm going to be on the air for it, but at there's a funeral that's being held. I think it's expected to start at yes, 4 p.m. 4 p.m. local time is the funeral for Hezbollah commander Ibrahim Akil, top commander who Israel killed in an airstrike Friday. That is in about 5 hours. No, in about 6 hours. I have a feeling I will not be on the air at that point. Yes, Jessica Wagner, we were about to go off the air a few hours ago, and right as I was about to end, all these rocket alerts happened, so I stayed on the air. I had the closing graphic on the screen, but I stayed on the air because... Oh, they're picking up the other car. They're picking up the other car. Hold on a second. Look, it's the other car is getting picked up in Kiryat Bialik, just a few hours after the rocket fire landed there. They are really doing work there to get the street cleaned up. That is in Kiryat Bialik near Haifa, Israel.
יש פה, הנה, זה, ערבי ניוז מלונדון. אני צעקתי עליו, אז הוא התקפל מפה, אבל הוא עמד פה בתוך החנייה.
Pumpkin Spice says they clean up everything fast. This seems pretty fast. I mean, again, it's only a few hours after the strikes there. Look, it's next to the other car. It's bumping into the other damaged car. That other one's damaged too. The Sugar Rose says in Michigan that would take 3 days to clean up. I mean, this is pretty, it seems to me it's pretty fast. Aaron says this isn't their first rodeo. You can see the damage on the street there. This is in Kiryat Bialik. So I'm letting you look at some of this full screen. It's not Haifa, it's Kiryat Bialik. People are clapping for something. I don't know what. Let me go back to this. Oh, I think they're clapping because somebody put an Israeli flag up. That's why. You know what I always wanted to do is I wanted to go back on the Haifa stream and see if I could find when we were watching interceptors come up on the Haifa stream. I forget exactly where that was. I need to check when it happened. I can probably check on my own broadcast when it happened. Probably a few hours ago. $6:07? I don't know that it was 6:07. I'm looking at 6:07. The Haifa isn't even on the air at 6:07. We weren't even showing the Haifa shot at 6:07. It can't be 6:07. $6:07 at the bottom of the screen. At the bottom of the screen doesn't really help me. It's the time on the top left is what I need. That's what I need, the time on the top left. I remember we were seeing it. I probably was around 6 or 7 a.m. Haifa time when we saw it. But again, if I can find it, I'll show it to you guys. I just can't find it right now. I'm not sure where it is. But we actually saw rocket interceptors coming up from Haifa. I know it was right after I returned. I can't find... Oh, here, I got it. I found it. I found where I was about to get off the air. Then I came back on the air because there were rocket alerts. And then... Oh, it must be right there. Let's see. Maybe around 6:28. I can see it right there, 6:28, 6:29. Okay, so if I go to the Haifa shot, I should be able to do this. Right now, so if it's 6:28 or 6:29 a.m. my time, it would have been... No, their time, 6:28 or 6:29. That's what it would have been. Okay, I got it. So I got to go minus 76, minus 107. When did this start? So confusing. No, it's minus 107. No. Give me a second. I got to figure this out. It happened. No, it happened 3 hours and 24 minutes ago. Okay, that's helpful. So 4:57. Let's try that. I'm going to see if this works. I'm going to try to show you guys. I'm going to try to show you guys the recording of the Haifa video when we saw the interceptors go up. When the big morning barrage was happening. Thank you, Min Her. Min Her thinks Hassan Nasrallah is bought, paid for, and under the control of Israel because he is holding back so much on his revenge missile attacks. His revenge missile counterattacks. That's what Min Her says. Thank you, Min Her, for your support. Thank you, Min. I think I might have this clip for you. Did I do it right? I don't know if I did it right. I don't know if I did it right. Oh, I got it. I got it. I found it. I found it. I found it. Okay. Let me show you guys something. So I'm going to show you right now the video from when around 3 hours ago, there was this big rocket alert, and we were watching the Haifa stream, and we could see interceptors being fired. So check this out. It's about 3 hours ago. So I want you to look right in here. Look right in there. Look right in there. See, one just went up right there. See, they're going up right there, right there. Oh my gosh, crazy, crazy. That was during the rocket alerts. You could actually see it getting fired. Look at that. Wow. See, are there any more there? I think there might be some more. I'll play that again, though. It's kind of an interesting angle to see it at. There's another one, more of them going up. Two more just went up. This was 3 hours ago. 3 hours ago. On the left as well. Did I miss some other ones? How about that? Oh, sorry, I'll turn the volume up. You actually hear it. You actually will hear it. See, again, just to repeat, this is not live. This is from earlier. This is from several hours ago. I should put something on about that on the screen because people will be confused and they'll be like, what's happening right now? So what I want to do is do this. No, I'm not taking a break. A few hours ago. I had the volume turned down. I want you to hear the volume. A few hours ago. This was during the big rocket attack in the morning. And you can hear the booms. I think they fired around 85 rockets in this. Oh, new alerts right now. Hold on, new alerts right now. New alerts right now. Wait a second. New alerts, new alerts, new alerts. New alerts. New rocket alerts right now. Hang on a moment. I'm seeing these. I am seeing one alert in Metzar, in the southern Golan. Oh, this is a drone alert. No, a drone alert and rocket attack alert in Metzar, which is in the Golan Heights. In the Golan Heights. We don't have a shot of that right now. I do not have a shot of the eastern. Oh, more of them. There are several drone alerts in the Golan Heights. I'll show you where. But again, we do not have a camera over there. Southern Golan Heights. Hold on. Right here. Right there. That's where it is, in the Golan Heights, northeastern Israel. But Lebanon border is up here, so not on the Lebanon border, closer to Syria than Lebanon. There's several drone alerts there. Several drone alerts in the area right there. Is it all drone alerts? No, rocket, some drone. Almost all of the alerts, 5 of the 6 alerts are drone alerts. So I guess there's a worry about a drone going into the area. Maybe from Syria? I don't know. So let me get you some updates on that. Yeah, this is a drone alert in the southern Golan Heights. And a rocket alert and a bunch of drone alerts. You can have many drone alerts just for one drone. Whose drone? I don't know. Let me post a video that Moshe Schwartz posted of some Israeli airstrikes in Lebanon. I'll post that in the chat. I am trying to find you new updates on the current drone alerts in southern Golan Heights and one rocket alert. I am not seeing much at the moment. Let me keep looking. There could be more than one drone. I don't know. Yes, Home Front Command said suspicion of hostile aircraft entering Israeli skies. South Golan area. Israel's Home Front Command says, following the entry of a suspected hostile aircraft into Israel skies, a warning was activated in areas that may be in danger. In these areas, you must enter the protected space and stay there for 10 minutes unless further notice is given. That is from Home Front Command. Ronald says have to go inside safe zone and stay there for 10 minutes to lose PvP flag. I don't know what a PvP flag is. Player, is that like a gaming thing? Is it like a gaming joke? Player versus player flag? Oh, somebody was making, I think, a gamer joke or something. I don't know. It's a kid thing, says Word 'em Up. But the instruction is to go there for 10 minutes from Home Front Command. As Ione pointed out, Amakai Stein posted a link of a dash cam video of a rocket hit, which may be the one in Kiryat Bialik. So I'll post a link to that in the chat if you want to watch it. I don't own the video. Thank you to Ione for messaging me about that. I just posted the link in the chat. It shows a rocket impact. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to play that, but I think it's the one. I don't know if that's the one in Kiryat Shimona or a different. It says near Haifa, so not Kiryat Shimona, Kiryat Bialik. Sorry. Brianne, I have posted a bunch of posts about the Birmingham shooting already on my X account. My X account is @Lookner on X. Four people dead, dozens injured. I don't know if they were all shot, that injured in a shooting in Birmingham. Terrible. BNO News Live says, BNO News Live says at least 25 people were shot, so that 21 injured were shot, and 4 of them were killed. I guess. I mean, that's what BNO News Live is saying. Again, it was multiple shooters firing into a crowd, I guess, from what the police said. in Birmingham. I haven't heard anything more about the hostile aircraft warning in Golan Heights. Oh, I heard something, guys. I have an update for you. The hot news on Telegram, Israel news outlet, said the Golan Regional Council says, "Peace to the residents of the Golan. The event in the southern Golan is over. The target is intercepted, and at the end of defensive time, it is possible to return to routine and maintain blah, 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 blah." So the Golan Regional Council, according to the hot news, says that the event in southern Golan is over and that the target is intercepted. No official word from the IDF yet. You have some dog barking and I'm going to turn that down. That's the... Which stream is that? Oh, sorry. That's not even... Which one is that? It's one of them. It might be the Haifa stream. I'm not sure. It's one of the streams. Stop now. Yes, Home Front Command, and right on cue, Israel Home Front Command says, regarding the warning about a hostile aircraft, the event has ended. The event has ended. No more threat from hostile aircraft in the Golan Heights, which is what 5 of the 6 alerts were about. I don't know if there was a rocket. There was a rocket alert there, but I don't even know if there was any rockets. And I assume the IDF soon will say something about that incident. But the Home Front Command has said the event is over in the Golan Heights, the one about the drone alert, the hostile aircraft alert. Oops. The Kiryat, the no more Kiryat Bialik stream, that has ended. The Kiryat Bialik stream has ended. I did want to, I want to go back and show you guys again. Let me just show you again what I was showing you before, which is I was showing you several hours ago what happened. Right there? That's it, right? Is that where we were looking at right here? No, right here. No, not that. It's this. Why is this? What am I doing here? Let's see. I'm confusing myself. Oh, I bet is it so confusing? Let's just do it this way. All right, this is a few hours ago. And this is Haifa. And let's look again at what happened a few hours ago in Haifa, where you can see the rocket interceptors going into the sky. This is a few hours ago. Watch in here. Keep watching in here. You'll see it in a second. You'll see it in a second, right in here. Where is it? Right there, right there. Watch right in here, right in here, right in here. Ready? Watch this. Right in here. See that? See the interceptors go up? Wow. Wow. Another one right there. Two more right there. Crazy. Oh, one over here. Another one right over here too. Look at right there as well. Right in there. Wow. This was about 4 hours ago. There's two more right there. Whoa. Wow. So that was, again, this was during the big rocket barrage in the morning. There were a lot. That was the biggest rocket barrage by far, the one in the morning. That was the barrage also where Kiryat, we're hearing these booms too. That's the one where the residential street got hit. Anyways, and then at that point, see, there's smoke over here. Which I think may have been the, I can't remember the name of the place. I have to look it up. But the place that got, the residential street near Haifa that got hit, whatever its name is. Hang on. Let me get rid of that, by the way. All right, let me get that out of there. Yeah, Kiryat Bialik, I think, is where the smoke was coming up from. The IDF says, the Israeli Defense Force says, the commanding officer of the Home Front Command is currently at the site of the Hezbollah strike in Kiryat Bialik, which is that residential street where they had one or more rockets hit. We were watching the damage before from there. The Home Front Command immediately rushed to the scene and began conducting searches in cooperation with the local police, Israeli Fire and Rescue Services, Magen David Adom, and the local authority. There are no casualties? We heard there were 3 casualties in Kiryat Bialik. That 3 people had gotten, maybe there are no additional ones. I thought there were 3 people who got shrapnel wounds. Anyways, well that, we don't need that anymore. Thank you to Per Holtstrand for becoming a member. And Malta McMurchie, thank you. And PZ Papa Zulu for the gift memberships, thank you. Also, Amber Nolan, thank you so much, Amber Nolan, for your support. And Andrew Krause, thank you, Andrew, for the gift memberships. That's very kind of you, Andrew Krause. And Ali C., thank you for the gift memberships. That's really nice of you. If somebody gives you a gift membership or a gift sub, be sure to thank them. Thank you also, NightFox92, who thinks the exploding pagers and walkie-talkies seem like terrorism. We've been discussing that during our coverage the last few days. We have some different views in our chat from different people. Times of Israel says the Israeli Health Ministry has told hospitals in northern Israel they have to operate within fortified areas. So, for example, the Rambam Hospital is moving to their fortified parking garage, and all elective procedures are canceled there because they're worried about more attacks today. Yes, hospitals in northern Israel are reducing activity due to rocket fire, says Times of Israel. And thank you to our new member, Amber Nolan. Thank you, Amber. Much appreciated. There's a headline on AP right now. Over 100 rockets fired from Lebanon to Israel, with some hitting near northern city of Haifa. About 115 rockets total between overnight and the morning. I'm going to have to wrap up this stream pretty soon because when you hit 12 hours, it disappears. So I don't want it to go 12 hours. We're at 11 hours and 27 minutes. I had literally ended it. The stream was over. I had put up the closing graphic over 3 hours ago. And right before I was going to shut it off, my phone blew up with rocket alerts. So I undid the graphic for the few people still watching, and we just kept the stream going. We were that close to ending the stream. I mean, I could always have done another stream, but we just kept this one going. But soon I'm going to have to end this stream. And I don't know, I mean, there could be more rocket activity soon, or there might not be any the rest of the day. There's going to be a funeral for the top Hezbollah commander who was killed by Israel a couple days ago. That funeral's at 4 p.m. local time. There could be something after that. I don't know. But that's in about 5.5 hours. Dan Moon says, Iron Dome is doing what the Iron Dome do. As I said, I do think Hezbollah will fire at least some more rockets and then make an announcement that they did it as retaliation for the Israeli airstrike on the building in Beirut, in a Beirut suburb, where they killed a top Hezbollah commander and other Hezbollah operatives. Because they haven't done that yet. Israel did the big strike in the morning they did with 85 rockets. Hezbollah on Israel, Hezbollah said that was an initial response to the walkie-talkie and pager attacks. But they haven't done a rocket attack yet, where afterwards they say, and that was a response to your killing our commander and our other Hezbollah people in that building, which I think they will do at some point, probably today. Jason Fillmore says, I hope this doesn't turn into a full war. All right, I think I'm going to try to get off the air now, and we'll see how that goes. I'm going to try to get off the air now and see how that goes. Secret Squirrel thinks after the funeral. So we'll see what happens. I didn't anticipate the stream going that long, but stuff kept happening. Wow, it's 3:30 a.m. Anyways, if there's more big news, I'll come on the air and cover it. So subscribe and follow Agenda Free TV. We did this once already. I did the whole goodbye and then we stayed on. But subscribe and follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. And turn on the notifications. We have a notification system that'll tell you when we're going live. We created it ourselves. It works really well. It's free. The mods will post a link to it. You can also find it in YouTube and Facebook in the description of this broadcast. But sign up to the notifications. Also, if you're signed up to the notifications, we actually posted a notification saying we're still on the air. I posted it on the X account too. When we were going off the air, but then I stayed on the air, we posted it on the notifications, and I posted it on the Agenda Free TV X account. Look, see? Just as we were about to end the stream, there were some more rocket alerts, so we are still live. So sign up for the notifications and follow us on X at Agenda Free TV so you get notified about our scheduling stuff. One Love says, been up most of the night watching this. I appreciate you watching. I appreciate everybody watching. And also sending me messages, sending me updates, chatting, letting me read your comments. I appreciate all of the messages and news tips. And let's thank our mods again. Amazing. Mods, incredible. Incredible mods. They are the only reason that we can have chat rooms. Ruth Krafasi and RJ, thank you so much for being there on YouTube, and all of our other YouTube mods. Thank you. On Facebook, Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Christina Neal, Valerie Gale Griffin, Charlotte Webb, all of our other moderators who've been there. Thank you. On Twitch, Idaho Star, Sarah, Surly Dev, all of our other Twitch mods. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Linda Belk and Larry on X, thank you so much. Guys, people keep bringing up the mass shooting in the chat. We have talked about it numerous times in this broadcast, but if you want to know if I've heard about something, the best way to do that is check my X account. I am constantly posting news on my X account, at Lookner on X. If you go there right now, you will see the top item posted is BNO News Live, at least 25 people shot, 4 killed in Birmingham, Alabama mass shooting. So please follow me on X. You will get updates there about breaking news when I'm not on the air, and also when I'm on the air. I will put a link to it in the chat, but follow me there, because I am constantly posting updates there. It's terrible, but we're not covering it on this broadcast much because we're covering this. And I don't have much to cover from that. So anyways, if I see updates about that, I will certainly post it on my X account. But follow that. Thank you to our moderators. And hey, a big thanks to everybody who donated. You are the ones who let this channel exist. You are the ones whose support allows me to buy news footage, like the footage we have been watching from Reuters and some from AFP all night. So that is from your support. So thank you so much for the donations. It is a huge, I am hugely grateful that you allow the channel to exist. And if you ever want to donate, you go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. And hold on a second here. A reminder, by the way, we do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. It's free, it's on Discord. The link to our chat is the same as the notifications link. So check out the free Discord chat. You can chat with other viewers when we are not live. What was I going to say? I don't even know what I was going to say. For those people who watch on YouTube, make sure you turn the notifications on there by doing this. Excuse me. If you watch on YouTube, you want to, after you subscribe, click this bell and choose all notifications. That's how you get notifications on YouTube. Click the bell, choose all. Let's see here. I want to thank, and thanks to our Discord moderators too. I really appreciate Discord moderators. Shout out to our Twitch subscribers like Alyat Zion, Shaggy Wall Street, supporting the channel. Polar Cat, thank you. Sidewalk Connoisseur, Tinder, so many dogs on the feed at the moment. All of our other subscribers on Twitch, thank you. Sugaro, thank you. Facebook subscribers like Eve Richards, Lou Green, Margaret Riley, Robert Real II, Kay Lowry Body, Billy Joe Drage, Rose Pisano. Thanks so much, Rose, for subscribing over there on Facebook. Missy Corradi as well. Thank you so much, Missy, for subscribing. I appreciate that. Thanks for your kind words, Michael Klassen and Dennis Britt. Margaret Riley, did I thank her for being a subscriber? And Kay Lowry Body, thank you. Our YouTube members, Paul Langeal, Anak123, Ali C, Per Holstrand, Trav, Sean Caven, thank you. Krista Baresi, Samantha Womack, Jenny5309, Turned Off, Jane Jones, Jacob Anderson, Go Niners, Crazy Grammy, thank you. RS Pat, Airmanjo 52. Go Fly a Kite, Marty, Brian Beelman, all of our YouTube members, thank you. So if there's big updates later today, I will come on the air. If there's big updates tonight and I'm awake, I will come on the air. If there's other big stories, I will come on the air. Thank you also to Cuz, Our House Dagmark, thanks for watching. EMC, thanks for shouting out the mods, thank you. EMC says, seriously, best mods in the game, no other chat of this size stays free of garbage like this chat. That's because of the mods. Thank you. Champ Ferguson, thanks for being here. Heezy, Marty Hagwood, and all of our other viewers. Rusty Cowboy, Zambo, Amy 2 Wilbrew, and others. All right, I am getting off the air. We're almost at 12 hours. I got to get up before 12 hours. I'm sure we'll be back. I'll be back covering the situation soon because lots of breaking news in the Middle East. But I am wrapping it up right now. Again, I very much appreciate you joining. I hope things settle down in the Middle East. That's not a really likely thing to happen, but I can hope at least. Let's hope things don't escalate much further there. All right? So that is it for now. Thank you for watching our live coverage of the hostilities between Israel and Hezbollah, and we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.